Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Set in a lakeside community near Vicksburg, Mississippi, the story centers on a man named Man Mortimer, a thief, pimp, and murderer who, among his better qualities, bears a striking resemblance to the late country singer Conway Twitty. In pursuit of him are Byron Egan, a biker-turned-preacher and prophet, and Matt Raymond, a former doctor who plays saxophone in a bar band and has an attractive Cuban wife who sometimes sings for the band, sometimes naked in the backyard. Meanwhile, the town's young sheriff, under suspicion because he is from the north, manages to shock even the most decadent residents of the area with his affair with an attractive 72-year-old widow. The plot is kaleidoscopic, with flashes and cuts of surprise, humor and horror expertly mixed in its crazy and wonderful and astonishing assortment of thugs, high rollers, pain-in-the-ass hedonists, prostitutes, bikers-turned-preachers, morons, drug addicts, third-rate porn stars, slackers. They don't so much interact as collide, like atoms in an accelerator. The roadhouse was a mile from Eagle Lake, a plank box of one warped room a mile off the Vicksburg highway and up a piece of neglected gravel. It harked back to the 50s, when Vicksburg was wide open. Cecil and Robbie had been coming down from the Delta ever since the days of cotton prosperity. They remembered an era of state prohibition and the curious black market tax and the Mulberry Street fleshpots. The river walk where bottles of cheap liquor and wine were sold in bathtubs, teenagers and policemen shopping side by side. The lake was storied for bass and crappie, calf-size cats, carp and 6-foot saurian gar, and buffalo fish, which the poor ate fried in balls. Leon Jr. behind the bar knew all the fishing news. Spinners, plastic lizards, worms, jigs, live bait. What depth and what time of day. Leon Jr., whose father ran the roadhouse in the 50s, was no longer young himself, with a blonde grey stubble and sulking orange lips. He was neither happy nor sad from repeating the same stories. These narratives increased the cost of the liquor nearly twofold. All were aware of this. It was overpriced as if bootlegged, which it nearly was. The place was unlicensed, sometimes locked, sometimes open, depending on the whim of whatever sheriff at whatever season. Sheriff Faisto, newly re-elected, seemed to be allowing a month of Christmas. The shelves behind the bar were bare unfinished pine, a few bottles of brown whiskey on them, not that many choices. Leon Jr. did have a rye and a single malt scotch, sold in a shot glass and priced as liquid platinum. He had J. Jermeister with its alleged opium. Some, meaning to fish, had fallen across the bar and slept the main part of business hours. Cold beer sat in a horizontal Coca-Cola water cooler, ancient, faded to pink and brown speckled with rust. One large clear urn full of vinegar brine eggs, a full carton of salt and a can of pepper beside it. No napkins. No chairs. No rest room except a deep path in the kudzu and gorse around back. All this the parcels of its charm, its absolute freedom from a woman's touch. An old-time titty girl calendar on the bar side wall, perhaps from the beloved years of the Korean War, when it was daring. Miscellany of bar glasses with the imprint of loftier saloons, atmosphere of a careless desperation. A must-visit of the base veterans, their sons, fishing sluts, grave trollers, for its promise of good luck and fine days on the water. After all, some had died out there on the enormous lake, which would whitecap and roll dangerously in a gale. Some by lightning, some by heart attack, a few by suicide. 2 game wardens blown nearly headless by a short 12-gauge. And you never wanted the rare east wind to come on you. All at once nothing bit. Many men, black and white, vowed Satan was at work. For Christ was a fisherman and did not subtract from your allotted lifetime the days you spent on the water. Nobody spoke it, but Leon Jr. might be the version of Christ himself the Lord would give to the state of Mississippi. Old globe of a gas pump out front. Sign of the old green dinosaur, Sinclair. God knows the actual gasoline it pumped nowadays. A screen door Browning, worn blonde at the handle, like a sacred stairway in Italy. One pool table to the rear, its felt used to almost grey as if violent football games had struggled over it forever. One stick in the corner, ulcered balls. Better a drunkard's napping berth than billiards. One man had a giant catfish fillet him there. He was not ashamed to return. Leon Jr. was famous. He was the last to offer roaches for bait, kept in a cardboard palace and fed on his wife's cooking. Northwest corner Outback. Lately Leon Jr. had a newer cardboard box under the bar, a new wrinkle, videotapes stacked and unlabeled. He had been assured it was local talent even though it was slick as Hollywood. What it did was open your eyes to the potential in this state. Peer about for talent. This day Cecil and Robbie were at the bar talking seasons and waters, salad days, flush-tented ballrooms on the levee, always the best bands. The Red Tops. The Tangents. Good old saxophone Charlie gone down in an overdose in New Orleans. They were 3 whiskeys in and almost weeping. Now the villages from which they hailed were shut and dust-windowed, as if a neutron bomb had fallen on the towns. Only a ragged, sullen shifting of black folks back and forth from porch to porch in their sections on Saturday afternoons. Automobile wrecks up and down Highway 61 for little more reason than raw lift-off speed. Colonists in retreat from their Egypt, flat land uselessly rich still, its old profiteers scattered. Hunkering men turned to nagging barbershop hags' monologues about niggers and other niggers beneath their talk, a yearning for homicide, themselves included. Surrender to the old Shintoism where grandpas cruised in their caddies, every stud one of them a kingfish. Leon Jr. knew worse stories. Of men gone mad with religion and vicious with regret, mass conflagrations, graves. A camp for indigent orphans razed to the ground. He reached into the box next to his foot and brought up an unlabeled black videotape. Placed it on the walnut. I got something new here, maybe up your alley, maybe not. Wiped the whiskey sweat from it. You ain't the law or no deacons, are you? Well, hell no, said Robbie, older than Cecil and with sunspots. 4 whiskeys in now. The 2 had almost forgot fishing, although their boat sat outside on its trailer fully suave and loaded as carefully as a space station. $55. I'll throw in the sales tax. What show could be that good hell, Leon? You got some new bass fool selling his miracle bait, it ain't even labeled. On purpose. It's some show. And I hear local talent. Local? You mean an appeal for some poor soul with no liver and no insurance, said Cecil, whose face got even redder. Boys, it's teenage lesbian comedown. That's why it ain't labeled. This here is professional stuff. Real slick and technicolor. Either the law or my old lady caught it on me, wouldn't be nothing left of my free ass. You mean child pornography? Well, you decide. There's titties. It's cultured. Violins. It starts them in big fur coats, mink or Asian wolf-like. You got some fine young nookie here, and it's like medical arts say. Don't have no secrets. Then a man come in, like they's ruler. You're changing, Leon, said Robbie. Aren't you making living enough? We're all changing, said Cecil. Lots of us ain't making living enough. Give it here. You gonna buy it? Sure. Who's the artist? Where do I get my money back if it's some dog or a fraud? Now, that person has to remain unknown. But you ain't going to want your money back. Just don't invite the wife or the kids or the preacher over. This here is bachelor art. Still, one old boy told me he did invite the wife. Said it went just fine. There ain't no law, state nor federal, says what kind of home you got to have. That's why the good Lord made Venetian blinds. They walked out whiskey righteous, and Robbie started the Jeep Grand Cherokee with officiousness, like a senator entering a filibuster. Then he spoke. I don't know. This place had a purity to it. Low down but pure. I hate to see him join the common, I guess go modern, you might say. All those poor colourful folks we've been watching all our lives and wishing they'd never change, Robbie. We thought they'd just grind it out and be our wallpaper. Pretty selfish, us old heads. You got a point there, pal. Nostalgia, shit, me too. I got it every second. Nothing new looks worth a shit to me. New houses seem like goddamn rest stops. We're dirty old men already, Robbie, face it. And even the dirt don't seem as tasty as it used to. Now the whiskey's talking, but I tell you, I'm willing to look at anything that'll change my life before I blow this weary head off. Now, Cecil, don't forget a big old she-bass snapping down a top water plug. I'm out sundown on your flat green water. I never meant there wasn't still a God, old son. Just wait till God's back in the office. And Cecil, if she could stand this speckled old ass, I'm not averse to teenage love myself. They both laughed, a sort of burned laughter. 1. This Sunday morning man Mortimer and Max Raymond sat in the pews of the same church, a little white-steepled one in a glen set among live oaks and 3 acres of clover. The jungle swamps encroached on and squared the glen deep green to black. Loud birds and alligators groaning in their mating season roamed in songs from bayou to bayou. Some fish walked on land in this season. Cars, just a few of them, sat on the pea gravel under the trees just outside the windows of their sets, stained glass colored like the wreckage of a kaleidoscope. Mortimer and Raymond knew each other then only by automobile. Mortimer favored a rotation of expensive foreign sport utility vehicles. Raymond drove the same old Lexus he had bought when he was a physician. Raymond came to worship and to repent, and he wanted a vision. Life heretofore had not instructed him. He had won his wife, a raven-curled, writhing singer of Latin jazz, in a ghastly way that wrecked him as a doctor. He was a dread-stuffed saxophonist in her band, afraid of his own irony, his insincerity, his ambiguity. Now Raymond had come to repent. He loved Christ, but he yearned for a solid thing to witness, a vision undisputed, because his faith was by no means confirmed. Man Mortimer was slightly drunk, a state unusual if not unprecedented for this quiet man, a gambler, a liaison for stolen cars and a runner of whores, including 3 Vicksburg housewives. He was small but substantial, with a big head of waved hair and hooded bedroom eyes. In high school he was a dead ringer for Fabian, but in recent years was verging toward the dead country star Conway Twitty. At 45 he still retained his looks, and the women he sold kept a crush on him and liked his stares, which seemed to invite them into a dangerous ring of power. His charisma assured the women their lives were broad, deep and special, and that half the money in their adventures around the boudoirs of this poor county and in the lacier rooms of Vicksburg belonged to him. The law could not touch him because his bordello was spread in myriad chambers throughout the suburbs and even underpasses in giant new sport utility vehicles with flattened rear seats, good mattresses, sunroofs tinted by creamy smoke and fine stereo systems, the aphrodisiacs of new car smell and white diamond mist working side by side. These perfumes and compact discs were chosen by Eddie, a gal Friday of his who otherwise worked as a blackjack dealer in the casino. His books on the car business were excellent, prepared by an accounting genius named Large Lloyd for his build and his hang, an ex-wrestler and permanent bouncer whose pride in his math and tax savvy was so wild it intimidated the auditors who had once looked into the business. Lloyd was a casino employee, chauffeur and gigolo. Man Mortimer owned 3 homes, and he gave parties or mass appointments. He made a point of being nothing like Hugh Hefner, whom he despised for his philosophy and aesthetic pretensions. At Mortimer's parties there were no drugs, no guns, no liquor more than social. The casino in Vicksburg was clean, even elegant for these fly-specked counties, but its exits were full of ruined persons, many of them women. Eddie and Large Lloyd could spot them and cheer them. Mortimer would appear in an exquisite sedan, as if happening in to end the night after some happy day with well-heeled Episcopals, and steer the women to their salvation. He knew the faces and the postures, and he never made the mistake of plying a busted gambler who was pious or gowned in unpurchasable pride. He couldn't afford noisy makers. On the other hand, he could take another kind of woman right off the arm of her escort, who was likely to be broke and puny too. For a man in such despair and trouble, the exit of his consort might seem merely another cloud in a black evening. Mortimer had come to the church service in a spell of nostalgic spite. He wanted to see if the preachers were still as feeble and funny as they used to be when he was a kid. The preacher was Egan, a reformed biker, gambler and drug addict, still with a ponytail, brown-grey, and a large black Maltese cross tattooed on his right cheek. A man immoderate in both callings, dissolute and sacred. He was preaching against the casino now, this nearby hell, a factory of thievery and broken hearts. He preached about hollow and slick men and slot machine hags with no souls. The leering zombies schooled to rob the poor and sad in the name of fun. Worse than the liquor were the glamour and baying of Mammonites, who turned the soul into nothing but the arithmetic of want. His voice boomed out like Johnny Cash. Then at the pulpit he tied off his arm with his necktie and injected a hypodermic into a great vein and plunged holy water into it, then withdrew the plunger, and they saw the pale blood in it. This is what God gave us, not the green, grey dirty thing we call cash. Filthy lucre. Filthy, how the old scribe knew it. Mortimer had to agree the man was good. A woman near him fainted and hit her head on the pew. None moved to comfort her, not her children, not her paramour in common law union. Mortimer almost did, spying a piece of business before he stopped himself. Mortimer was a bit afraid of this loon high on his own rhetoric. The preacher looked at him and seemed to know him. People used to have work with their hands. But behold, the zombie of the empty, the middleman, the parasite and usurer. God damns to the usurer of the lost and confused man, especially his precious time, which is given to even the poor, so they might make a highway to paradise of it in their minds. Using your time, your animal want of sport and folly, and at the heinousest high percentage, O fools, higher than the Carter administration. And you saw the crashed blackened helicopters in the desert of the Holy Lands. You saw yourselves paying those high mortgage notes, handsome, smiling faces, the manicured hand out to clutch you in that old handshake with sick ruin. And behind that hand with its rings and its Vaseline intensive care lotion, palm and fingers, a heart deep cold and black as a well. I give you, brothers and sisters, evil passing for man, the bleached blonde son of Ham. But we know you. Solomon's robes can't hide you. I see little Las Vegas. Are you, Sir Elvis, Wayne Newton, Sinatra or the Wolverine Michael Jackson, child eater those Las Vegas greased and damned, or are you only some shadow-lounge punk wanting to be big in lights? I know you, friend. I have been kin to you. Check your footwear and your belt buckle, mister. Wanna be Caesar's palace puppy? Oh, you're sick all right. Do they call attention to themselves? Is your hair some kind of god-damned event? Man Mortimer could not be dead positive whether the man was speaking directly to him. There were moans from others nearby, but he would not look away from the preacher. He would drill him right back with his eyes. He allowed the fellow his moment. He had come to mock. Nostalgic, sporting, a bit tipsy. Now the man was way past that. He was good. He might probably be maimed. He might probably die. Mortimer had once killed, in a way, without laying a hand on them. Not a little finger. Max Raymond bowed his head, relishing the casino's condemnation, where people watched his wife on stage in her tiny dresses, her humid cleavage and thighs. He was her shill, he abetted her riding with his horn. A jazz pimp, at worst. Her antiphonist. Raymond heard the family beside him leaving after the service. A child asking, Mama, who is Wayne Newton or Sinatra? Old zombies with too much money, his brother said. Who is a good man? Asked the littler fellow. Your granddaddy. Billy Graham, his mother said. And Margaret Sanger, added the grandmother, was a good woman. Ulrich lived alone at the lake, but now, at Christmas, he was not lonely. a bombardier out of England and over Germany for the 8th Air Force, and a puttering aeronaut ever since, a tinkering veteran though his only personal flight had been without an engine some 50 yards during Hurricane Camille in 1969. He had thought science his whole life. But recently he had erupted in mourning over man's treatment of animals. And without gratitude to them either, a holocaust without a ceremony. Even primitive Laplanders gave solemn thanks to the animals for their own survival. He could not bear Napoleon's millions of dead horses. Nor could he forgive himself for the random horror he had visited on horses, mules, cows, deer, and smaller creatures during the war. He had no people, only a son back in Minnesota. He had been solitary a long time, and now another was present in his cottage. Death itself, which had a voice, which called to him not in English but he could hear it clearly, calling, saying, "It is not long, you can feel me, you know it. You've had plenty of time, plenty. And God knows, you're wide of space, over Germany, France, back to England. You killed others before you even had a train of thought. You always wanted to go over and shake hands with those you bombed in the 8th Air Force, but you chickened out, Captain Hypocrite. Besides, how were you going to shake hands with a horse or dog or kitten or lamb, those sad ones who never got to look up and hide, just stood there and had your hell all over them? As if nature itself didn't eat them up enough. Oh, you're fat at the long table, stuffed with time, friends, your flat stupid brainstorms. Not long. You're going to shake hands with every dead thing. You recall you were captain, a flyboy, an assassin's instrument barely beyond pubic. You could neither write a good check nor imagine any bill beyond a 20. You had never had a decent woman's bare breasts against you. All you had was your dog and your model planes and good eyes and baseball. You weren't shit, and then your Minnesota yokel's ass made its wings and you commenced gloating over your own worth. I almost got your blowhard ass again in that hurricane. You knew I was close as your window with those handsome live oaks with their drapes of Spanish moss your retired old stuffed ass had bought into, flat nasty sand and the smell of dead mullet outside the window. That was me. Well now you're fat, stubby, your spine packed down by gravity. Got emphysema, struggle about 50 yards without a blackout. I'm in the room, you can walk to me easy. Go ahead, light up another one, might as well make it an old camel straight like you really want, and hack and hawk a spell, walk right into these old arms. You know me, flyboy to aluminum walker, you've known me. It's always Veterans Day over here. For Christmas he mailed his son's family in Minnesota a southern gourmet feast, a crate of tangerines and dry-iced jumbo rock shrimp. The son was back at the old farm with a gorgeous and pleasant Swedish wife and blonde children, elfin beauties. They loved Ulrich and believed him to be a dear eccentric, benignly senile, deafened to communication with any but the nearest friends who whispered in his ear. They were unaware he was a fool who disastrously misconstrued aeronautical possibilities in his dreams of personal flight. Which is to say, a minimalist backpack and propeller raised above the buttocks of the pilot by titanium struts and powered by a camshaft spun by a featherlight nuclear pack almost invented by renegade physicist and airport bum in Huntsville, Alabama, with whom Ulrich was in correspondence. There were problems of torque in free fall and necessary wingspan and even of where to place the rudder. Reversing the prop for braking also brought the complication of chewing up the legs, ass and spine of the pilot. This much had in fact transpired in Huntsville as Ulrich and the inventor looked not so much upward but more at tree level. The half of the pioneer aeronaut that remained brought a staggering lawsuit against the inventor and his philosophical advisor, Earl L. Ulrich of Redwood, MS. Though he lived, correctly, at Eagle Lake, Ulrich had not told his son or his pals about this litigation, which he, the inventor and the aeronaut were just after settling in an interim of the courthouse where the Alabama magistrate declared all three rampant idiots who owed the scientific community an apology and a pledge to vacate themselves from his jurisdiction, a jurisdiction that now included all continental airspace into which they might in future hurl a human fusilage forever. Ulrich rose and began an excursus in rebuttal, citing correctable errors quite obvious to them now, as if this project were steaming full ahead despite the judge, as the sad wretch with his artificial rectum and main colon gawked on from his wheelchair until Ulrich's own lawyer hauled him away, then simply deserted him in a nasty alley near the courthouse. Cold, scrawny dogs drank coffee from Ulrich's large styrofoam cup, and he knelt, weeping in sympathy for them. He had not told his son he had the emphysema either, or that he continued to smoke 7 long ones a day against the expostulations of his doctor and the crowd who gathered at the pier. His son believed him to be happy, lucky, if misdressed, and a fine old geezer cheered by others of his kidney who kept an eye on him that he should want for nothing. In fact, he was poor, pitied, and increasingly avoided. Some feared he was headed for a breakdown, many were concerned that he might be giving a speech and just die on them. On Christmas Eve afternoon Ulrich waited in front of the paint and body shop for the boys in the redwood garage to hammer out a dent in the door panel of his dear old woody wagon, a Ford he boasted he might sell for a little fortune on the West Coast. He had had wonderful trips and thoughts in this car. He waited and smoked, holding on to his walker with one hand, enjoying the nippy air. He dreamed of Minnesota, where the breathing would be easier. He thought of freezing at 20,000 feet in a flak-holed and strafed B-17 dammed near a flying colander, the .50 caliber shell casings rolling back and forth on the floor beside the head of the waist gunner behind him. Until they landed, he had imagined the boy was vomiting bullets the whole time. It might be that a small madness lodged with him then, flaked, then strafed by the first of the German jets in the war. Who was he to live, who was he to have madness, even to speak of madness, after the others dead who would give anything to be melancholy just once again? He was old, but he had no wisdom. Age bore him no rich fruit or gain, only the stare of inconsolable amazement. Ulrich watched while an odd vehicle came on toward him. A teenager in camouflage, speckled by acne in the face, rode an all-terrain cart across the front of which was tied a slain deer, its tongue out. The butt of a deer rifle rose from the frame in a hard scabbard behind his seat, handy to his reach. As the boy motored into the driveway of the shop, Ulrich saw the sparse and nasty whiskers around his mouth. A country girl came out of the garage, a high schooler, with a body worker in overalls, greasy. The body worker held a rubber hammer. The boy on the cart was taken with himself. The deer flung over the hood, head and antlers down, the pink tongue out. Already the boy was spitting and acting as if this was not such an extraordinary deed. A killer with a sneer and a fine machine, that was about it. He spat. He could not help it, he was a stud with his booty. Ulrich trembled in a sudden revelation. The deer's full unearthly beauty. The punk who had turned it into trash. He was not poor, he was not hungry. He had driven miles to show it off. His bleeding trophy over the oily pavement. Young man, I sense a wrong here. Ulrich left the walker and was soon at the seated boy, hands around his throat. Squeezing and squeezing to kill him. Choke the punk out of him. The boy could do nothing but claw and moo. The boy reached back for the butt of his rifle. Nobody had sprung to his aid. Ulrich released one hand and yanked out the rifle before the boy could get an angle on it. The boy was very hurt in the throat and his face was only now unbluing. He gasped. A rag doll, he fell to the concrete. This is a 30-30 all right, and a fine one. You strutting little shit. All this fine equipment. So much. Here, let me. Ulrich beat on the vehicle violently with the gun. Its hood, its lights, its rear rack. The telescope sight flew off, then smaller pieces, and finally the stock split, and Ulrich flung the ruined weapon off into the hard weeds in a yard next to the garage. Next thing, he mounted the vehicle and drove off, over the leg of the hunter. He roared out on the main highway a while and made a turn for the lake, where they lost sight of him. He took the vehicle into the black deeps of the swampland, where only dogs or another ATV could pursue. The hunter was in a condition beyond amazement. But he muttered a sort of squall. Crazy. Who is he? That man is old, he's really old, said the body man, Ronnie. Man, that was some goofy-ass piece of work. He's off driving your ATV into them swamps, Percy. I ain't believing. He's done left his old woody wagon right here. The girl had been giggling but trying to maintain her mascara and explosive dye job, newly teased, so you witnessed a kind of intermediate chemotherapy effect of the skull. What the hell you laughing at? Yelled Percy, holding his throat. Look it there. He left his walker, she said. Damn. The man can't hardly breathe. This is one old son of a bitch who changed his life in 15 seconds, said Ronnie. I'll change him, croaked Percy. He spat. No you won't, said the girl. She had gotten sad. You go hunt out that old man one-on-one. I bet he'd walk out of them woods with your balls in his hand. Who the hell you think you are, Marcine? Sick of this country is what? And all you puffed up little dicks in it. All 'cause your daddies were too cheap to buy a good rubber. That's enough out of you now, Marcine, said the body man, lifting the rubber hammer as if he might do something with it. I'm sick of my name and I'm sick of my hair and sick of pickups and guns and you're raising dogs to kick and people calling dear sons of bitches and wanting me to settle down with them in some goddamn trailer home to breed more like them and... Well, big Missy Marcine, if you think you so wasted here, why don't you move on up to Vicksburg and sell what you got? I know the man can help you. The body man thought she was his. It'd be a step up, she said. And don't let the door hit your butt when you leave. That's original. Did anybody notice him hurt and robbed? Whined Percy, still sprawled on the concrete. At the end of the doxology, Egan stood, a sinner. In his sweat he was miserable for his own former self as a drug mule, a mephedrine bagman, a pavement thug. He himself had driven Mortimer's car years ago, although he had no idea whose car it was. He sensed something heavy and odorous in the trunk, but he was not paid to smell or reason. He was sent to get the thing below water in a 20-foot pool of bayou at the rear of his uncle's land. A busted root of saplings and clipped post oaks was all there was for a path. He let it, a 1948 Chevrolet, below the chilly water, Missouri tag sinking, purple, at last. Show me. Then he strolled back, sopping wet, to his chain-smoking uncle's house, careful to shout hello because the man kept a .22 Magnum rifle at his lodge. God knows what for, except for those who would poach or harm his many dogs and cats. Egan's uncle was a decrepit Irish ex-priest sent to minister to Mississippi, which the diocese described as a third-world country, 40 years ago. The poverty of blacks, whites, the paucity of Catholics. But slowly he had turned landowner. His name was Carolus Robert Feeney, but he had long since gone by Carl Bob. He bought a lodge near Eagle Lake and made his peace with the lord of the coons, lynx, bobcat, armadillo, and the rolling vinery of the lower Delta jungle. Now he was a pantheist and fairly profane in this faith. His nephew Egan still loved him and appeared at odd times to make repairs to the lodge. In these chores he had found scriptures in the house and converted to Protestant ecumenism, although railed at by his uncle, who now despised all churches. Feeney loved Egan too. He nursed him through the jitters of several whiskey and mephedrine collapses. The old man knew nothing of the underwater Chevrolet, as Egan knew nothing of its story. Neither Large Lloyd nor Eddie, Mortimer's right hands, had any idea where it rested. Scores of corpses rested below the lakes, oxbows, riverways and bayous of these parts, not counting the skeletons of Grant's infantry. The country was built to hide those dead by foul deed it sucked at them. Back to the flood of 1927, lynchings, gun and knife duels were common stories here. Muddy water made a fine lost tomb. It was just 7 years ago Egan had been the driver who felt silent forms in the car seats beside him wanting to scream and party. When the car went under, he loved even the sweat on his brow. Done. The Christian antipothesis. Now, he said, let's really get wasted, brother monkeys. Mr. Me, I be dead. 2 days later a deputation arrived at the body shop in Redwood. Doctor. Harvard and Melanie Wooten in the front seat of her station wagon, the culprit Ulrich in the back, hangdog. Behind them they towed the ATV, dinged up and muddy. It was not Ulrich's only misadventure with a local machine. 2 years ago he had bought a used jet ski and had gone airborne with it on the other side of the cove. Went out of the lake and drove into blackberry bushes and wild vicious yucca plants. The steering column had driven his scrotum upwards into some unprepared cavity, and the yucca spears had entered his thighs and stomach very deeply before he rolled off into the lesser crucifixion of blackberry thorns. He could not recall what he was trying to prove. Perhaps atonement for the maimed pilot in Huntsville, or all of his life after the war. Melanie came out to the body man, Ronnie, who was waiting with the same rubber hammer, and with Percy and Marcine too. They had squabbled but returned because there was nowhere else in Redwood to gather. Marcine was much taken with Melanie, who was elegant and lovely, but in a natural way that would have suited any outfit. Marcine was not aware there were any women in this county, young or older, like Melanie. And the older woman did work her charm, as the dignified Harvard leaned on the car hood smoking a pipe, her ally. Melanie explained that Ulrich was very sorry. He was a sick old fellow with rare convictions. He had brought money to take care of the broken vehicle and the rifle. He had little money left. She felt he had been punished. Now he needed his Woody and his walker back. The body man stood aside as if there was no more discussion. Percy took the money, and Ulrich struggled from the rear seat, offering his hand but looking at the pavement. Percy agreed. He did not even ask about the deer, had forgotten it. "Thank you ever so much," Melanie said as the body man handed over the keys to Ulrich. "You are very human and forgiving." She smiled at Marcine. "And lovely." Marcine had tamer, modest hair now, and wore only lipstick, mid-heeled white shoes. They drove away in the 2 cars, and Marcine watched, a startled worship still on her face. Next afternoon she pouted, then went to the home of Ronnie, the body man's aunt, who worked for this man in Vicksburg at a kind of car agency. The aunt dressed well and seemed to have no worries, had a 35-inch Sanyo television with direct digital TV system and a brick house. "What is the name of the man you work for in Vicksburg, Bertha?" "The man is Man." "What?" "His name is Man Mortimer. Hard but a teddy bear. If you know him. You look to be doing fine." "Oh, there is opportunities up there. If you get in, all you have to do is one main deal." "What's that?" "Forget everything. You going to rise, you gonna love forgetting you ever had a memory. I recommend it. You know there's no world with that pissant nephew of mine. Y'all remember every day till when you cut your own heart out with a knife." I heard that. When her husband Wooty died, Melanie stayed on the lake in their rambling vacation house. She was 71 years old and wished she were a poet. But she was too direct for that, her senses too good, her memory too precise, and she couldn't drink much. She loved the egrets, the cranes, the herons, and in the evening the bullfrogs singing around the cove in their squat ardor. She was a pretty old woman, and her husband, a college president, had been very grateful. Theirs was a kind marriage without much fever, and in his 60s Wooty began falling in love with boy students and writing them letters. He was fired. This did not confuse Melanie's esteem for him. She stuck with him until he died in this house on the lake where he had fled in terminal depression. They had friends among the old men who spent their days on the pier. She was an artisan who blew glass animals in a rear part of the house and sold them at the bait house in the crossroads of the lake and Vicksburg highways. She had living money and did not need to do this, but she had never honestly known the world of men and intended to have contact with it. The women she had known were trivial and glum academic wives. Without hate she withdrew from them. She also cheered the old at the Onward nursing home and gave away her animals there. She organized speakers and entertainments for them. She would sometimes visit the casino in Vicksburg all alone, not to gamble but because she relished the musicians. Men thought she was in her late 40s, most likely, and some wondered if her elegance indicated a high-class prostitute of some sort. but she had a poise about her that kept them polite and even a little scared because they assumed she must be connected to a powerful man not of these parts. She watched from her windows. She watched for men like a teenager. She watched for wildlife like a child. One day she saw an eagle fishing. Another day she saw an armadillo mother playing with her children. She liked a big-stomached black fellow who sat on a white lard bucket fishing a lesser inlet of the big cove with a cane pole. He was quiet until a fish was on, and then she would hear him talking to it. Sometimes he whooped as if rowing down the aisle in a church. He was engaged. Otherwise he ate his boiled meat, rat cheese and saltines with a cold tall can of beer from the ice of his other lard bucket, then slept whole half hours on top of the lard bucket in the shade of the willows and cypresses. This man was a veteran of Korea and Vietnam. Melanie had seen him in Redwood one Veterans Day. His name was John Roman, and he was proud of the Indian in his blood and adored his wife Bernice, who looked even more Indian than he did. On his last tour he was shot 3 times, twice through the shoulder and once through the mouth, in a cane field at twilight. He was heavy even then and bore it well. He listened to Chet Baker on the tape deck over and over when he was in the hospital. He belonged to the world of smoky old jazz clubs and wanted fervently to return to it. He loved how this white man held his tones with an old sincerity even when he was lacking teeth. He felt allied to Baker because now he too had missing teeth from the gunshot through his jaw. My funny Valentine. Never enough of that. He was planning to sing like that himself when he got back to Bernice in Mississippi. He would struggle for the tone as the injured Chet Baker did. He sang with a whistle from the side of his mouth. He went to San Diego, Houston, New Orleans, then Jackson, Mississippi, where she waited in the airport. She put her finger in the dimple where his cheek had sunk to the gap. "What you gonna do now, old soldier?" "Wear out my ass." "Wear sandals." White was on top of his hair. He wasn't just coming home. He was making a home, and his ass was going to be nailed to it. They bought a Walter home on stilts near a pleasant green bayou 100 yards from the Reservoir Road. The home was made to collapse about the time he and Bernice died together. Passers-by could barely imagine the exquisite joy inside this meek home. John Roman himself could hardly believe his pleasure when he touched the front doorknob of this, his own settlement. Melanie watched him and wondered why he had fought for this home. Last week a rain had come on suddenly and so white that her mind reflected to another rain in Core, Texas, in the 30s, when she was a child. She was on the esplanade in front of the hardware store waiting for her father, a cattleman and well digger, inside. She was abruptly frightened by a white rain out of earthquake thunder, a rain of such density she could not discern buildings across the street. She looked 5 minutes into a riding blanket of it and believed she saw forms go over, arms of darker frantic air. She had not seen a rain like this since until last week on the cove when she was watching the heavy black man fishing from his bucket. She could not make him out in the downpour and thought it was because he was not there, was someplace dry. Yet when the rain dispersed, the man still sat holding his cane pole in the mist. He was drenched and he was singing. His motorbike lay in a puddle, knocked over by the storm. It was a feat how he balanced his buckets and pole on the skinny machine. Big sandaled feet banked on either peg like underwings. The fish were in wire baskets saddled across the fender behind him. She wanted to be his friend but was not sure how to go about it. When you take someone for a friend, you feel you owe him something, she decided. You have owed him far back into unconscious time and will spend the rest of your days giving to him. The man brought tears to her eyes. White hair and wearing overalls, unconscious of her. She watched him pour Stanback powder into a Pepsi one afternoon. Then he drank it down in one draught. She wondered if he was a saint. If he had served a larger power without whimpering these years while she had served almost nothing but civility. Her parties among the chattering phlegmatists of the campus, driven from fecklessness to symbols. And yourself, she thought in her namesake, you want him to be Uncle Remus Goes to War, then the old happy fishing patriot. Who am I? Old as he is and more, I might be an advanced case of local poet. A trivial and obvious woman, alone. She wrote nothing. Melanie had not seen many white men having fun or even smiling in Core, a town thickly grim even by Texas Depression standards. Most were Christian, but their music was dirges and they would rather nod than talk. Once musicians came to town in a dusty Airstream trailer towed by a Mercury. They did not mean to stop here, but they had no money for gas to move on westward, perhaps to Auburn, where one of them had an aunt of substance. They set up in the street and began to play. One of them was a Negro who played trombone, a man of some girth like the present John Roman. He was not young but still had the face of a boy in his jowls. He wore spectacles. Nobody had seen anything like this. The man was from Galveston, dark as French coffee. 4 men gathered around the front of the band, peering directly at the chubby Negro. Melanie was uncertain whether they intended to harm the dark man or were mesmerized by him. They were unschooled in an audience's relationship to a band, these weathered white men in gabardine pants or overalls and each with a felt George Raft hat the color of lead with sunspots and sweat lines on the crown. They stood right in the faces of the reed players on their folding chairs planted almost in the band itself. The sun made perfect high noon. This was no time to hear jazz, this Tuesday. Nor was any a good day in this part of Texas, she supposed, staring at John Roman asleep on his lard bucket. The Negro trombonist might have been playing for his life. He set his horn and face, that face of a happy boy in rims of flesh, and never closed his eyes, as she saw other horn men do in later days. She knew one of the white men was a Baptist preacher who'd once ordered an unrepentant man's death as he sat drunk and cursing in bedroom slippers with his sex loose under a vomitous white shirt. One of the assassins his brother. In the street before the one-room school, students of all heights stood at the window for a sight of the band. The bandsmen were unaware of interrupting school, and Melanie did not know whether the white men cared. The band kept playing, an open suitcase on the ground before them where folks might toss coins, but 3 tunes and none had dropped a penny. Urchins stood behind the legs of the men. The black man began getting happier and happier in the face around the big mouthpiece. He was the soloist often, with only bass, fiddle and drums and tinkling piano nursing the silences. Grown children now stood behind the others, and a little Chinese Cajun man in a straw hat with an ethereal crown carried a bucket of water to the survivors of the music. A carpenter began nailing and sawing on planks across sawhorses at the hardware door 4 buildings northward. The hammer popped squarely like shots. The carpenter was good, off in his own dream. Then the Negro began to shuffle and dance during the trumpet solo. The dust rose around his polished brogans, his brown ankles went pigeon-toed and duck-footed without hosiery. The bell of the trombone seemed to Melanie like a cave for an elf city. The man worked the plunger with violence and trembling. He danced and then played with the rest toward the end, and they desisted. The carpenter was walking rapidly to the band, urging himself through the crowd. He held a hinged lid trunk clean squared, nail heads sunk smoothly, an artifact of instant cabinetry. He knelt to remove the open suitcase and lock it. Then he put the trunk in its place, drawing the lid back. "So as not to get your luggage dirty," he said to the band leader, whose hands had left his accordion as if to prevent blows on his person. Then the rain of coins into the box began. The weathered men backed away. The spectacled boy in the face of the fat black man had never stopped smiling. Melanie dropped in her dime. She understood the man had saved his own life, and her eyes grew wet in love for him. His music, the boy in the man's face, his peril. Returned to our world. The next day she saw an eagle eating a carcass where John Roman had sat. Wooty had been nearly a saint until the last, she thought. Goodness would wear you down too, God knows. You needed to see a bit of hell now and then. That and great joy. Would she ever have them? It seemed goodness was eroding her now, driving her into something flat and simple-headed. At the bottom of her lawn was the pier. Old men gathered there, working on a sort of great cruising porch, a pleasure barge, under the supervision of Dr. Harvard. Dr. Harvard loved Melanie with a dreadful love, although she did not know it. His own wife, Nita, had cancer, so this pleasure craft could not be for her. He said it was for them all, for mild adventures up the enormous reservoir and for good philosophy and conversation, but it was really for Melanie. He was white-haired with a face unlined, 4 years older than Melanie. They were pretty old people and seemed matched and destined for a couple. Although there was the wife, taking her time to pass on, and Harvard, an ex-surgeon heavy with honors and thick with dignity who could not declare himself. He wore his honors lightly, but the love of Melanie was like a tow chain locked around his neck. Among the other old was Sidney Fart, with his shingles and bitterness, in starched shirts so stiff they seemed to make the little man into a kite, whispering with curses, bouncing in agony from one breeze to the next. Ulrich carried on with his new emphysema. He wore floral shirts and had cut down to 5 enormous Benson Hedges cigarettes a day. Tall Pete Wren and his dog, Son, remained the only earnest fishermen of the pier crowd. Wren, a master bluegill fisherman with fly rod and a Wake Island prevaricator who had borrowed the biography of his cousin and written a letter from a private Martin Lewis testifying to his captain's heroism. The local VFA gave a ceremony in Vicksburg with great belated reverence until the actual hero Wren was rolled in, sad but not angry at the cousin he had not seen in years. Pete Wren was a colonel who had made his rank in the Oregon National Guard. Melanie had seen the old man weeping for loneliness in the middle of the pier crowd one afternoon. This emotion did not surprise her, and she drove with Wren to get him a dog from the Vicksburg pound. Now, with Son, a furred brat needing all kinds of attention, Wren seemed better. Though the dog, an Australian cattle dog, was a neurotic bother who would dive underwater to retrieve a fishing lure. Sometimes Lewis and his bride, Moore, only 70, came to paint or sand. They were both in chemo, but active and inseparable. Moore was always overdressed, like a creature of ancient television housewifery. She wore heels and a pearl necklace when she shopped in Vicksburg. She retained these habiliments when naked and mounted by old Lewis, and this fact somehow got out to the rest, but the couple were unashamed in this scandal. In fact, honored by it. When Ulrich was told of the scandal, he blinked and seemed pained, showing teeth in a yanked smile of incomprehension. It was feared he was headed for a breakdown. Ulrich watched the dog Son constantly, always near Tibrick. Among these denizens Melanie moved. Lean, clean beige-skinned, bowed lips. An elegance on loan from the cinema, they thought. She was frank, to the point, with a high brow under pulled-back white hair, a visage of permanent gravity. The men almost quit their lies when she appeared, and this disgusted Sidney Fart, who felt it squeezed him into a church pew. It had been the same with the near St. Wooten, her dead husband, such a clean little statesman who had rebuilt the Cove Pier and given it handsome rails. Sidney felt censored around him and was overjoyed to hear, after Wooten's death, that he had begun running queer in his last days at the Methodist College. Sidney's old papa, Pepper, ran the bait store and was even nastier than Sidney, who waited on him to die. Sidney suspected both of them were born without a heart, but this did not alarm him. He had been in a position to improve himself and leave these counties for happier parts, but he had turned down each chance out of spite. After a month's visit, his nephew from Yale had told him he was a poisonous old coot who ought to be ashamed of himself. This floored Sidney for a week, but when he arose again, it was to enjoy this legend. He had been at it for 78 years. 4 years ago, when his wife died, he stood dry in his eyes, blaming her for the cold rain over the hole, but loving the fact the burying minister was a Korean Baptist who would have horrified her. Her form of dementia the last years was suspecting that Koreans were taking over all the acting parts on television. During the actual Korean War, Sidney had volunteered to kill Koreans, having never known they were a possible race. The army turned him down for premature belligerency. Nevertheless, Sidney lied that he slaughtered gooks of all stripes over there, and this was what had changed him. Not the guilt but the present absence of such happiness. Melanie, who wanted to know about men and war, looked through him with piercing grey eyes. He could hardly stand her presence. Oh, he wanted to sodomize her and puke on her back, but he certainly didn't respect her. Even to Melanie herself it wasn't clear why she stayed here by the lake. Wooten's old boat hung by ropes in the carport next to her station wagon. She could live where they delivered drugs and groceries. She could live in a house next to Eudora Welty, the grand dame of American letters, over in Jackson, the capital city, if she wanted. They would say what a striking woman in the aisles of the Jitney jungle, and she could return to a home of bleached, ivied brick, 3 stories. But the land of wealthy widows and elderly divorces was not hers any more, and she feared it. In Vicksburg, on the asphalt, the deflected minions of want walked, those who lived to care for and feed their cars, and she watched them outside Big Mart. And the sad philosophic fishermen who live to drag slabby beauties from the water, that dream of long seconds, so they told her. About the same happy contest as sexual intercourse, as she recalled it, though these episodes sank deeper into a blurred well every day. She loved the men and their lostness on the water, their rituals with lines and rods and reels and laws, the worship they put into it. How they beleaguered themselves with gear and law, like solemn children or fools. She had spent too much time being unfoolish, as if that were the calling of her generation, as you would ask somebody the point of their lives and they would answer horses. 2. Near the bad restaurant a mile around the lake lived the ex-Dr. Max Raymond with his wife, Mimi Suarez, the Coyote. She was a good deal younger. They performed Latin jazz with their band at the casino in Vicksburg. The Coyote was Cuban, the singer. She had shining black ringleted hair, very fetching to men and to Melanie too, who adored watching her. She swayed and waved her arms, a torso in a storm of mutiny, the legs beneath her another riot trying to run away from her underwear. And the sheen of sweat under the lights. She was made for tiny dresses and flashbulbs under her face. But this was not the best. Her voice was. Men and women stared at her mouth when she began her singing, startled as if by a ghost flying from her lips. A review had once compared her to Celia Cruz. But her husband, nearby with his saxophone, the one who enjoyed her pleasures, was a sullen middle-aged creature and seemed to stand knee-deep in unseen wreckage. You could imagine him her jailer. His playing was vengeful, abstract, learned at some academy of the fluently depressed. He played against her, mocking or blaming her for her gifts. He had his fans too, but they were ugly people, sneering bumpkin punks and those who had always had the wrong hair. He seemed driven into low postures by her beauty, clawing at a pole to rise, spit, curse, and hurl imprecations at her. During his solos, the rest of the band, men, would look up into the rafters as if incredulous about this tax on joy. His few smirking fans wished he would bitch-sap this Coyote woman once they were home, because she was so fine, and beyond. Bring her back to heel. But although he held her responsible for some of his grief, Raymond was gentle to Mimi Suarez in their big decrepit cabin on the lake. He was a sort of Christian, but he despised striving, waited for visions, and was a poet. The Bible and whiskey on his desk, read randomly, drunk grimly. At one time he had thought Mimi Suarez would save him from all lost time, her fire and rapture and flesh. But time had quit forgiving him and begun running short. He knew his poetry was not good, like his life, but he waited through the weak words for a vision and an act as you would pan for gold by 10,000 wasted motions. He could get higher to God, by his saxophone, an instrument resuscitated from his high school days when it was only a hole to hide his miserable head in. He needed music, the Coyote and God. And he needed to live close to evil. Mimi Suarez was unaware of this last need. She did know that Raymond, as the attending physician briefly of her violent ex-boyfriend Malcolm, had destroyed the man by urging on his wish to commit suicide, a thing he would announce after beating her. Malcolm became the patient, the weak one needing help, while she sat in the waiting room, black and blue and cracked in the ribs. Raymond saw her and wanted her. Both he and Malcolm were high on drugs, but Raymond's drug was cleaner, Demerol straight from the hospital. He was certain he had identified intransigent evil in Malcolm. He dared him to be a man of his word and sent him off with several prescriptions. Malcolm succeeded only in giving himself a stroke. He lay now or stumbled, unable to remember nouns, no longer a songwriter, watched loosely by his old gang, who demanded a hearing on Max Raymond as a medical doctor. Raymond resigned the profession without much remorse and took Mimi Suarez to live with him at a lesser house in Memphis. She too had been threatened by the old gang. Raymond joined the Latin band she sang with by first managing it and buying new horns and electronic refinements, then stepping into Malcolm's old spot on saxophone. They rode the trend for Latin and were very prosperous, as bar bands went. Now they played the long casino job. Because Raymond knew the casino was evil. It meant nothing for a Christian visionary to live among the good and the comfortable, he thought. He wanted no cloistered virtue. But he began seeing his splendid wife as the cause of his despondency, which increased until he played his way out of it. He felt unmanned by their love-making. It was all right when it was a big sin, but now that it was a smaller one undertaken with regularity, he felt weakened. He was both Viour and actor when he took her in all her spread beauty, but the part of Viour was increasing, and he knew he was a filthy old haint, as far from Christ as a rich man. He could have lived better with the memory of Malcolm dead, but as a stroke victim who might wander in through a door in Raymond's head at any time, slobbering and gesturing, the guilt he inflicted was infernal, with no finality. So far Raymond remained a hero to Mimi Suarez. Before Malcolm beat her, mainly for being beautiful and healthy and a drag on his addictions, she was attuned to the old precept of the Indian. Life was a river, not a ladder, not a set of steps. She knew something was wrong, but she was unconscious to living with a dead man, which Raymond in his current state nearly was. She knew many musicians looked reamed and dried and skull-faced, but she did not know that many of them, although mistaken for the living by their audiences, were actually dead. Ghouls howling for egress from their tombs. Pale, his black hair drawn straight back, deep startled blue eyes, Raymond was an older spirit gone into mind, a figure of desperate romance to her still. He hurt for things, and she pitied him as you might a deaf and dumb orphan around Christmas time. He had chosen the very lake house, which he threatened to buy, for its late history of chaos. The landlord had told about these people proudly. He was in ownership of a rare legend. It was a poor county except around the huge lake and could not even afford much local colour. 3 years ago its tenants were middle-aged, a proclaimed witch and her sissy husband. The witch had been discovered leading a coven of teenage boys in turning over ancient tombstones in local cemeteries. She had plied the boys with oral sex at midnight. The authorities found the matter too stupid and nasty to prosecute. The youth were from good families the witch woman lived squarely among, in a grid of Eisenhower brick homes. Her husband stuck by her, and she meant to corrupt another bourgeois suburb in Shreveport when they left the lake house. The next lodger was an embezzler who had drunk strychnine while the law pounded on the door. The enormous man, with his hound's eyes, survived but only as a shrunken wraith in draping skin at a federal pen in Missouri. He had betrayed hundreds of Baptist alumni at the school where he was president, many of whom still prayed for him and were shocked by his transformation. Heretofore he had been taken for brilliant and righteous. But years ago he had lost a teenage daughter, and the more generous said this must be when he turned against God and man. Many of his fellows remained confused, even when they reviled him. He had run with harlots in faraway cities, he had stolen $2 million, he had become a scholar of hidden offshore accounts. One dear friend said that when he looked in his own bathroom mirror, he saw the wrath of evil just behind his own regular features. This friend was the man who brought the law to the door. He was devoted to the embezzler and thought him the best man he ever knew. He felt a Judas when he turned in his friend. Many spoke of broken hearts, but this man was an actual case. 2 weeks after the arrest, this man, ex-football coach at the college and a fisherman to whom every second on the water was dear, every base, crappie, bluegill hoisted dripping from the lake, the effluvia of marine oil and gasoline at dawn, the shuddering motor, the skate across the glacier reds at evening. This man returned to the cabin, spent one night there, went out early in his boat and died. They found the boat making circles in the water a mile out. His body, the 64-year-old body of a once second-team All-American guard, finally dead from an attack on the heart. A chorus of moans back at the little college, and agreement. They had never watched a sadder man, a man who perished from belief in a soul brother. Then 2 springs ago, the landlord told Raymond, the realtors he was using, a married couple moved themselves into this place on its small hill, with its fine wrapped fence, its bee-loud honeysuckle, dwarf magnolias and the palmettos farther into the dark of the riverine bayous behind. At night you could hear the bull gators hunker and the bullfrogs, throats of bleating tin. At dusk against this forest night, you saw a crane take flight, big as a spread greyhound and purest white. The couple, Jean and Penny Tenhall, were no longer enthralled with each other, but they had a long fishing partnership. Penny sometimes dove from their boat to swim in the green-black lake. The water was still chilly from Tennessee streamlets into the Yazoo and Big Black, which fed the lake. She was in perfect shape and could stay underwater long distances. In their slick boat, berthed at the eastern landing, was a cell phone. They were very prosperous in real estate, and they bought and sold lots in the pleasant venues remaining around the lake. Only local poverty stood in the way of a vaster development. It was a fishing, not a sports, lake. Base fishermen do not as a rule care where they stay. Neither do they have much money left over after the outlay on the boat, trailer and tackle. They have brought their home with them. The couple had dreamed once of an empire of condominiums at Eagle Lake, but that had stopped. 3 times they had been threatened by angry callers. In this state live men and women nostalgic by age 11, for things rambling, wooden, rain-worn, wood-smoked, slightly decrepit. The heft of dirty nickels. They flee to lakes from hateful pavements, concrete and glass. They are certain the great wars were fought for cheap fishing licenses. More than by the telephoners, the couple had been stopped by the death of their young son in a school bus accident. The lad was smashed-tossed. They had done nothing but fish since they lost him. Bass, crappie and bluegills. They favoured the fly rod, an Episcopalian method in these parts. They fished too for catfish at night with a lantern on their boat. Monsters lay deep in this lake, so strong they could move their boat around like a sea fish when they were on. Jean and Penny frowned all the while now, as if trying to read a book in a foreign language. The book of rising each morning, and for what they hardly looked at each other. They returned to the huge cottage worn and sunburned. When they ate at the awful restaurant which some of the old fellows from the cove frequented, they were perfect consumers of its fare. They cared nothing for what they ate and barely noticed it. The old men thought it remarkable that the 2 of them had settled into this speechless apathy at so young an age, when 2 of the old fellows had waited decades to earn this pleasure from their own wives. Sydney loved it. They chanced to look at the other one and fade kill the bastard, seems like. My word, it stirs the memory. Unbeknownst to the other, each had saved up the tranquilizers prescribed for them in their grief over their lost son. They did not begin taking them until the 2nd week in the house, in a lull of energy for fishing. She complained that both the fish and the water smelled like birth, and then they came back to the cabin on the lip of the swamp, which smelled like birth and diapers itself. Then the restaurant, where the bathroom was the same, but they could not quit going to these places. They began leaving clusters of fish, uncleaned, ignored, around the house. They were barely eating. They began drinking vodka with Gatorade. After 4 days in this haze, she saw him lying naked and fat on the bed asleep and cut his member with a fillet knife. He bled a great deal and needed stitches, but they went nowhere. He rocked with a towel in his lap and they talked it over and he forgave her. The next day they went fishing together. At supper time she called him to the kitchen, where it was dark. The rest of the house was dim, 2 bare bulbs somewhere. She stood at the doorjamb with a finger to her lips for him to be quiet. He stood by her a while, and she said, "He's there, eating." She meant their son. He blinked, and he did see something in the chair at the table. "He needs all his nourishment. So long now without eating," she said. When she left for sleep, he walked to the chair and found the shape to be a tree limb she had brought in from the back and placed there. He cried but embraced the limb. Then she began calling the ground evil. She could feel the evil in it right through her boat shoes. She felt men fighting, women struggling, animals fleeing. The groans of it shook her feet. They launched their boat on the water, but they drove it, a very nice cedarwood classic, very slowly, like old people with no purpose in an automobile. They never changed clothes anymore except to sleep naked. They left the lake now and then, driving a Saab, again at the speed of elderly people in bad weather. The woman could not stand the voices that came in the window if they went any faster. They went to a cash machine in Vicksburg and withdrew thousands of dollars. The money was piled or scattered all over the house, and they paid no attention to it. Apparently it was intended as getaway money, but they never left. They continued to fish and leave the fish about. Big catfish too from the lantern fishing. They were pros. They answered neither the phone in the house nor the one in the boat. The phones kept ringing. In the second week they bought tools in Vicksburg. Every movement was very slow now. If they heard the hammering from the restaurant across the meadow, the denizens might have wondered why anybody would put such effort into rental property. The husband began nailing everything he owned to the walls. Pants, belts, underwear and his fishing tackle, plug by plug. Nailed right through the breast of Lucky 13, dive bomber, plastic worms. Then he nailed up the fish, what grip he could find on what had rotted from the first week. He nailed up her clothing, panties, and even Tampax. Then he slept with the unnailed piles of tackle and money around him. He had begun nailing the money, but there was a lot. Pictures of his real estate office, photos of desirable lots. Big red sectionals and other pills scattered across the throw rugs. The swamp got louder. The crane flew and brought a great shadow past the windows. The limb stayed where it was in their chair in the kitchen. He was asleep on the bathroom tiles when she stabbed him again, this time in the thigh, just missing his testicles. He had never healed properly from the first assault, and this wound was deep. He heard her in the kitchen talking to the limb. The knife still hung in his thigh while he hit her across the back of the head with the flat of a shovel. Then he nailed her foot to the wall in the living room while she was unconscious, and then one of her hands. He hammered a 6-inch rafter spike through the meat of his left heel and was trying to do the same for his left hand when he either passed out or went to sleep. Both of them were full of Dilaudid, a narcotic used in recovery from lung and heart surgeries and sold at huge prices on the streets. The phone kept ringing deep into the night. The sullen restaurateur was not stirred by their screams, but they brought Sidney Fart, Pete Wren and Dr. Harvard to the house. Then the odor, when they got in the viney yard. Under the hollering, the singer Aaron Neville crooned from the jambox, "Don't fall apart on me tonight," heaving out his grace notes to soprano. But way over that the hollers, now husky female and then croaking male. They were out of drugs, drink, mobility. The old men almost did not go in. An aggressive mirage when they opened the front door. But soon Harvard knelt and did what he could, and somebody telephoned. Along with the ambulance came the new sheriff of the county. It was their first look at him. He was young for the job and had a master's in criminology from a school in Mexico. He seemed to be borrowing a southern accent for the benefit of the locals, and they thought him a bit too confident, not as impressed by this event as he should be. When the all wore off, Sidney Fart felt all warm and lucky to have chanced on this crucifixion. Months later, but unrecovered, mildly brain-damaged, Penny preferred charges and sued her husband. He countercharged. They limped into court 18 months later in Jackson. So much was revealed that each side retired and the gallery went away in disgust, horror and pity. Sated. In the middle of the litigation, the 10 whores fell back in love. Or, at any rate, in their wreckage they had found the uncontrollable pity that calls itself love. They wept and fell together. Their new vows did not stop here. Across the lake was a deserted barracks and barn and 50 acres contained by a broken fence of storm wire, a former quarters for a football and majorette summer camp, and this maimed and devoted couple began to convert the camp into a resort for orphans. They kept 4 horses and a pleasure barge, with fields for softball, archery, volleyball and badminton, horseshoes. They built a hall for movie nights. Catastrophe had brought their earnestness together. Sworn to give something back, they fell more deeply in love. A few weeks back the first orphans had come. The ex-Dr. Max Raymond practiced his saxophone, tuned to this house of chaos and horror. It was spring, or starting to be, and he felt the ghosts passing and then struggling down the green alleys of the deeps in the swamp behind them. His wife sometimes sang, perhaps for the animals and birds, alone on the back stoop. Her voice was pure, lush and sweet, unconscious of ugly history. Raymond was fishing from the other side of the pier from the old men at work on their own barge when another came over from the orphans' camp across the lake, twin Evinrudes putting behind, children at the rails. White, black, Vietnamese, Mexican. But they were all speaking like immigrants who knew only a few phrases of obscenity in English. The wife was at the stern trying to lead these children in song. They ignored her. Nevertheless, Penny kept smiling radiantly. Jean was at the wheel, also smiling with a sort of witless beatitude. The couple were still sallow and drawn from their calamity, no longer handsome but invested by their great pity. The children around them made rutting motions and blew noises on their arms. A small one urinated on the deck. All the while, many others were yelling filth, reviling the dignity of this geriatric gallery on the pier. But the husband steered as if all was in hand and each child adorable. The wife kept leading the song, a vision beyond comment, until they left and trolled southward to the dam. Raymond thought of Malcolm, the rival he had destroyed. Did he look like the couple did now, lunatic, pale, slumped? The idiotic hope in their faces. "I'm happy there's a lake between us and that," said Wren. It looked like something, well, unlicensed. "My first look at them since they were hauled off in the ambulance," said Dr. Harvard. "Poor people. Crippled. Thinking they're doing good. You've seen everything that's wrong with this fucking USA aboard that Scout," said Sidney. He had a deep chest cold and had been enjoying heaving up phlegm and spitting the gouts into the water, going for distance. 2 of the orphans were well-figured girls, maybe 14, both smoking cigarettes, their faces already set hard, their eyes already gone whoring, leers ready. Each of the old recalled them in his own way. Glittering eyes of a lizard. Troubled homes, troubled streets. A foreign perfume in these dreams. Old men eaten alive. A mindless revival of unspoken sins. Death by arousal. Raymond watched their faces. Then he looked up the yard at Melanie coming down the hill, bringing cold beers to them. Sweetness and light, he thought. She was amazing. A face and body kept lineless by virtue's self-sacrifice. Ulrich had been quiet, painting on deck varnish. Now he spoke. "We don't love each other as much as we used to. You can see the uncertain looks, the calculations, the dismissals. People are not even in the present moment. Everybody's being futurized. You look in those eyes and see they're not home, they're some hours ahead at least. I hate to go into Vicksburg anymore. Anywhere, really. It's all like meeting people who have just departed. Old men and women don't look wise anymore. They are just aged children. And who gets the highest pay? Actors. Paid to mimic life because there is no life. You look at everybody and maybe they're a little sad, some of 'em. They're all homesick for when they were real." Ulrich began painting again as the others tried to guess what could have prompted this. "Did you see them orphans?" asked Sidney. Orphans, asked Ulrich. Who isn't an orphan, I ask you? Sidney had a living father who he wished were dead. Pepperfart hated almost everything that moved. To buy something in his bait house was like pulling goods from the hands of a vicious hermit. When Sidney himself entered the store, the older man became livid, angry at the custom that demanded you acknowledge your son. Sidney was going to correct Ulrich, but then he recalled these matters and merely sneered. When you're crazy like me, the brain keeps you warm. I haven't had a long-sleeve shirt on all year, Ulrich reflected. Shortness of air to the head is what explains you, said Sidney. I wonder who is helping that poor couple with the orphans, said Melanie. She handed a beer to Ulrich. I don't think you should be breathing paint in your condition, mister. Ulrich. She patted his shoulder. Ulrich painted on. She smiled. Harvard watched Melanie in reverence. I could love this woman too, thought Raymond. Like a Madonna. Maybe she is all the vision I'll ever get. How can you have a faith without a vision now and then? The woman has been graceful so long, kind so long. A vision cannot be indefinite, an apparition. No, you go down the road and you see something there, dense and none other like it. Those of us who want visions can't have them, maybe. They are given to old fools like Ulrich. I love him too. A better man than I am. Raymond thought this and then had a bluegill on. But what of the other night when I became so glad all of a sudden and for no reason that there was an island and that the natives of its villages were going about their ways to and fro from stone cottages and green rocky hills? I had an ecstasy thinking that. What was that? Melanie walked with her small ice chest back up the pier and continued around the cove on an unknown journey. Her walking made no sense until she rounded the inlet with its thick lily pads, then went on to the point where the black man John Roman sat on his bucket fishing. It began to rain a little. The figures over there were small, but the man watched as she handed the fisherman a cold beer. He took it. The rain sparkled over the bent willows above the two. Fairly soon, as it began to rain thickly, the pier crowd beheld this woman on the back of Roman's motorbike, clutching his stomach as he rode them out of the trees and up the long rise to her house. Small figures, they entered her kitchen together. Looky, she's stepping out on you, Harvard, said Sidney with a wide sneer. She been wanting it, but she can't wait forever, eh? This man of great dignity and honors, the man I should have been, Raymond thought, watching Harvard again, poleaxed by love and this old guttersnipe Sidney. His eloquent white hair flattened out and dripping, eyes stupid. Like a bum with a ruined wig. Down in the south corner of the lake, Mortimer watched the absurd floor and roof on pontoons move toward him. 2 adults and crammed with children. He did not like children. But he became suddenly alert when he noticed the 2 14-year-old girls leaning on the rail his way. They both smoked in the sullen manner of the hopeless. One was already bosomy. The other had fine bare shoulders. Just budding upper frame, but muscled long legs. Then he stared at the adults. They had loony smiles, but there was something depleted about them both. They must be church people, he decided. That stupid hope on their faces. That trust that they were always on the Lord's stage, pulled by the strings of a larger design. Looking for a cross. Maybe these brats themselves. He heard a few curses shouted his way, but the adult couple seemed oblivious. Speakers of another tongue. He knelt here at the boat ramp with chipped granite boulders banked close to it, red sand to either side. It was his first time at the lake. He had come to take a boat from a man deeply in debt to him. The man had wanted to fish one last time in it. He was waiting. The girls were the first exciting thing he'd seen in weeks. At this juncture he had no plans to hurt people around the lake. He did not like bodies of water much, had never seen the ocean. He was indifferent to trees. Soil was hateful to him, as was the odor of fish. But like many another man 45 years in age, he wanted his youth back. He wanted to have pals, sports, high school girls. This need had rushed on him lately. He lived in 3 houses, but he had no home. He did not like the hearth smells from the kitchen, an old friend for a wife, small talk. It all seemed a vicious closet to him. He moved, he took, he was admired. But he had developed a taste for young and younger flesh. This was thrilling and meant high money. Men and women in this nation were changing, and he intended to charge them for it. Religion had neither formed nor harmed him. Neither had his parents in southern Missouri. But he despised the weakness of the church and of his parents, whom he had gulled. He was a pretty boy born of hawk-nosed people. It was a curse to have these looks and no talent. Long, lank, hooded eyes, sensual lips that sang no tune. Still, he quit the football team because of what it did to his hair, claiming a back ailment that had exempted him from manual labor since age 14. There are thousands of men of this condition, most of them sorry and shiftless, defeated at the start. Many are compulsives and snarling fools, emeritus at 20. His parents doted on him. The pew in the church also hurt his back, he said. But he would go with them now and then, a martyr. Because already he liked to mock the sheepish Methodist minister, to whom the world was a terror, from which he led his little flock in long, constant retreat. The hymns of this church were like the moan of doomed animals to his ears. Mortimer's parents were both an assertive postmen. They had no other children but kept a chicken yard in the back, which mortified him. He was often in the house alone, indisposed to school, to the wretched town where almost everybody walked with a sag. A neighbor boy showed him a pornographic picture when he was 15, and the bone-deep thrill of seeing that woman in her happy pain had never left him, had never diminished. He looked for it behind every curtain of culture, of law. His likeness to Fabian had attracted many girls, then women, often several at once. They loved his brooding, his shy muttering, his brute eyes. He seemed all hooded by his brows even when he had nothing on his mind. The thick wavy hair was eloquent for him. These were girls of lesser elegance, lesser clothes, lesser cuteness, but nice enough. At home one evening he screamed out suddenly that he didn't have a fine car or any money, and he knew that the two of them, his parents, were hiding it for themselves. He promised he would never attend their funerals. There would be no grown son to honor them when they passed. He frightened his mother and father. They gave him a nice car and money. When he got enough, he left them. There was other money too, from the 3 girls who left with him, one of them a student teacher from a nearby college. She was his first conquest of the better sort, the scioness of a middling wealthy owner of a department store. She had good legs, spectacles, grammar. He spent some years doing manual labor but cushioned by women who gave him money. Then around 30 he found his calling, as most do. He did not know the term gigolo. Something about him cancelled scruples in women. He didn't know what that was either, but accepted it as a birthright. For reasons he didn't ponder, he did not love but found the language of love came fluid to him. He never even had the puppy kind of love. He was jaded before he had a crush. He was a pimp before he comprehended what a pimp was. It was just that women liked him, especially the marginal breeds. They shed all natural jealousies, even pride, for him. They broke open on him. They went with other men and gave him half the money. His name was Man Mortimer. Death by sea or by mother. He was horrified of progeny. Nothing was busy or brooding enough to follow him. 7 years ago the girl from his early days, a store owner's daughter, had come to him with a child 6 years old she claimed was his. She was on hard times, drugged, worn, emaciated. She thought the son would bring him back to her. He denied fatherhood. They were at an old gravel bed outside St. Louis. She walked back to his car where the boy was waiting and shot him in the forehead. Mortimer was not aware she had a pistol. Now she sat in the car beside the body of the child. The night silent, hot, the moon white somewhere. Mortimer's expensive loafers on the gravel. He always needed expensive shoes and boots. He stood looking in the foggy windshield at the woman behind it until she raised the pistol and shot herself in the temple. He looked away, and for a long while he watched lightning reveal shivering bushes in the field next to him. He couldn't be sure this was not a dream, even while he dragged them both to the trunk. A thin highway dog lurked at the edge of the trunk light. skeletal but with full paps. She smelled the blood, thrust out her muzzle, wanting to eat but fearing him. He took pity on her and intended to use the pistol on her. With this thought he assured himself he was a right man, but she ran off into a dark field of sedge. He drove southward with his burdens, hating that his shoes were scuffed from labor. These sordid details, these fluids. He could never forgive her. She had shown him hell. She just wanted me to watch, is all, he said aloud. It was already done when she got here. She wanted to ruin me. Well, he felt no pain outside this nasty theater of his mind, but he felt a surge of power. A tougher man seemed to drive the car now. He gathered himself into this new form. He took some pride in the force of his withdrawal from women. He had driven some into lesbianism, or supposed he had. He had barely laid a hand on any of them. He believed in the mind. Acquaintances in Vicksburg would help him bury his old history. He wondered vaguely, and not for the first time, whether his departure had destroyed his mother. A person like me don't come along every day, he thought. You just got to watch yourself. Don't ever mistake that I'm like you. It was only when his looks started to go, at age 43, that he became hungry for all the life he had missed. Something had made him grow up too fast, and he cursed that thing now. He fled from one of his 3 houses to the other, the next house always a getaway from the last. The people he knew were made curious by his changes this last year. With them he seemed to be doing some imitation of warmth, friendship, trust. Childish, stilted gestures, as if studied from some old book on stagecraft. They had no idea what he had on his mind. When the man who owed him the boat at last came up, Mortimer told him to stay in it. He wanted driving somewhere. You see that pontoon barge way out there? I want you to follow it, see where they get off it. Those children them is orphans from the new camp. Orphans, well, let's see where they land. I might could help them. The man was surprised. Then he looked at Mortimer's feet. Careful, them ain't no boat shoes. They like for selling cars in. Just drive it. If you can stay quiet, you might be earning this boat back. The man was very warm to this idea. Parting with the boat was breaking his heart. He should have stuck with it and fishing. A simple soul who don't ask much more than God's waters. But no, he had to get off into gambling, borrowing, and the night sweats. The adult couple were weary, the same idiot glassy beams in their faces as they watched the children disembark to the pier. They seemed unconnected to the children individually but joined to their collective oversoul. Only about 6 of the children were tame. They peered at Mortimer and his pilot coming up in the boat, but he could not be sure they quite perceived him. The huge smiles were already on them when he came, and they seemed only a little puzzled. I saw you across the lake. Mortimer pointed. A voice said to me, now what can I do to help out, and it not even Christmas? I said, I bet these good folks could use a hand. A hand, the husband said. Myself, I had no mother or daddy either. I know where you're coming from. With their great smiles, they seemed unequipped to deny him. Like they had already assented when he was on the way over. Both of them nodded. Mortimer knew they were damaged, and this fact pleased him. He felt to be their senior officer the minute he set foot on the pier, looking for where those 2 girls could have got off to. They were over to the side, watching him, sullen, too old for this camp, their legs jammed to the grass in a stance both defiant and beckoning. Street corner women. Mortimer found out he had much in common with the male adult. Their pain. As Mortimer walked up the pier to the lawn with the couple, the man in the boat whispered, I heard a voice out there too. It said, Freddie, watch out. You driving up some nasty river with this shark. 3. Dee Allison held her BRA and panties in one hand and watched the reflection of herself in the blank television screen. She wanted to see if she still had powers, and she was satisfied, looking directly at her breasts, stomach, the lush dark curls of her pubic hair. She was only 36. Her husband was a memory since the birth of her baby girl, but she understood not being here. She was almost not here herself. Nor anywhere. At least he sent money. He was doing well. She didn't care what he did or where he was. She was just about exactly what she looked like, a phlegmatic starlet, made lazy by her rowing daydreams. But cheerful. Life had not beaten her. She was glad. Each one has his master, and Mortimer had at last met a woman who moved him in all ways, who could be visited but never occupied. He gave her money, a car, a television she rarely watched, drugs she threw away, drink she barely uncapped. She never asked for anything and was indifferent to her station in life, that of a nurse and single mother of 4 in a sagging house on the scrub side of the lake not far from the new orphans' camp. He met her needs for animal passion, but he knew another man could furnish her just as well. Dee was heedless of the fact that he was very special, or that she was. He told her dreadful tales about his business. The whores, the sharking, extortion, the ruined lounge rats who ran to do his will. With her, he had quit his laconic muttering. He had gone full bore to revelations, which startled him. There was a desperate poet suddenly grafted onto him. She barely responded. She might ride with him in bestial greed, but otherwise she seemed the nun of apathy. She was wearing him out both ways, having her and not having her so quickly. The truth was she had her daydreams and did not live much outside them. Television bored her, but she sat wishing musical scores and images onto its blank screen. She worked at the Onward Rest Home, called almost there by wags in the county, and many remarked that she was too bright and lovely to stop there. She was not trash, she was clean and dressed well. Her 4 children lived with her. 2 boys, a near man of 20, and Emma, a baby girl with the disposition of an angel and startling beauty, often babysat by a nearby Mennonite couple when she was out on the town. She paid little attention to her home and let her children run wild. She did not know where the dreams came from, but she sometimes imagined men exploding into flame, and then the surrounding buildings, sometimes as she stared at them. Perhaps it was their strutting confidence that they belonged and were needed by their place. Women also drew her anger, the ones too assured, too comfortable with this world, going down the road in their cars and thinking everybody waited for them like dogs, tongues all out and fawning. Her imagination was the Old Testament, although she had never read it and had no God. In her nurse's outfit, white stockings, white shoes, she was a form of wreckage too. When she walked away from the old men at Onward, they witnessed the struggle of her rump cheeks in the skirt, and they knew hurt, even terror, and vast pity for themselves. She did not patronize them, never called them sweetheart or boyfriend, these convicts of time. She did not mean to harm them. They were all right, they were reality, they knew their place, deaf and aiming monologues out the window and across the river at Louisiana. The democracy of the pained, the fearful, the unheard. She was gentle and content to be the young beauty among them, on whom they fastened the dopey old fogs of their desire. They knew full well they stood no chance with her, even had their health and worried fortunes caught her attention. She had her man, in fact 2 of them, the Mortimer one and the 60-year-old one who some days quietly drove her away in a restored battleship grey Chevrolet Bel Air from the 50s with its antique tag. He was a recessive man, gentle, and loved that Dee shared his bliss over the oldies from the tinny radio speaker. He had added the FM band just for her. Frank Booth was his name. He wanted old-time dates with Courting and the Moon, and especially the voices of Patsy Cline and Connie Francis, and the heartbreaking teen angel ballads with God and the chapels in them. Things had not prospered for him in his early years, and he wanted the softness and the victory of them now, although he was by no means a failure. He had a jewelry business in Edward just off Highway 20. He did not want to just coo and sigh either. No, he wanted full, half-clothed intercourse with Dee on a lonesome road with high orange moons up there, and her brassiere off and her priceless white stockings. Lover's Lane. He was sworn to this, he was sworn to stolen pleasure, so that God would barely know in the act's hot brevity what might have transpired. Yes, he was strange, but Dee liked the manners and cherished the nights, odd as they were. They made her feel young too. The man Frank, he asked permission to expend himself inside her. asked permission. I'd be hurt if you didn't, she'd say. Not until the evening they happened to sit together and cross napkins in a bar of the casino and became single malt neighbors did they know of the other's existence. It was a meal of crawfish lightly battered and with Chinese red pepper covering the best New York strips from Nebraska. They were having a tankard of Irish tea. This evening had begun early and rather lonesome, and they could not quit drinking. Frank Booth seemed a man of more world than these parts required. He spoke of fine jewelry from his store in Edwards. Mortimer did not know jewelry except in relation to the necks and wrists and ankles of happier sluts, although he had once met up in Water Valley the poor man in a wooden shop who was compelled to make Elvis Presley's Tupelo space clothes and rings and belts and studded capes for his Las Vegas Pathetican. He told this to Booth. Mortimer had never heard of single malt Scotch. No real drinker, he did not understand what improvement single could be over more. He had been to California twice to talk to Larry Flint the pornographer. In his opulent antiqued office, Flint had expressed himself that a woman was the prettiest picture God allowed on this black earth. Mortimer's man had stolen Flint's Lexus SUV and his secretary's Infiniti SUV. Flint was an atheist and Democrat who was scared stupid by snake handlers in Kentucky when he was a tiny lad. Woman, the most exquisite vision in nature, he said. It was odd there was also a Venice, California, with slimy moats or what all in it too. Sea slugs, for God's sake. He did not walk to the ocean. Mortimer and Booth became large in self-congratulations. It was early spring. They discussed life's good old goodness. Then they gave their names. Then they talked about their fine hot women. Both women would lie a little, but that was somehow even more zesty. You had to say that for these days they were living. They had it made. It might not get any better. Mortimer in sympathy imagined this gentle soul Booth with some pliant granny of a girlfriend he thought was a rich find. He noticed the fellow was, well, a tad effeminate. That was fine. All types. This great USA Open for business to even old guys 24/7. He cheered Booth and cheered his own Conway Twitter-faced self. Booth was a Navy veteran, no damn sissy anyway. It was the malt, though, had to be, when Booth told him he was a SEAL in peacetime. His man Lloyd was a SEAL, and Mortimer exercised the courtesy of not mentioning this to the silvery-haired old dreamer. Booth told him his mission was to train violent assault dogs to swim underwater toward Japanese drift net fishermen, the voracious everything-killing nets 50 miles wide in the Gulf of Mexico. Mortimer did not blink. He was just on the brink of handing the keys of his Lincoln Navigator over to his pal to use a week. Let him dream even bigger. Then the name D. Allison came up. The same nurse over at almost the nursing home. Onward, rather. I'm proud to pick such a blossom off that tree, given my years, Booth said. I must have something left because that is one satisfied 36-year-old minx. His new pal blinked and got sober. You say D. Allison, then we both owe her something, Frank. Come on out here to the carport and let's chat on it. He pointed to the Mississippi River when they were outdoors, wide and powerful. Just an old barge road now with its memories. The siege of Vicksburg, Gibraltar of the West, 1864. The flood of 1927. Lanterns on the levee. Oyster barrels from New Orleans and Texas grapefruit up for Christmas plantationers. Mortimer did not know the dates. He did not like history or time. They sat in the behemoth Navigator, large as some fighting machines in Desert Storm. D. Allison should be floating dead down that water right now, he said to Booth. We both guessed we got all of her. We gave her everything. All we had was another cheat. I love her, Frank, if I've ever had love. But she just grabbed for the leavings, likely just for spite of us both. I cannot believe you trained underwater dogs, old man. But I believe you came in, my woman, unless this is a prank. No, it isn't. I forgot your name. Man's my name. Man Mortimer. Means death by sea. Well, this is a shock with D. Just think on this a minute. They talked about the sickening whirlpools down in that river, the Civil War dead in their sniper pits still yearning for a clean headshot on Sherman or Grant. They agreed one expert Navy SEAL sniper could have won the war that month, when slavery would have perished as an institution. It was common wisdom that the South would have given the slaves their freedom the instant they kicked the North's ass, but that the slaves would have chosen to remain. This thought had brought tears to the eyes of many, many old Southern frauds, some of whom still own retarded black men as slaves, retainers, hostelries, cooks, deer dressers. The South was so good. Why was this never discussed? Someone should make an objective documentary, but you couldn't have it now, all this correctness. Was it correct when Dee Allison took your cock in her mouth? Mortimer all of a sudden asked. Frank Booth did not hate Dee Allison, but he was a bit afraid for her now. You aren't talking hurting her, are you, truly? Mortimer said no, probably not. Booth was festering on his nerves. You old queer. You ain't no Navy man, just a jeweler, you lying son of a bitch. A stiletto knife, which he used for a letter opener though mail was rare for him, was tucked in the sun visor, the handle above his right hand. It was a cultural item like from Sicily. It was the first time Mortimer had taken up any deadly weapon. He rammed the stiletto into Frank Booth's left side. This was the side of the liver he thought he recalled from a movie. The liver brought quick death. He did not expect it to go in so smoothly. Booth, he thought, was suddenly a cadaver promptly delivered out of the night. Wet ghoul. Mortimer was up to the hilt in him. He heard the song Mac the Knife in his head. European-like, a jazz killing, so here it was. Or leaving him bad off wounded. Booth was effeminate, but he had been an actual lieutenant. He had known contact with heavy metal. He had swum underwater 10 feet with a knife in his teeth and a Rottweiler right beside him in a scuba mask with a tank on its back for 2 miles. He withdrew the knife from his side and then rammed it right back to its owner, his fingers slipping on the blood of the hilt. His mind was on his own nameless grief, but he was not destroyed. He knew full well where the liver was, and he was in it, he thought. Man Mortimer's belt buckle had bumped the point to a side. The stiletto faced down straight through his root and went then into one testicle, searching the underloin with its needle point. He left it there a while, did Booth, then jerked it back and returned it to the crease of the velvet sun visor where it lived, now bloody but not all that much. Mortimer bawled, then whined. He whimpered. He called to his mother without remembering her first name. Any lumpkin was his daddy, no use here. He couldn't see her or hear her. The last sting to the groin was the worst pain now, beyond the balm of any mother, any history, any face. Booth thought, I split his cock. I didn't need the liver, didn't want it. He's going insane and I can't listen. I hated the Navy. Then he let himself down from the huge navigator, joining a saner planet although garish with lights. Orange, mustard, puce. This paramilitary scout stuff with these people, like they needed another reason to keep one another's hands on their dick and their women, he thought clearly, but Mortimer's pain terrified him. Except for the blood in his jacket pocket, Booth was almost strolling away down the casino esplanade. He called back, I won't be seeing you or your woman again, but I'll have the law and my own gun so far up your ass if you come close to me, you'll want to forget this. Again Mortimer was convinced this was a dream. Dee double-tongued. She would laugh now. He cried in a hard sob. Over his middle age, his former life. Smooth, purposeful, prosperous, sane on the downward slope. Oh mother, mother. He needed to put his head above his sunroof and scream. Call somebody. Eddie Lloyd, Bertha, I got too high. Mother can't see me now. For God's sake, what is a man with no dick? You go to the emergency room now, Vicksburg, and all the Porky and Black Root dye jobs going assembly of God on you at the glass windows, already waiting on you for the paperwork with a Chevrolet dealership cheap-ass ballpoint on a chain. I ain't got any Blue Cross Blue Shield, never had any, never been to that Warren General Hospital but twice when Eddie had the Valium problem and wrecked my Mercedes SUV. The bitch D, giving it up to the old Navy Nancy. Now shall pay. Shelby vomiting my trinkets back to me and signing everyone in blood. Them rotten kids'll pay too. They never took a kind look at me. He walked into the concert side of the casino. Even maimed, he was drawn here. The hot Latin music, now slower, the relaxed crowd. Classier. Softness of just folks and glasses and the slowly turning woman on stage, the coyote. She glistened from a Spanish picture book. It was a family scene. Nobody was hustling, nobody screaming for minutes or colors or change or keno or slots. He wanted to rest here. The Cuban woman sang nearly too well. He wetted up. Tears, blood, pant humidity. What you call the sweat that runs down the crack in your sister-in-law's ass. Relative humidity. The husband saxophonist managed a pleasant reprisal to the misty Cuban ballads his wife sang. She was not just loins and squalling voice box. Were Cubans a race nice folks then? Could she sing while cunniling using new little Marcin, who'd never even thought of a woman that way he could just see it cinema Marcinet knew love. The coyote, whoa what a moment, in the now, baby, in her flimsy skirt and strappy take me now pumps. Hugh Hefner should be stuffed and cornholed, right here, tonight. Chicago ass Rodin in some pageant hailing his revolution set a river on fire in the shape of Rackwell Welch. Larry Flint was more Mortimer's style. Office in a black skyscraper in Los Angeles. The man assured him that none of his women were for said no heroin or cocaine or poverty necessary for a real party girl. Throughout known history, a constant line stood at his door, clamoring to advocate themselves by public acts of eroticism. It was always fresh like a new colony shipwrecked on a far island. The women were like those busty Ph.D. women in rocket ship movies. Present for no clear reason. Otherwise, they had boyfriends and lesbian lovers who respected their power. This wisdom pleased Mortimer, especially as he pictured his fleet of SUVs circling down the counties even to Natchez, New Orleans over to Jackson and Little Rock. These flush homes on the best tires holding any number of men and women in them. The smoked windows behind which would be revealed to what state trooper or Hamlet rubberneck no drugs, no weapons, little cash, the sweetest pop ballad of the minute licking the stereo 4 ways. An urban chauffeur like Lloyd, locked in his seat belt beside Eddie, who could talk chocolate into your ears. Think of the tiny beginnings from that old white hearse and limo rental in Cape Girardeau. A mum and pop affair. 5 girls. He could get tearful about it. Somebody should have taken a picture. They couldn't afford a Polaroid. But now, as a eunuch, what was he to them? Girls smiled over at him. Foxes. Those shoulders, those greedy eyes. Here was Dee sitting at a long table. Dee was surprised to see him sit down at the table, hunched, hushed. The lying horse saw nothing but mirth. She must be drunk, chattering with Melanie Wooten. He knew Dee envied Melanie her natural style and Charity her clothes and carriage. The only mistake he'd made was loving this woman. Before he made his appeal for help and all would change at the table. Yes, they would love to hustle around as Samaritans pushing each other out of the way to help. He could watch a bit longer. The Latin music was soft, the singer pliant, sumptuous. You wish she'd sing that way for you. Her husband now a voice of restraint and muted refrain in answer to her. But he looked like a thin prisoner of disgust. Mortimer continued the casting in his head for a video. You'd take away the oldest here. Not Mrs. Wooten. She still has something that shocks you, that ageless grace, could be the wise elder madam. You couldn't do with a colored veteran John Roman, though. He's got a fine name, but you got no appeal with an older black hero. This man looks like he'd sing Old Man River anyway. It's a family dream here. What men and some women pay for dreams nobody else talks about. You ain't got your odors, your armpits stink. Everything smells like a new car and roses. No birth control, no AIDS, no sad sermonette the next day, no apology, no forgiveness. Nobody gets hurt. You get nasty, but nobody needs to kill or rob for it. This is my country. Mortimer wanted to sing. He hurt so much and he knew it had only begun to grab him, but he wanted to sing. "This is my country," he began. "Land of the free that I love or something." The coyote had quit singing entirely, and they heard this patriotism, absurd, maybe drunken, around the table. He was nobody's friend here. But he knew things, felt them. He knew he had been born without a talent for love. He was not ashamed. You take for starters those orphan girls with their light little neck chains, then you see chains just a little bigger around their wrists, ankles, down their crease. Fairyland bondage, like. Mrs. Wooten and Dee come over to them to explain about being women, easing off their garments, dropping their own, cheerful. Then large Lloyd enters to prove it to both ladies while the girls watch. Eddie in something red and wearing long earrings, and she bathes Lloyd with her tongue. Because she is an older woman too, maybe a widow in the middle of being a mature love acrobat when her husband fell off a barge, and she's been innocently storing all this up. The girls keep being astounded. Dee Allison will then satisfy 3 men at once and then laugh as they shrink out of her. Mrs. Wooten and the silver-haired black woman, Roman's wife, cheering them on with some old island sex law. They take their own pleasure, otherwise it's all queered. The whole thing is about female power, the man is just a friend to it. That's why the Pope and the hair evangelists hate it. It's about Onan, careless with his seed. It's against populating the grimy little flybit species except for them as can appreciate time and flesh and imagination. It's about your high school play and sport, and it don't speak to nothing but itself. You can't tell me who's harmed by it. The internet is okay, but you develop there a lonely murderous kind of nerd who wears a raincoat in his own den, stepping out into the ether thinking it's real, realer than Mom, who he's hammered to death because she wasn't some Power Ranger with tits who makes waffles every day. These people ain't the ones to get me to the hospital, though. Bad choice. Whoa Lloyd, whoa Eddie, come here, get us on out here down the road to Warren General. I've done excited myself. That wasn't the way to go. He rose gingerly and picked his way through to the casino, still patient as a new night watchman, as if he'd never crossed these alleys between the dings and the screaming, the magenta, teal and garnet rugs. Glorified bus station crying havoc. The blackjackers, the 7-uppers and roulette bayers who would have worked the state carnivals in other days with their Chesterfield growls, women and men. He began to cry to himself. The pain. Amid the plurality of pawnshop loiterers, lump and prowls. Like his father's name, Lumpkin. Mortimer gambled, but he never liked it here, even when he won. Too many times he saw the revenants of his parents yanking on the slot arms in wet-mouthed hopelessness. Like outpatients, the fine family locked and loaded to force once more the steely arm of chance. Mississippians were good folks. They gave more in charity than any in the nation. Their hospitality seemed to be state law, and some white folks and black had quite a lot of dough now. Despite their rear-march structures in schools, religion, teenage pregnancy, money and tooth decay, the state was receiving an influx of black families. In flight from the cold north, which had revealed its soul after a century of moral high ground as a paved jungle issuing forth a life nasty, brutish and short. They resettled all the old counties, yet the Delta, richer in soil than the Valley Nile, was poor and home to casinos since the early 90s. But in these poor counties there was other charity, in the form of suicide, often by cop. The lost soul saying, "I cease bothering, sweep me out." The river awaited nearby, as much death as life. Several hanged themselves in prison, in drunk tanks. One man slit his wrists in a dumpster behind a Hardee's because the food was so bad and its black and white teenage staff did little but carry on a race war over its microphones. He left a note to this effect. Then there was just the sorriness. Was it modern times a Jackson policeman named McJordan shot 2 small pet dogs within 2 weeks. One was loose on its owner's land. The other 15-pounder yapping in the policeman's driveway he claimed was threatening his wife. Did he mean to announce that he was such scum that he must be annihilated by any dog-loving rifleman in this state? McJordan was found to be within the law. He was back on the force, armed. Even Mortimer wondered if the cop was something newborn from science, and Mortimer had no feeling for dogs. Large Lloyd vowed to destroy McJordan, but he was intellectual and was taking his time planning the torture. What Mortimer suddenly shouted above all the noise, the croupiers, the money changers. He had been dreaming, was losing blood. Just then Mortimer saw Egan the minister in the aisles and was about to pronounce him a hypocrite to his face until he saw the fellow's mission. Egan was in motorcycle boots, the keys to many churches and their basements on a ring at his belt. He was handing out business cards. Stared at Mortimer as he gave him one. "You said in your sermon you know me." "But Reverend, I think it's me that knows you." It dawned on Mortimer, seeing Egan up close, that this boy had driven the car with the woman and her boy in the trunk. He did not know where it was driven, didn't want to know, but he loved to feel the kudzu, the cane, the palmettos, the lesser Amazon bracken, the pastels, the bayous and the creeks and oxbows all around him here these 7 years. To know her and her infanticide would stay in undergrowth, underwater, or, surviving that, would have been eaten by good time and its best friend, decay. He decided right then that the schoolteacher in the trunk must have been a dyke. He understood he was sane too for not hugging nature and mostly spitting at it, wishing more of it was a rug and smelled like new cars. He was satisfied that he had never caught a largemouth bass or even thrown at one. Just the way they said Elvis was proud of never writing a song. "No, I know you," said Egan very loudly. Mortimer was not aware of others in the casino. "Egan, my holiness," he erupted as if with a thought roaring straight out of his gonads, lost in hurt. "There are near 1 million coyotes in this state. What the hell's happening? All this stuff with eyes was crawling around the bodies in the trunk. Or it might be in the ocean. This boy Egan, the Good Shepherd, once beat up women." "You're wicked all the way through," Egan said. "Another day I'd already have jacked up a switchblade to your throat and you'd be forgetting you look like Conway Twitty." Mortimer understood from his own grimmer days that it was not good to beat up women you thought weakened by speed and heroin. He understood this the afternoon he hit an almost giant girl with superb legs messed up on everything. Had never heard of some of the chemicals, and this girl beat him mercilessly. She was pure girl but could look done for when really she had another whole tank left. "It's Fabian, boy," he rallied. "You might have once looked like Fabian. Not no more." This assertion made Mortimer angry, but then he felt sick over the whole night and small, very weak with the pain of monsters. Maybe he was in adrenaline shock. His legs sought a ladder of escape where there was none. He read the card in his hand quickly. "If you are here, you are in trouble. Many have died here, lost from both mother and Christ our Lord Jesus. This is hell, friend. Let me take you toward a happy world, the Byron Egan Ministries. In front of you as you stand." Mortimer was filled with sorrow and pity for this boy and for himself. "I believe," said Egan, "you are hurt, my man." Gold teeth, the brown but graying ponytail, the black tattoo of the cross on his cheek. "I am hurt, Egan. Would you take me to Warren General Hospital, would you? I came for no other purpose." Egan, not young anymore either, set a stack of his cards on the roulette table behind him. They walked out and rose into Mortimer's behemoth Lincoln Navigator. Egan drove. Mortimer saw by the dashlight that his car was very bloody on the seats, the carpet, even the visor where Booth had put the stiletto back. He asked Egan if he'd like him to put on a religious station. Egan said no. When he worked with evil, he worked with evil. Brother Egan. Man Mortimer rethought this. Little cousin Egan, Byron Egan. I never had the time to be good. You understand me, something pushed me. I never liked it, but something always pushed me. Like Elvis, Twitty, George Jones. I feel uglier than Jones right now. But let me tell you, you ever write any songs or a book? No, friend. I don't believe in it. Believe well you wouldn't, I guess. I just say to you, for me I'm happy I never wrote a song or any book. I did the world the grace of keeping my no talent mouth shut and my fingers quiet. The first good thing I know about you, whore trader that used to be Fabian. Books are a very mortal sin. Books are not wrote by the Christly. I got no idea why a writer of a book should have respect, or even get the time of day unless he's a prophet. It's a sign of our present day hell. Books, think about it, the writer of a book does envy, sloth, gluttony, lust, larceny, greed or what? Oh, vanity. He don't miss a single one of them. He is a peeping Tom, an onanist, a busybody, and he's faking humility every one of God's minutes. Especially those Christian ones that write about lawyers or accountants killing each other. That's a sermon, boy. Well done. Drive on, my good man, drive on. 4. D. Allison's sons Isaac and Jacob were 9 and 10, but they already wanted a car, and they planned to take some orphans from the camp on a ride within the year. The car appeared one afternoon in June standing dry out of a former deep bayou that disappeared in a sinkhole. The earth opens and water goes downward in 5 or 6 seconds and you have a hole where a pond was or a service station. Florida, because of its vast underground riverine passages, is first in sinkholes, but in other states wet over long periods you will hear of trailer homes, and a few times fishermen blandly working a pool, suddenly disappearing and the soil grey as lunar earth within the week. The Allison boys had found the car all bare in the hole yesterday on the back edge of the insane Irish ex-priest's land, with one of the priest's dogs messing around it in high anxiety. The car seemed to be a vintage something none of them had seen in person, but it was 1.5 tons of rust mange in a coupe shape when they found it. They very much wanted this for their teenage car, the boys, and their older brother, Spence, who did not confess it. You had the sense you could chip it out like a hunk of Osher marble and release a beauty within. Isaac and Jacob did not care who they stole from, and they were also used to obtaining things just by guileless asking. But Carl Bob Feeney was an unbound hermit anxious to fire on trespassers. He loved his Irishness, had always been lonesome, and he compared himself to the expatriate atheist writer Samuel Beckett. He was given to patrolling the woods, as at this moment, with a .22 Magnum rifle, along with his dogs. There were 8 of them, pound dogs ill-used by deer hunters who'd run them for a season and then deserted them. When Feeney found them, they were feral and starved and had battled coyotes much more sophisticated and swift. Now they were merely loud and always in trouble. Not so much treeing creatures or baying at the moon or pursuing trespassers as rediscovering one another, beasts they seemed never to have encountered on this baseball field-sized domain before, and beginning blind fights all over again. Most dogs do not have much recall or shame about recent hostilities. These dogs appeared not to recall other dogs as a possibility. Today the boys had brought Spence and his friend Harold Laird, who had such a sick crush on their mother. He fixed engines, but his main vocation was waiting for her to turn up from work in Mortimer's gift, the Range Rover, used and hunter green, and emerge from it in her white stockings and wary boredom. Harold could fix anything to run, like Ulrich's lost jet ski, given a strong limb and a chain and another working vehicle. He would show them the ropes once the thing was started. He owned a rugged high-horsepower ATV that they all sat on now, soberly driving short distances with a good muffler so Feeney wouldn't hear them. The ex-priest's ears were not that good, anyway, from alcohol and heavy metal music. Soundgarden, Motorhead, Ack, Black Sabbath, Marilyn Manson, the forgotten Irish rappers House of Pain. He may have stolen from the collection plate to buy the vast stereo system of 150 wattage that he and his nephew Egan thoroughly enjoyed. The late 70s and 80s brought on the music of the homicidal charge, a home war after the lost war of Vietnam. This is the land of Visigoths, Picts, Celts, Zulus, Huns, Indians, Scots, Vikings and Tripoli Corsairs, with many substrata of Mongols, Banditos and racial Marines in a polyglot of fierce challenges. The ex-priest himself had been chaplain to the Marines in Korea and still believed them the toughest armed force in the history of the world. What other kind of music was inevitable for these people? The armed services know it is classical and employ it freely. and civilians dressed in the GI black t-shirt with something nasty printed on it, hair long behind, short at the sides, greasy blue jeans and jackboots tougher than anything they might wear them to do, which is mostly listening to heavy metal and imagining a horde assault against dance majors and carrying off their willing women on their shoulders. The little boys joined the ex-priest in this enthusiasm unknowingly. Harold had gotten them small t-shirts to match their long hair behind. One shirt read, "The shit in my ear, were you saying something?" The other, on the 9-year-old, said, "If you ain't a hemorrhoid, get off my ass." These shirts were made for car drivers. The problem of claim on the car might not be a problem. Who owned a sinkhole below the land after all? But less clear was whether the car was on Feeney's land or the disused grounds of the orphans' camp. They did not intend to ask the couple who owned and ran the camp. This fragile team stayed on Mars, it seemed to the boys, and discipline was so loose that they had seen many an orphan in Redwood and even Bovina when Harold took the family out to eat. They smoked and purchased naked muscle women magazines, but most of them were nice enough, good playmates. They liked heavy metal too. The ultimate goal of most heavy metal rockers is to catch a sensitive wretch such as Michael Stipe of REM alone in a cow pasture and drive over him in a raid of motorcycles and war Rottweilers. The priest was quiet, however, like Beckett, and organized Gothic invasions of the Vatican itself in his mind when the hard stuff was on. He was in the woods with his rifle now, and he did not know what his dog was into. He could swear he heard bursts of grumbling heavy metal in the woods down to the east. He walked slowly, smoking players one after the other, hungover on cold 45 malt liquor, a can of which was cold in his pocket for the moment of necessity. The boys went straight to work. They were going to ask the priest about the car but decided not to because nobody knew quite how seriously to take the .22 Magnum. Feeney had shot nothing yet but a yard jockey he had stolen down the lake from the lawn of white people he detested. His nephew Egan had tried to take the gun away from him, but he would have had to take on a whole fresh paranoia, a job close to sweeping out a large hospital. Egan would lecture the old man patiently. Except for the idea of his trespassed land, his uncle remained still an ethical Christian without want or hope for material. Even his alcoholism could be moderate, leaving the juice alone 3 straight days with no real sickness. Egan held up his prized old switchblade with the Mexican flag colors one afternoon and offered to throw it as far out in the woods as he could if his uncle would throw that rifle the same. There was still much Goth in Egan, he knew it. He did not think Christian heavy metal was possible, only heavy metal. But it might be the music of Christ's deepest anger with the whip against the money changers in the temple. The next trip to the lodge, he saw the old man had brought the rifle back in and had a whole new box of shells for it, polishing them, as no sane rifleman ever did. Some of the dogs were going unfed. They urinated and excreted in the hallways. Egan was worried sick about the sanitation and even more about the fellow shooting an orphan or some other child around the land. Somebody just fishing for crappie in the grotto pond, one of the prettiest natural spring pools he'd ever seen, where Christ Jesus might have knelt in his loneliness for solace from the ailing masses and baffled disciples. Egan was going to have to put his uncle in onward, but Egan had no money and the church had stopped its insurance for the old man. There was nothing. Egan had sold his own Harley Softal, an act that broke his heart. The IRS had taken his Triumph Tiger. He had an old Nissan and no more credit at the hardware store to fix the lodge or his 3 churches. No more credit at the Robert E. Lee Motel, where they had cut him a nice break by the month. His wife had left him for another Christian biker who still had his Harley, brand new at $22,000, $5,000 more in leather bags and honcho seat and tank, very righteous. Egan was looking at nothing but a Last Supper. He had only $100. Without the good gas mileage of the ancient Nissan, he could not have made it to Yazoo City. He loved to go there to visit the grave of an old pal of his, the writer Willie Morris, who had kidded him once with the question, if you were 4th and 15 on your own 1-yard line in the last 30 seconds of the game, would Jesus know what to do? Egan had laughed wildly. Of course, bomb to Peter. No other choice. Peter dropped the ball for Christ at the crucifixion, my friend, said Morris. That's why he ain't ever going to drop one again, Willie. The past weeks, the weather come over his own grave now. Egan thought deeply of killing the both of them, nephew and uncle, with the gun. But he couldn't. He was not good enough to see God yet, and the old man was worse. An alternative had presented itself, but Egan was not ready to admit it. Feeney's dogs were all over the trunk, and the boys had to kick them back. But the Lord smiled on them then. They heard the old man go back to his lodge, called loudly by his nephew, who had a new car in the drive. A big shiny luxury SUV. Harold always had the tools. He was from an old stripe, those who fixed everything broken in history. You do not understand how they carry the right tools in those thin white overalls, but they were there around the P-51s and C-47s in the big one. Nobody cared about them but the flyers who knew. Such a mechanic was Harold. He popped the trunk and pulled up the lid, and the two boys and Spons ran backwards like hares through tall grass and bushes. So fast they were out of sight, and Harold was left caught in a cloud of rot, so bad he thought these things in the trunk were huge dead catfish for a minute. They went, and he got back quickly too. Missouri tag. Who would leave the tag? Only a drugged idiot, the man who was now walking swiftly through the 4 acres of trees and fronds, having heard noise. He held his uncle's rifle. The mother and child were collapsed in soured meat. So vile they arose with smell and commenced being skeletons almost instantly. To Harold they seemed to sigh while doing it. The boys had come back to within 50 feet. This bitch in car's older'n me, said Harold. Sorry for cursing, boys. Ransom, said Spons. How you know their name? The smaller boy asked. Ransom is a thing, dickweed. Somebody kidnapped these two and held them out for ransom but cheated and killed them or nobody paid. These folks is ours, said the older child. What could you pissants do with them old folks? The children began to behave as interns of science, walking and thinking, not too close to the trunk yet but seeing the car might be saved. That is a mother and child. You could boil them bones so they not putrid and set them up with wires and it would be a family, him Jesus the baby and her Mary at Halloween, and you could have Christmas both. They start Christmas the day after Halloween at Big Mart anyway, said Harold. But what you mean, where would you have them? Like on a float in a parade, or you could make that car into a convertible if the top's not no good and ride them in the backseat. Why, who the hell would be looking? To scare em. You mean the man that did this, if it is a man. Well, him too, but he'd be dead too, wouldn't he, if he was older than this car or you, Harold? You boys ever hear of Sherlock Holmes? No. Well, you ain't him. You got your detective work running around the barn to hump itself. This speech by Spons made Harold very uncomfortable. Despite the t-shirts, he was on a new program to stop using the little bad language he did. He wanted to be an influence on these children, in hopes of giving D another one someday. Egan looked on from the last strand of scrub pine and winter wheat. My God, if I run them off and get that tag. If I can even make myself do that. You go through life asking when do I use the rifle. These boys aren't even trespassing. The thing is, I could kill myself after I crawl in the trunk with that pair, if they would leave and give me enough time. What they want is that car. All the rest is my hell, not theirs. It is this far I am now from my Christ. Take me back. Or forward. There ain't no standing here, Lord. I just as much as slaughtered Mary and child 7 years ago. When man Mortimer got out of the hospital, he wasn't through hurting for a good long while and was almost a man. But then he watched his only video and felt the stirring of loin sympathy and was mildly satisfied. He drove to Monroe, Louisiana in Egan's old Nissan, ordered a meal at a drive-in, which he never did because he might be seen patronizing one of these things, and when the car waiter came out with the chili dog and Diet Pepsi, Mortimer reached out the window as if to offer the boy a long column of change, but it was a box cutter instead. He cut down the whole length of the kid's forearm, which caused him to shriek and almost faint, scattering the food. Mortimer drove off hastily and left behind smudges of the Nissan's old tires. Last night at one of his homes, the big 50s ranch-style one, he had watched on his large flat-screen Philips television the film clips and recitation of a minister. A curious breed of faith, perhaps not even Christian. Why do people look for science fiction, and signs of the end? Why do they seek the revelation of the apocalypse here and there and chant the old chants of the coming of the Antichrist? The Four Horsemen science fiction has already been had, fools. It was the Battle of Kursk, German tanks against Russian tanks, 57 years ago. It was Leningrad, Stalingrad, Moscow, Berlin. Idiots, what does it take? A sock in the jaw for you to get it that the forces of darkness fought then the Antichrist on both sides. Piss on Star Wars. Nothing touches WW2 for science fiction and Wasteland. What else do you need? Can't you see that things are better now that the prophets are winning more battles? Where they are losing is at home. Plenty and boredom, and people are killing because they got, get this, no other imagination. And you have Mormons. For God's sake, what the hell is that? And who, by the way, is president of this spacewalk? You got any idea? You got a TV, don't you? I thought so. You don't have a clue in hell who our president or his wifeness are. Now that's some science fiction. Our president will never kill himself, but if he did, as he ought, he would wonder who was performing the act. And our First Lady would name a different murderer 3 days running. Is this what the School of Yale does for people, my aching ass? Give me Harry Truman from our worst community college. Head beyond the roll, there at last. Shut up. Mortimer thought he himself was the point of this address, that he was still suffering from a dizziness rushing from the nads. Behind the man, pictures of Nazis and Russians blowing each other apart in the cauldron kept running, and one of the Russian soldiers in the bowl-shaped helmet looked a great deal like him. This man was directing fire and using binoculars near artillery pumping up and down in a plain of mud. The man looked like the singer Fabian, but stealthy and gung-ho, as if he had stumbled into an important movie. The afternoon after his work at the Monroe Drive-In, Mortimer was still in Egan's car, a blue thing going for a record in mileage and fading. He was not sure why he had traded cars, but now he was glad for the incognito and ease of parking. He had a feeling he would get more hooks into Egan yet. He parked under a century oak curved over the drive at Onward. He waited until the hour satisfied him and went around back. When he looked inside the door, he was clear. There was nothing to hurt in the first room, just chairs and a blood pressure cuff. In the next, however, was a nice cabinet with all of Melanie Wooten's glass animals in a miniature African plains scene, done with extraordinary patience and care. Giraffes, wild beasts, tigers, lions, monkeys, panthers, elephants. He picked up the whole scene in the swat of green burlap and crushed it under his Johnson Murphy wing-tip loafers. He had dust and glass specks on them now. He heaved up the sack and set it as a bag of trash, matchstick trees, shoe-dye water holes, on the cabinet where it had waited for the patients to enjoy. Then he slipped out the back, just about on the spot where nap time at almost there was done. Much dither broke out on the discovery of the animals soon afterward. Melanie came in for her readings while it was going. She didn't want this, but one of the elderly patients had already called the sheriff's office by the time Melanie arrived. Dee Allison awoke without actually sleeping, as she often did. "Number 1, Mrs. Wooten," she told Melanie, "I have no idea who did this. But the sheriff is not going to come out about a case of smashed glass animals." "Oh, I know." I'm embarrassed. He can't be that bored. Who would even take the time to do this? "I don't know anybody who would even come here on purpose," said Dee. "But the sheriff did come out. He had a good build and short hair, and when he neglected to modulate his voice did not sound even remotely southern. Delaware, maybe. He admitted he liked espresso very much and was pleased there was a machine here, along with very modern books on all subjects: weight loss, sexual improvement, racy novels. Bleden's huge child psychology tome if they were my child. The sheriff's name was Faisto. He performed in plays with the Vicksburg Theatre League and had never played a lawman even when he was in college in Mexico. D. Allison had not seen his television meditations on the law and the world on the evening news each Saturday night, but he did have a presence. They said he was new breed, this young high sheriff of this Aquina County. He knew, or talked anyway, psychology and the demographics of crime. This is the work of a teenager who may be having early bursts of schizophrenia. Most likely. I'll get prints, but it won't lead anywhere, I'll bet. The girl won't even remember doing it, I'd guess. Tragic. We had a boy in a youth group when I was young. We all went to the circus, but he attacked the bedroom of our den mother and tore it to shreds. He didn't know why. We surely didn't. Had been urged to go to the circus with us. He was quiet, tall, barely whispered. The attack was his language. I'll never forget him. Dylan Brad. A girl why asked a man in a wheelchair. He had a deep crush on Melanie Wooten and was the angriest of all. The temperament. This was meant to inflict the most hurt on something delicate and painstaking and artful. A more feminine principle. If she had any intentions at all outside of fury. I think so. It took preparation. D. Allison was very attracted to the sheriff, who was 36. When he slipped back and forth from southern to east coast accent, she felt at home. She was good at her work that way. She spoke illiteracy and literacy depending on the patient. They had all kinds at Onward now, even Vietnamese, Cuban, Korean, Pakistani. The ones who first owned the tourist courts had gotten old right along with the rest. There were the few vicious hicks too, of course, who had never had a right day and intended to live until they found one. Faisto looked directly at Dee's bosom and blinked in approval without being coarse. But he returned his look to the victim here, Melanie, and held up an uncrushed zebra figure, crystalline and delicate. This is art. It is precious, priceless. So we are talking sacrilege of a sort. There may be even religious overtones. What an ass. Dee thought of another nasty t-shirt she had ripped off her son and scolded Harold for, which made him beg and beg forgiveness. He had not read it, bright white against black, medium size. But it belonged on a bumper sticker. If I had wanted to hear an asshole I would have farted. It seemed appropriate now. The ex-Dr. Raymond was having tenderer moments with his wife Mimi Suarez, and she was learning to love the big cottage. Now she knew that animals listened when she sang on the back stoop because she saw them hearkening. Once 2 little boys were hidden doing the same thing. The boys were in love. It was a difficult love somewhere between the need for an actual mother and the affection a pagan yard ape might have for the Madonna, with the delicacy of all women's laps and breasts. The voice was what brought it all together, though, the night when they first saw her and she didn't see them, out under a wild magnolia with its pod mulch underfoot, and she was bare-breasted. In no boastful way, no criminal way, no way wicked. Because who would she be seducing? Max Raymond no longer liked to think of himself as a former doctor at all. He had met and chatted with a real doctor, Harvard, many times, and he understood that much of his life consisted simply of a failure to fail. Now he was a saxophonist and bad poet. He thought more and more of his mother, was working on writing about her. Most thoughts that were any good, he recalled, were merely getting frank with an ancient truth. His mother was a powerful Baptist who thought constantly of the Lottie Moon mission and its Chinese orphans. His father was a former gunner on a battle cruiser in the Pacific, but his anguish over this remained in the form of absence. Not drink or drugs, certainly not psychological trauma, but a refusal to be anywhere much if he was not firing a gun at a zero, the height of his life and the depth of it too. He had been aired out by a halo of lead, and his steps on this earth were light. He was not big and muscular. He remained spidery like a distance runner or a tall jockey. Ma was navy too. That burnt leather voice. She supped on old golds, Fatimas. Smoke ran out of her like a bomb ship. She had mated twice, bringing forth Raymond and his brother. By her will, Max arrived 10 months after conception. Of average height, although a little thin, he was born discouraged. Too big for grade school, then suddenly too small for life, he felt. Raymond's mother would grab him by the throat when he was a lad. Love the Lord, you little nit. Ma, these swimming trunks are too big. Excuse me, but I am feeding the heathen orphans of the world. What is your difficulty now? I was sent to my room to beg the Lord to have me, Raymond wrote, hitting whiskey straight from the bottle, but only twice an hour. When Ma got the sad fairy organist at the church fired, she said, what he is stays between him and his Lord. But his music blent poorly. It was the movies A Mighty Fortress, The Life of Luther, Ben-Hur, The Robe and others she approved. Then, for myself, I slumped to the old Royal Theatre in Jackson to see the vampire films and their women breathy and innocent in their nightgowns. Like a pink supper in the rainy Carpathians. I had a mental woman, imaginary I mean, who wrote me letters from Dracula's castle, surrounded by her friends, the beauties from the Bible movies, also almost naked and looking down at their Jew sandals. My replies to them would do whole peoples in. I've had it with them. My dears, the French must die. I didn't have much left for the local girls except Ruthie, a majorette, who slapped me for my thoughts and told Ma, now small and whispering like a husk in the wind. She forgave me because Ruthie wore her legs bare, spangled and strutting like a field slut. It was staggering what a humanist Ma became when Pa stepped out the last step. Her mercy took on the softness of a hound's ears. I don't know if this was love or only understanding. Now that you're dead, I have your life to play with, Ma, Mary Perkins, Raymond, and forgive me for it. Guide my mercy. Endlessly rocking, and she died. She did so much good she was never bored until the time of her final sweetness. Ruthie did love Ma and her memory. It was not this writer but Ruthie who put flowers on Mother's grave once a month. I brought along a cup of steaming coffee from the truck stop for her tomb, unable to think of much else she enjoyed but cigarettes and orphans and Baptists, and Pa with his own tomb right beside her. I believed he had missed so many Japanese with his gun back in the 40s that, disheartened, he could not smell the roses, could not find the silver lining. I did not know a firm thing about him. A near acquaintance of his informed me that Pa was stone deaf from cannon every minute he knew me. I always thought he was a mystic. He couldn't hear, he didn't want to see us, he ranged solitarily I still don't know where. The money he returned with, it smelled like dogs sometimes. I did not throw myself on Ma's tiny form in the coffin, but I wanted to. They keep you so far away with that last taxidermy. So much I had not done for her, never mind her orphans overseas. I was now 45, married twice. But I was still a boy in some kind of trouble in the room, needing to pray for myself in a smaller room, needing to regret this worm of me. I lost my bones, it felt like. They had spilled clicking around my shoes. But I was not given to histrionics, as Ruthie was, her whom I never married, regardless of all her postures. Ruthie sinned again and again, and cheated at cards, even stole cattle, deceived her boys and her husbands. Then she would pick her Sunday and appear in a small church where theatre had never been. She was now sorry in public for everything, in a new meek dress accenting nothing, from her mid-heeled sensible shoes. I have sinned in automobiles, airplanes, under trestles, in warm ponds with cattle watching. This was partly liquor, that liar, or the chemical cocaine, that serpent. I was Jezebel who fell out of her window onto the street and the dogs licked up her blood. I have betrayed my marriage, over and over. I played all evil rock bands that there are on the stereo, at deafening volume. Lie-nerd, sky-nerd. Can you call this life everything she should have whispered, she yelled. The churchgoers were cowed. Small children laughed or applauded. Christ loved sinners so, better than the pious, she went on. He loved the hot blood that flowed under his cool fingers. Ched brought her own sermon and redemption with her. I barely realized I was mad for her. There was a time, very tender, when that was possible. Just as John Roman is mad for Chet Baker, who was made for love and for horn, Chet at the end with toothless bony soul, fell out of a window and died, I think, after being everything God gives a man. He never played the horn loud, never. Never showed off. What an ear. No running around jagged, like me, he was mad for love. To be more like Chet Baker in my heart. My good Christ, give me talent please, no more art. I loved Ruthie. I was a success, but wrongly, deeply. Each year there was a new record of giving to the Lottie Moon Mission Fund led by my mother. And I needed an appointment with Dr. God, as the Oak Ridge boys sang. The better part of my malformation was my own. Beyond the saxophone I had no dreams. Well, a few cigarettes and looking out the window. I wondered what my essence was all through med school, as if I had one. Then the Peace Corps and back like a lost hound to the delinquent Ruthner, the hospital bed, the narcotic line. She now called herself Ruthner of the suburb Rathnar. What in my glassy delirium to do except begin dating her? But is there anything wronger than your young daydreams coming true? Her man Harb got into a wreck. Harb, his woman and car stolen and defaced. And Harb striking me, the last blow an upcut right through. He began hitting me in the face right then in the hospital, where I worked but was currently a patient on fluids. Now was I sorry I had run with Ruth. The Harb was a small man even at bedside. Harbison, I appealed to his better nature. Such names as they give down here, they make you desist when you call them out. Have patience, man, I pleaded with him. I'm already in pain every minute. She hurt me too, remember, would you like a high heel in your ass in your dead mother's bed? While she spoke, standing over me, in some unknown tongue of lechery. There's no use looking like me, she said, if you ain't going to act it out. Her old lover Cruz was showing off his mangled leg in the parlor and collecting pills from visitors far counties away. This was Ruthner's infamy. Nobody wanted to miss her next spree. It might be her last. There is no doubt I carried my same love for her straight to Mimi Suarez, my coyote. But Mimi is innocent. The band was playing at Newbies in Memphis, and I had to have her. I was mainly good, I thought. I was no longer a racist. I knew I could exceed their saxophonist simply in pure fury. Yet I disliked most people. If diseases could come attached to something like an ambulant dummy, I might still be a doctor. But her hair meant more to me than, well, there was Malcolm in the way, and I took more than his spot in the band. Few liked me at first with my hunching toward the coyote as she drove her hips. You can play a lot of jazz in a mambo, actually begin lessons and finish right on the spot, which is jazz. But I opened my eyes to find myself on her horn grinding away on her thighs. She moved away, threw out her brown arms to howls of execration from the front row and farther back. I was middle-aged, that was the main horror, but women often like a mean man. Those women who write to killers in prison. It must be for those punks like writing a letter to God. Mean is the diploma of the artist. I was an alleyway myth, but I strutted. She may have married me out of fatigue. When my thrusting on the stand, a dreadful thing to behold, became lawful, my fans thought me lessened. But I was good. I swallowed the horn during my feud with music. Mimi screaming like a cat in a bath, but with actual talent. I had friends, and they had solid names like Jim, Whit and Alexander, and only one of them asked to borrow money. Well, two. One had designs on the coyote, the way he grabbed her and lurched at her rear. Lucky I was middle-aged and beyond jealousy. I have left out almost all of life that's beautiful. It's small acts of kindness. The peer crowd over there who invite me in a little more every time I go to fish. Mimi Suarez almost eternally at ease. The small fame you can get by practicing some dumbish thing over and over. The sleepy awe of these grounds and lake and house. The evil I feel close at hand to know I am alive. The evil thereby. I must see the devil at hand. Then Christ. Spons Allison and Sydney Fart came across each other in the Elder Fart's bait store. Food, engines, devices. 2 base boats, wrecks in progress on trailers on the west side, 2 gas pumps out front. The last of the black and white televisions over an open drink and meat locker. A fine greasy television, studded high on the wall, under which the sullen could eat a dawn-prepared heat-lamped meat in a roll swamped in mustard, mayonnaise, ketchup. Except for the bait, an excellent beer from a microbrewery in Louisiana was the only item of real quality. The coffee was bad, the standard for parsimony and contempt at fuel stops. Even fresh in the prelight of dawn. 2 tables. Pepper Fart charged 50 cents to sit and eat there if you did not buy grub at the store but ate your own and needed only a drink. The television was free. This bothered Pepper a little. He would rather have put blindfolds on the mere loiterers he suffered around his linoleum. Sydney was only 15 years younger than Pepper, his father. But he was in far worse shape. They were scions of a pusillanimous French line, too lazy and ignorant to anglicize their name in a pleasant manner, and they had been laughed at plenty by squires and rootless trash both, and even blacks. In the matter of blacks, Pepper's hatred of everything was so full it left nothing over for racial distractions. He looked at all the same, his eyelids raised only a bit as if asking silently, why in hell were you born to trouble me? His being 88 now should have made him resent the hip-hop throbbing from the cars of the Bloods out at the gas pump while they came in for a beer. But for Pepper it was only another small pestilence, like his son, 73 with shingles and in chemotherapy and radiation, always threatening pneumonia, sent to plague Pepper by the same overlord who had vexed him always. Pepper looked awful, but he was in good health except for wear and the scholar's spinal curve he had gotten behind the counter, despising the chore of making change. Many of the prices in his store were rounded to the higher figure for this reason. Change was precious and his arms were feeble holding it, and he had to fight going higher by a dime on all his goods. Spons Allison, matched with Harold Laird, was in the alley of the tinned meat, saltines, fireplugs and prophylactics and salt and coffee. When they collided, Sydney coiled and puked a bright yellow line that never even made an arc before it smacked Spons in the cheek. Ho dog it, the boy was amazed. Gravy ran down his eyes and dripped in a beard off his face. Sydney still drooled in a lip-wide stalactite down his own chin. He was undergoing stress, a rapid melancholy that overcame him once he had vomited on another person. This thing wanting out of him so quickly, like a hot weasel in a tube. Old Pepper, behind the counter near the screen door, raised his hooded scowl. Last night he had seen a mother and baby skeleton in one of the ruined base boats, he thought, and heard her scurrying off through the edge of his porch light into a stony field. He did not credit it fully, but neither did he tell anybody, because his son wanted this store and Pepper knew it, and he would give no psychiatric evidence against himself, else the sheriff or onward might be called. He enjoyed a beaked scowl now before the odor hit him, over that of weltering meat under the lamps nearby. He almost smiled. His boy was staggering out from the mouth of his premium aisle, now toward all the bright spinnerbaits and bush hogs and jigs, the solid wrappers like Picasso, the sluggos, the salty worms, the wobbling deep-running torpedoes, the high-tech sonic ones that rattled and rolled. The single fishing video entitled You Are in the Wrong Place. A wet boy behind Sydney. Sydney had not apologized, and the boy was stunned by this discourtesy. But Sydney feared a second eruption, and so did his father. Others wanted him out of the store too. But the Allison boy now held him across his neck. He demanded some acknowledgement. All his working life Pepper had sold instruments of violence against fish and game and some people. He had war surplus bayonets from Korea, but he had never struck his son, wife or enemies. He was too remote in his hatreds for this. He would have shot his son just then if he had owned the energy. He did hiss as Spons rode the seed of his lap out into the porch. Here now, called Harold Laird. He was a born remonstrator. This old man vom on me. Sick, you sons of bitches, don't you see, swore Sidney, then threw out his arms to free himself. His long-sleeved shirt was spotless, the drool gone. He seemed hardly involved. He walked over to the end of his car and, breathless, looked upward dead on at the sun. Now he was a blind old puke and swore again. By God, you're stunk out, said Harold to Spons. You ain't aiming to get in my ride? Fataway Laird had a nice old Camry. He had left Herman's the last year and never looked back, except to retrieve his four-wheel ATV and tools. Tell you what, I'm standing here waiting on a goddamn explanation. Or manners at least. Old man, don't you want to tell him something? Sidney turned away from them toward the horizon. Shingles, colon cancer, psoriasis, mouth ulcers, dysentery. In his mind these old friends called out to his young tormentors. All right then. Here. Spons walked up to Sidney in the gravel lot and hit him in the right jaw with a quick roundhouse left, then knelt in pain himself for the damage to his hand. He might never work on that side of his body again. Pepper was in the door watching. He was satisfied. Sidney was out cold or stunned, but he still stood, arms at hips. It was an awful thing to watch a sick old man slugged. The boys were uncomfortable. One was in severe pain. So they entered the car, which was suddenly irreal, out of all space and time, hurtling fast to nowhere with its points of chrome light on the hot blue wall of sky. Nobody came near Sidney, no customers, not Egan the preacher, with his own problems and oblivious. It was Egan's habit to purchase one pack of Camel Straights, light and smoke one, then throw the rest of the pack in the road as a sign of his conversion and for good luck. Cigarettes were 3.20 a pack. He was deciding, needing a smoke badly. Sidney spoke. Well then, I can make other things die. He staggered back up the steps of the bait store. Packer, give me a pack of 22 long rifle hollow points. The Winchester. Not the cheap stuff. Pepper handed on the little box without comment. There were many snakes around, but he didn't care about that either. The boys did not feel right. Bereft, divested, exasperated into sickness from the old man. It hit almost immediately. They drove in circles, then they walked that way. It ain't been right since them skeletons. Them kids loose with them. Spons was irritated at Harold for wiring the skeletons together for his brothers. You promising that car to them. We made a deal, a square deal. Remind me, genius. They would pay on the installment when they could. Or get parts for me as they found them. I stink. Don't I know it? I'm sick myself, son. I'm sick as a dog hair. But what do you get if you keep taking us all out to eat at night? Steak and ale, red lobster. I'm too sick to talk food. Or, the deal that had been struck without Spons's knowledge was that the little boys would persuade their mother to put out to Harold, and then Harold would become their father in the proper way after a divorce from their gone father. I can still afford it. Mechanics is big money if you get serious, which I have been since 11 and started smoking then too. I quit the smoking, you notice. The swearing too. But you ought to get a new hairdo. That one's too college. You don't know but what I might go on up to Ole Miss or Southern, even state if I'm good enough. Your own mother went to a Jackson nursing college. High education's in your blood, son. I remember that too over there. A good un. I didn't notice a heck of a lot right before we found the skeletons, and the car came with it. You got a rust bucket. And the bullets in they's head. Them skeletons belong to the law, here. The law didn't care to find them, did it 7 or 8 years. And that car ain't rusted that deep. You just can't see the form like I can. How long till you get it running? 17 years. They said teenage car, Hare joked. They would have laughed but they were too sick. Then they got back in the car and drove some more. Sometimes, in fact usually, a man had to just burn gas. Let the big dog eat. They wanted to drive across the Vicksburg bridge for no reason except to change states, but they were too sick and had to come back home. Hey, you ain't given Dee the prize yet. That make her. That move her toward that surrender. I mean marriage. Them two old guys gave her this, that and the other, and she laughs and says it don't get them anywheres. Even if you're in love with her. I got patience. And im changing quick. Yeah. You're all wore out from being nice. I ain't had but one day since I met her that I wasn't in love with her, and that wasn't her fault. That's when the flesh boiled off them skeletons. The sheriff was doing a 5-minute commentary on the Weekend Review on television Saturday night. Both Dee and Melanie watched. The world is full of middle-aged men who seek revenge. The anger passes for most when they see there is no way. The rate of incarceration is very low for first-time offenders of 60. For some, there is a bigger engine of hate even then, running at the red line and very vigilant toward what they might consider insults or even bossiness. They aren't just having it, the engine, like the others. They are it. They have not been aware of this, and their acts confound them. Those are ones you see on television or in the newspapers discussing sodomy, rape, kidnapping and murder in the passive voice. Something happened, somebody was killed and so on, sometimes even giggling. Mistakes were made, yes, when she was killed. I can't remember, really. Such as that. Such a pompous ass, thought Dee, though she admitted the guy was hot. She had seen him and Melanie, twice his age, having a moment as he went out the door at Onward. Mrs. Melanie Wooten of the linen slacks, black slippers, a Martha Stewart hang of bangs. Dee could not believe the sheriff was gone for an old woman, but he was beginning to be. Besides acting in local theatre, the sheriff rode a Norton motorcycle. The people of the county were not clear on what man they had. He was handsome and very verbal. These things were measured against him. Many women, however, wanted to see his warm gun and dreamed, since there was little else to do. 5. The small boys lived on raisins out of a box 2 nights in Blackjack, a ghost trailer home village. There had never been much of the natural graces here. It was just a hill with a curved narrow pavement across it like a bad part in tan hair. Winter wheat, chaff stalks, stunted pines. Right up to the right-of-way. Old electric poles, downed wires. Kudzu stopped at the slabs of the old precincts. Repeated fires from years gone by, cigarettes tossed out, the seepage of chemical toilets. But still a town of hulks, with alleys. Both boys kept combs in their pockets and groomed their strange but pretty hair, often sensing their beauty in this desolation. They were on a fast without knowing it. They were not particularly hungry and their energy was high, their heads clear and visionary, with the Benson Hedges 100 as they puffed now and then. They were in minor ecstasy. The black T-shirts with the obscenities on the chest were baggy and stretched out, sometimes hung out to dry after washing in a creek. The boys were thin and muscular. Their line had furnished the crafty retreaters and battlefield scavengers since Shiloh. Such men whose craven disappearance had only begun the troubles of their enemies. Mortimer had seen them on the highway shoulder with the bones on a cart. He was driving a Lincoln Continental at the time and was incredulous until he drove 2 more miles, then credulous but confused, then in Rowing Fork he turned around white with concern. He parked his car in a square 2 miles from their home and worked his way in on foot so he would not be seen. You could not heave a big cart without at least a path, he thought. He could not go to the Allison house yet. He would see Dee soon enough. The physical absence from her was hurting him, so he knew he was at least a third healthy, although not right, or he couldn't have borne it at all. He seemed every minute to cross the borderline of a small foreign land. He had not spent any time walking in the country. Otherwise he could have hidden the people better himself than the idiot Egan, who would pay soon. Egan, the man of God who had borrowed Mortimer's money. What a fraud in all ways. Does everybody just act and lie, Mortimer thought. He felt in quicksand, in alligators. Now he was in Blackjack, near where he had seen the boys and their cargo. A great bomb might have hit here, deeps on either side of the road, and the ghost of the trailer park hove into view on the right. He immediately saw a child running between the burned-out hulks and got out of his car, the engine still on. In his right hand he held an absurd knife such as you saw only in pawnshops. Of not even commando utility, it was so huge. It had a saw blade on one edge and most likely would have been more shiny than it was sharp had Mortimer not made it a project. You could hack off the stump of a yucca plant with it. He trotted down an alley and looked in the blasted and rusted door frames, past a ghost fence that was barely an idea of wire and rot. Then he had one cornered in a trailer with his nasty black t-shirt on. He could smell the boy and raced into where it was nearly black and caught him by the arm. "I'll cut your head off if you." The boy resisted, then stopped. It was noon and no shadows, and Mortimer was sweating hard in his sports jacket. A little pistol fell out of his pocket, but neither of them noticed this. The other boy came running toward them, bounding, enraged and driven by fear at the same time, like no animal. "Believe me, boy, your brother best stop right there too. Ease on up." Now Mortimer had the boy by his hair and grabbed for the other with his knife hand. This was not a good idea. He nicked the boy fairly well on the shoulder, and the boy shook loose as his brother plunged his fist into Mortimer's gonads. Mortimer held on, however, and now the hitter saw the blood on his brother's shoulder and desisted altogether. A lamb shaking with fear, Mortimer grabbed the boy's hair again more tightly by the trailing rattail in back. "You come over here for a haircut or you run, and it's a head cut," he said slowly and way short of breath. "We ain't hurt you, but you stink and I don't like you." Mortimer sawed the boy's hair loose and it fell in a black lank. He indicated the other to come over. The first was holding the back of his scalp but looking at the enormous knife, almost a cutlass. Mortimer sawed the other's beaver hang, really just touched it, and it came off in his hand too. "Now you look more nicer. Like boy people. You shouldn't wear your hair like rock and roll when you're your age. Like you mated up with some old Mexican beaver." He bent down to chat on their level. "Now where's your cart with your friends on it?" The boys simply ran. Why could he not have thought about that? He looked for them a while. Too tired for the same rage, he took on another one, a cold haunting in the cells of his blood that would not leave him until an awful thing was done. He hollered out into the thicker woods, though still scraggly, all around him. "I see you with it, I'll put you in the orphanage or the penitentiary." He walked short distances yelling this. When he left, the boys came out. It was within the hour. You could hear a car a long ways here, could almost hear the browning pines bake. So few cars came by at all. You would be cursed to have trouble here, amid the trailer hulks taking on shadows and figures down alleys' mouths. The boys ate from the box of raisins and vowed to go on home. The cart was way back on the other side of the lake, not too far behind the bad restaurant and Max Raymond's cottage. Then Isaac looked down and saw the little pistol. He picked it up very carefully. "That summich ass is mine," he said. "You got to beat me to it." They were ravenous and they decided to go to Pepper's shop and get what they could. They walked 3.5 miles with the pistol, which, small as it was, became weighty as a hand steam iron. Weak as they were, trading it back and forth by the mile. They went in the store and did what they said. They were clumsy shoplifters. Pepper stood right there and he knew. But the younger boy's shoulder was blooded, and hadn't he seen a gun in the other's back pocket? You just had no idea nowadays. Never did. In the early morning hours, Mortimer watched again for the Prophet on a television big as a closet in his British Tudor house in Clinton, hoping for more science fiction and apocalypse. But the Prophet did not come on at the regular hour. Instead was an ordinary bloated carnival figure and his wife, Evangelists. His wig of slate waves, her towering nest of curls and paint thick on her massive eyebags. An ex-hooker, shouting and laughing in raptures as she explained she was actually at the moment walking with Christ and his apostles on the shores of Galilee, hearing their laughter. Their laughter, thought Mortimer. Here was a new one. Repentant whore laughing with God's men. He thought about some of his own women. He offered no retirement plan, no health insurance. This was no worse than he treated himself. What you did was just make money and watch out. He fondled a new purchase, a rainbow-painted clasp knife with a fillet blade. Outside in his driveway his ride was a long black Mercedes. He could not find the pistol in any of his cars. He had to cut down on the coffee. He wrote this down. Then he cried a little for having no friends. Spence and Harold were very sick. They hallucinated odors of burning oil and monoxides to awful intensity. They smelled their own life tenfold. They could not rid themselves of the odor of sunbaked vomit. Both stood under headaches that drove them to the darkened back of the house. On separate cots they rolled in nausea and the jitters. Head of black air shot full of spangling pins. Spence thought he would upchuck his heart itself. They could not keep down even Tums, only cold Gatorade, which Dee brought them in such quantity that she began to make it from powder. She took 2 days off from almost there and was nervous in her home, but she didn't mind. She saw they were clammy, too pale. She wore her white uniform and sat in a chair long into the night with a thermometer in one hand. Then fell asleep like that. She never turned on the television and did not think much of Man Mortimer, more of her real husband, which she seldom did. She had turned 37 the day before. The boys were finally asleep at dawn. She amazed herself by her energy and tender domestic feelings. She had taken Emma to the Mennonite couple down the road 2 days ago. The couple had tragic pity for her. They took the child in with hardly a word. The small boys had been away 3 days, but that was not unusual. The little scutters. They were devoted to their skits. She had little say in their lives anyway. They seemed like vagrant lies she had told once in the form of children. She wondered if she loved them or should. In the back, Spence moaned at noon. Feels like that old man puked straight through to my brain. Harold whispered, Lord God, don't leave me hanging. Decide. So sick he was not in love for hours. Out of torpor, Dee watched a religious channel finally. It was the Assembly of Good Folks. Appease the Lord, the absent-minded big skull. You always had to get his attention or he wouldn't recall you from an hour ago when he directed you up Shit Creek and it raining. She decided these folks needed to be laughed at because their lives were otherwise flat and cold. On Saturday the next round of fishermen in their old cars and muddy boats and ragged families would buy their ice and nothing else at Pepper's store to furnish a day at the spillway, where they fished for crappie and catfish or stripers from the bluffs, not in sport but for meat. The men were not greedy, but they could carry a lot. The aerators chugged in the background like distant sucking hells. Miles and miles of fields and valleys had been flooded to make an entire county adjacent to Warren and Issaquah counties the biggest catfish plantation on earth. Cynical neighbors to the state had suggested the whole region be flooded so as to have a closer Gulf of Mexico to Tennessee, Missouri, and Arkansas. But Alabama did not want Mississippi's brown seawater interfering with the emerald coastline of the condoed and biker-barred redneck Riviera. This delicacy, catfish, was now Mississippi's leading export. Universally, nothing is better for bluegill than live crickets. Pepper had them fat and brown. The inside of Pepper's store smelled like old minnow water and the stale bread he fed the crickets. Once Isaac and Jacob had caught crickets for Pepper to make pocket money. Now they left with their spoils, passing by the poor families on their ragtag fishing trips and onto the bad restaurants staying off the road. They knew the woman with curly hair might sing at sunrise, so they slept not far from their cart in the wet bottom under a holly bush and on soft pine needles from a stand of 10 huge pines, unlumbered by some miracle of cross deeds. This was 100 yards from Raymond's back stoop, where the dark woman would come for her orb-aid to the animals after a hard night of thick cigarette smoke and rum and cokes. They were becoming Tristic Stars, the band Linda Caliant with their coyote, found out by a crowd new to this area like the coyotes who had swum the river or trotted across the bridge from the west 2 decades ago. Sometime during the night the boys awoke and took the skeletons one at a time off the big Mart lawn wagon they had stolen from the orphans' camp. They brought them to the edge of the woods but not visible to the house and sat them side by side in high cane under a hickory, seated like church members who had waited too long in the pews for rapture. The pistol went wherever the boys went. It gave them confidence, and the feeling let them sleep. They fell asleep holding each other on the beach towels they had stolen from Pepper's bait store. They simply wore them like ponchos and ran when he looked away. In their dreams the woman would wake them by coming to the little porch and singing in a foreign tongue beyond Spanish. When she began to sing, they sat up. Whole blooms had leaped to whiteness overnight. The bones sat there, passengers of beautiful white in the moonlight. Her voice naked and not there. They forgot they wanted to see her without clothes and became only hearkening ears, like juvenile rats. This was sublime until the saxophone came in all sick from another part of the house, an even more foreign country trying to converse with her. They imagined for a while the woman's voice came from the mouth of the mother skeleton and was theirs alone. No saxophone could avail against it. "You know," Isaac said when the voice and the horn stopped, "these shirts is nasty. The one who gave them to us is just another one wanting our manner." He took off the black T-shirt rank with days of child's sweat and blood drying from his cut. Jacob did the same, balling his up. They dug into the earth, an easy loam, with their hands. Buried the shirts. "We can get new shirts when her and the doctor leave. It's Sunday and they might not. He might be having at her. Or watching football. The wife would have some good shirts that her titties would have been in. We could meet them." "No, we can't. We ain't good-looking enough. That Lincoln driving old fuck cut my hair off." Isaac touched the back of his head. "You know it. That one's ass is mine. And what you ain't finished with, I'm gonna be on it." Melanie slept alone and wondered if she could sleep alone another night. Too much seemed a mistake, a lack, a sucking away, she thought. Her pleasant yard, the rippling shore water, the night singing of the wetlands did not feel kind to her anymore in this furnace of mid-afternoon. Her bones felt dry. Then came evening. She wondered if this was all because of the smashed glass animals at Onward. The doves outside repeated their three-note griefs softly, never weary of them. Surely it wasn't grief. She was awake at 3 in the morning. But I make animals from my loneliness, she thought. The next night she had a guest. She had green sleeves from Ralph Vaughan Williams on the stereo box. He had brought Fantasia. She was happy he was an actor with the theatre troupe. Otherwise how could he have imagined this? He drank 2 very fast cups of espresso and then his moves were sudden. She had planned to talk an age, but what did she know? She asked him to hang his pistol belt on the bedpost. He chuckled and then he was all over her. It was a long hour with several engagements. She could not believe it when he took her from the rear. She felt spasms and loved him backwards as if trained to this work because she was not only older, she was old, and she couldn't have it that she seemed naive. That would be obscene. Then she imagined that he would want her aristocratic so there would be something to conquer, not a pliant, grateful old woman to make jokes about later. On the CD the violins were trembling deep and long into retreats and sighs. Moving things around was one of the great pleasures in life. Finding new figures in ordinary stuff. Like an artist, she thought. She believed they both were artists and not silly at all, not absurd unless air was. She held her own against his withdrawals and frantic re-entries. What a gift to hear him cry out vanquished as his long spurts made ropes in her. She felt very rich in secrets for hours. Blushing with them. "I guess this is trouble," she said to him after a while. "I don't know what you mean, trouble." He was marine-cut and muscular and did not smoke. She did. She lit a Pall Mall left from a pack John Roman forgot when they went fishing together with his wife. "Child, our ages. Us. Nobody is married. Nobody said no. That's true. So, modern times. This doesn't feel like sin or what? Our goodness to you." He watched her with her cigarette. She smoked rarely but truly needed this one. She watched the pistol butt in its holster, the golden bullets, the belt hugged to the bedpost. She needed sin. Well, he said, it felt good, that good, like sin. If it hadn't, I guess it would have just been ugly. Will you want me again? I'm asking at the wrong time. He grinned. She wondered if he was handsome or just a fine package. Maybe. But even now, a sapped ape, I'd say yes indeed. You were sapped. Sure. Thank you. One more thing. I'm sorry. Believe me, I believe in quiet too. But will you stay interested in me? Yeah. You're what brought me to the dance. I wonder what it's like to be as good looking as you this long. You've got style too. He dressed and drank another espresso rapidly. Then he was gone. She walked around the house, and then she cried for a few minutes. Extremely happy. He had asked her to go with him to a high school football game. The end of August. In this heat. At Edwards, a town back east 20 minutes or so. She had forgotten this was possible, even though she had gone with Wooty all the time those years ago. The season is hot and school is too early and this is the subtropics, she said aloud. Then she was sad a moment. There was no seduction. She was stunned and needy and already too attuned to him. 36 years old. Did he have to be exactly the age of her only child? He had told her nothing about his business, although she had asked were there murders lately or what were the crimes he went to besides glass animals. Somebody had seen some skeletons on a lawn cart somewhere, and 2 14-year-olds were missing from the orphans' camp. But he spoke as if these matters might be local delusions. He had not left her out, but he had not been garrulous, as on his television 5 minutes. He stood at the door just briefly, saying these things, and she was almost deaf looking at him, tall but without cowboy boots. Here was your seduction. They knew no old things about the other. No months of dances, no convertible under the moon. But in the old days you always knew the end. People could look through you and see the children, the house, the lawn, the dog just up the road. Not like this. Let me keep this sweet life in me for a long while, she demanded of nobody. Were they even friends or simply something else, like nothing in the old books, the old songs? What was your name meant to be? Asked the deputy, eyeing Mortimer's license. It was meant to be what it is, goddamn free to be itself like this goddamn country. Man, you don't hear that much. Never in my experience. Did you go to a name college? Sir, you stopped me for having an uncommon name. No, sir. I stopped you for running a stop sign on County Road 512 and Hillbaggets Road. A country stop sign. And for having this Lexus. You thought I was a dope runner. I couldn't see much at all through those windows all smoked. These windows make us nervous. We don't like them, you know. Mortimer relaxed. You see, I'm not a black man now. You must be pretty fresh on the force. The car might look ill-gotten around here unless you were a plastic surgeon or an antique queer, but Mortimer was part of the fabric here. They were lucky he didn't move off from them, not even after that tornado came close to one of his houses and tore the third one to pieces. You got 40,000 employed by the casinos in this state, sure, but you got at least 40,000 wrecked lives to go along with them. More. You got cash for your title civilization, you got pawnshop villages. Me, how many lives have been wrecked? 12. Maybe 13 or 15, tops. I even brought Eddie back from Valiums. You got me who got stabbed in the wank from loving a woman. Big Lloyd and Eddie were on a mattress in the rear and had stopped eating each other briefly while the patrolman talked. Mortimer had been driving them and watching in the overlarge rearview mirror above the dash. For his personal entertainment. Personal was your operative word here. My country 'tis of me. Mr. Mortimer, do you have farming land in Sharkey or Issaquah County? Farmland, would that be a high crime? No. I just thought you might know some of my folks. Mortimer could not believe this fool. No, I don't know farm people. I'm driving on your soil, your folks' soil. None of my folks talks like you. Are you saying I got stopped for talking? Sir, you know, you look like Conway Twitty. A good man, I hear. Except he's dead, officer, sir. Yes. But they say things about the king too. My aching. The license came back to him through the little slit of window. The can. What if I called your boss? The sheriff, the high sheriff. Yes, deputy. The sheriff. Well, I did just say I had probable cause. But I'm not ticketing you this time. Mortimer said nothing until the deputy had driven away. I have a life. Shoot me. The deputy told the sheriff privately in the office who he had stopped and why, and how sassy the man was. The sheriff seemed unimpressed. Mortimer had no record. Then the deputy described their nasty conversation. He didn't really miss the stop sign, did he? Sort of. No. You stopped him because it was a black Lexus SUV and you'd never seen the inside of one, or you thought you had a dope-hauling African-American sort of dude or a casino entertainer. No. The sheriff threw himself on his knees in front of the deputy. The deputy had seen a minor version of this theatre offered to others, but never had he come in the way of it himself. God, please save me from Boy Scouts. Feister put his hands together in worship. The deputy was astonished, sick with embarrassment. He worshipped this sheriff. Sir. Yes, Lord Deputy. Do you know any Conway Twitty songs? Your life began about the last season of the 8-track tape Bernardo. You're standing on a bridge that just won't burn. In what? One of his tunes, Bernardo. Yes, sir. Get rhythm, son. I beg you. Or just read a book. Yes, sir. Could you please get off your knees? But I love thee, Lord Bernardo. Personnel are gathered at the window. Get the book, Bernard. Look up the difference between deputy and rubbernecking fool. The sheriff got dreamy. I seen this movie the other night, deputy old son. You don't talk like that, sheriff. No. But a priest in it knew karate against zombies. He said, I'm kicking ass for the Lord. Is that what you're doing, or is that what I'm doing? You're embarrassing me, sir. Now get out there and troll amongst those sullen crackers along the roads. They are used to talking to their own dicks and staring offwards, looking for cars. I implore you, Bernard, don't just be hitting on strange cars. Those gathered at the window felt much more for the young deputy than they did for the sheriff. The murmurs had been going. The histrionics, the Norton, the fact he might be gay, the lack of hate, the little zeal he showed for his gun. Hare and Sponce were not doing well, sat on either end of the porch in ragged lounge chairs and reclined with the radio tuned out and in on the tape box and orange Gatorade in a cold thermos next to each, brought and refilled by Dee when she was home. After 3 days she had had to go back to work, but she had no dates, and this was sweet to them both. They did not eat. They were drawn, pale, whimpering, like things called by labor. They expected the virus to pass each day listening to a radio song about rum and the sea. The health in the song was miserable to them. They were some better, then not. They marveled at the disease. It had its own dreams. Big violent birds and prehistoric sauria. A man with an enormous head who searched for a hat and killed many. Hats or people. Johnny Cash in Vietnam. Neither was alive at the date of Cash's appearance for the soldiers. They fell asleep at any time and went into somebody else's story, somebody who also seemed lost and sick. They awoke to another singing about dope, seawater and dizzy sophomores. A one-note faked happiness, rhyming names to malaria. Inside, the television flamed with others talking, dying. Nobody watched. They were too weak to turn a button off and weary of listening to the bubbles of their own selves. They hung as in caves for lost days, aged hermits at 20, 21. To the bathroom if anywhere. Wet feet on tile. Isaac and Jacob came out of a culvert they could almost stand in and walked into the yard. The grass was thick and good in large parts of the yard. So yeah. Sponce saw them and imagined the culvert ran back miles into the woods. The boys wore clean tank tops, coral and blue. Sponce thought they had been in the culvert for hours, maybe days. He wondered vaguely why Isaac's shoulder was bandaged. If it was the monster from his dream they had been fighting. One of them went up to the radio and tuned out the fuzz. "Where you been? What's wrong with you?" "We been sick, Isaac. You don't wanna know." "Where's Mama?" "At work. She about to quit. Some old lady is asking her sexual advice. They think Mama smashed up some animal glasses or like. They think our mother did that." "How can she quit?" Isaac said. "She's got Daddy and them men supporting her. She needs taking care of anyway," Hare put in. "Her health is important. Her job's the part of her isn't nobody else's," said Jacob. "She can't quit." "You want more money for her staying on?" asked Hare. "I never thought the least about money." "She heard what you been up to." Hare lied and told her all y'all had was dummy zombies. "Where are they?" Spence demanded. "Sitting in their own peace." "You a wart." "None of that's the point," Hare said. "The point is you were somewheres like two stray dogs. Off. Else I dreamt it. You get well and fix up that car, Hare. Or we might go to the sheriff and stand back and wait for the reward. That was a car like songs are written about, and we going to have it in red and a gold hood. Or else I'm gonna tell Mama alls you want is your weenie in her." "Mama doesn't need that anymore," Spence snapped. "You shut off your pie hole, wart." "Here's a story," said Jacob the skinnier, taller. "These people is our ticket unless that car gets done. It might be some old rich man in Missouri missin' his wife and child all this time. He'd be laying on his deathbed crying, and all this money, and it never been no happiness since they were stolen. He misses the car too. Then you see us on television and him light up. And we would be friends. We wouldn't need no daddy or dating men ever again. He wouldn't let none of us six need nothing again aside from the reward. We'd have a new house on a brand new lake, if not a ocean." Hare turned even sicker. If that were possible, heaving a new tomb in a dry rock face from his bowels. But he spoke in a whisper afterward. "I'm going through some purification here. I got to have it. Them old stories hit at me. I'm all reamed out of everything nasty. I'm not listening to any more nasty stories. That ain't right. We all better get us a better story. When I'm well, it's going to be a good story." The next morning Hare awoke on the recliner on the porch in his pajamas. July was well on. The house was too big for its window air conditioning units. Some corners sweltered 88 at night. He snapped his mouth to cut off a snore and slept. He had on no shirt. His lean muscles were packed closely. Dee saw him when she went off to Onward in her whites. Her knees went a little weak. "When will I get any better about men?" she asked herself. She walked in a trance most of the day. Cautious, polite, gone milky and holy in the head, abstracted into kindness. 6. Mortimer picked up the magazine. He could not quite believe it existed, the gift of an old girlfriend who had found it on the internet. New Deal, the organ for reformed country people who now hated nature. People who had lost farms. Settlers between town and country who wanted even less. The homes pictured were like mausoleums beside highways, no grass and not a stick of a tree in sight. Paved lawns. Good-looking women and whole families in chairs on brick and concrete lawns. Homes in bare sand, neither in the desert nor near the ocean. Not a sunset in the magazine. No visible seasons. The only length of prose was an article about Hitler's bunker in the last days of Berlin, not for the history but for the architecture. Some dwellings were high-fashion storm cellars, to hold off grass, leaves and the elements. Nearing airlessness even in the photograph. Mortimer was loaded with himself. He had dreamed his history, and in this heavy automobile, in heavy calm, he was a creature of great velocity. He had forgotten to tell her what to wear, and this annoyed him. He went in the casino with her full of self-worth and clarity. It had been a while and he was mysterious. She was intrigued. Then they walked across the lot and entered the hotel, a huge monster waiting for them. He wondered why he was not 3 countries away, but not long. Eddie and Large Lloyd were waiting in the penthouse suite. They drank drinks. The wallpaper was flocked with red kudzu and catfish forms swimming in it, gold traces. Somehow not trashy. She told him in the elevator what a suck-up the sheriff was, coming around almost there. He liked hearing that. Are you attracted to him? I believe it's the other way around. She thought she could hear the din of gamblers, glasses rattling, shouts expressed from a gilded moor somewhere. Impossible at this distance. The very air, perhaps. Large Lloyd and Eddie waited in the room, wore sunglasses. Let me make an introduction. A show about sharks and rays was on a large television. Dee had not watched television since nature began to play such a part. The sharks went bad, although Mortimer seemed frightened of them and presumed she would be. He looked without wanting to and could not even manage to get pensive before looking away. On the big vanity dresser his collection of knives stood in their case. Huge machetes to slivery stilettos, even razor knives. Velvet backing 2 inches thick scarlet. Gold and silver instruments of despair against people in the golden excess of the room. They all simply stared at the collection. Here it is. I've shown you the houses over in Belhaven and Jackson, those English cottages and lawns. You didn't want that. I'm going to play you some more nothing for 2 hours, and you can't turn it off or I will come back and you won't like it. It is a rehearsal of a man named Raymond on a saxophone from a band called Caliant something. His wife, the coyote, sings, and she's good. But you see what you think about him. Then you decide between me and Frank Booth, who won't be looking very good soon. Lloyd the Huge spoke. My actual name is Lloyd. You will remember this night and my name. Large Lloyd. And my name is Eddie, said the woman in the elegant dress, the ballroom heels. I go deep. When Dee had listened to the dreadful saxophone, the endlessness of its despair and whining, then gaseous punctuations, she turned off the tape deck but kept watching the television for the sharks and rays. She was certain then that man Mortimer was a disease and had assumed she knew this too for a while. He did make things happen, but the flow of these things had been redundant until now. He was only a man, even with this interesting disease. The others came in immediately. Dee was not that averse. She had finished many men and loved to reduce them. The woman, when she began with her endearments, was not nightmarish or painful. Dee, who had never had a woman before, was thrilled by naughtiness more wanton and liquid than any since the first naked night of adolescence. A natural departure, as distinct as first leaving the Garden of Eden and perhaps the heavy air of earth altogether. Lloyd, a mathematician and animal lover, was not accomplished, and they brought him to sighing infanthood quickly. But man Mortimer was watching, fully clothed, and near the end of something. He rushed in and cut Dee's thigh. Eddie shouted out, "Oh God, no." Lloyd remonstrated but held Dee. Until then she had been winning and asserting her pleasure on others. She felt the long cut on her thigh. It stung and then throbbed. Mortimer left the room, perhaps never to return to her in friendly form again. The 3 remaining were embarrassed and sad. The woman had expected just to slap her a little and Lloyd to insist on familiar desecrations passing for ecstasy in pornographic circles. They brought her a wet towel and then played poker with her while swallowing pills. She swallowed them too. She knew she had been sliced long and deep by a razor of some kind. Her own blood, in this prison, was a relief to see, curiously. Because that had to end it, she could still win. She believed she had wrecked them all and they were burning now. She had reduced Mortimer to spite and outright crime. She could look him in the face, but she doubted he could look back at her. She guessed she knew him fairly well, but she drank too much and took narcotics with Eddie and Lloyd, the towel bunched around her thigh. They tried to play cards but were numbed in giggles. Dee did not understand what trouble she was in until she called Eddie a name and Eddie hit her very hard in the mouth. Then Lloyd twisted Dee's arm out of its socket. They were gone and she was in the elevator riding up and down when she woke up. A $50 bill was pinned to the front of her dress. She stumbled into her kitchen in early morning, brought all this distance by a sympathetic Vietnamese cab driver whose family fished out of Biloxi. There were a few 100,000 of his citizens on the Gulf. They even had gangs now, he explained. She did not know what she wore or what her hair was like. She was after ice water, then many aspirin in a large bottle. She missed her mouth with the glass. She spilled the aspirin bottle and it clattered on the tile. Her lap was full of melting aspirin when Hare walked in to see her under the hanging light at the table where nobody ate. The little boys sometimes cleaned fish on it or ate cold cereal and used the toaster on it. Enriched white bread, molasses, jam. Some of this food was on her forearms. You sick hurt? I couldn't tell you. You can't hardly talk. You can't know. You're woozy. And far away. They'll take care of you. Her lips were swollen, saliva in the corner, her nose chapped. A dried rivulet of blood out of one nostril. You're not in love with him, are you? She looked at him as if he had just sung in Latin. I'll fix things, D. Not to brag. I've used this home to grow up in. Now I'll take care of you. It floated, it worked, it launched against a bottle of cheap champagne swatted on the bow planks by Melanie. It was August, and they all wore boat shoes. Ulrich dressed as usual, as if he had shoplifted in a hurry from a clothes barn in the 70s. Military jacket, purple jean bell-bottoms. Harvard had a cravat, a gold chain from Melanie. For being captain and largely the builder and finisher. Engineers capped like Admiral Houses. Because it was somewhere between a railroad saloon and a boat. Twin Mercuries carried them briskly. The pontoons made an oversized wake. You could fish and swim from it. There were lockers with this gear. Sydney, after mocking them like Noah's neighbours during the laying in of planks, the rail and pews from a raised country church, the stained glass on either side of the cabin, the teak wheel, was aboard as if it had been his idea and had never doubted it. He loved hawking into the water the phlegm that rose easily like a permanent natural resource. They were eating burgers cooked on a grill right on the afterdeck and close to the happy engines. John Roman was aboard, but not his handsome silver-haired wife, who was sick with something bad, they feared. Life jackets were everywhere. You sat on them, you used them as pillows on the pews. The big cabin was much like a chapel simply portaged over out of the church. Sydney wore eye-blinding rod laver shoes, the old original leather ones his father had got a hold of by lot last month. Pepper worked with people who looted stores that neither had sales nor declared bankruptcy but whose owners simply up and walked away from their stock after a failed fire. The huge lake today was a suspension of silver. At creek mouths and around treetops you saw fishermen like ants on sticks, this side of a moody horizon. Another barge came out from the orphans' camp dock, loaded with an extra adult, Man Mortimer. He wore a blazer, double-breasted, with khaki linen breeches and high-gloss rubber-soled moccasins. The two teenage girls, Minnie and Sandra, were near him and all aboard were happy, especially the insane couple. They could not tell their mood from Harvard's boat, but it seemed roisterous even from a half-mile away. Sydney wondered if they would collide. A short-barreled .410 shotgun and a flare pistol were on board and he knew where they were. Inevitably the two pontoons ploughed toward each other, as two cars on a desert highway must mate. A storm could be making. The old ones hoped so. The roof had not been tested, but it looked as sweet and snug as all of Harvard's work. The pleasure barge had taken a year and a month to build. None of them knew how to build anything but Harvard and Ulrich putatively. But all but Sydney had laboured with care. They were roofed, windowed, unsinkable. They stormed forward, a chapel on the top of adventure. They were going uncharted places up the river and into the new catfish reservoir flooding down from Yazoo City. At Yazoo Point something raced out from the creek. It was Sponce Allison on Ulrich's old jet ski, the rooster tails high. Driven in anger at troubling speed toward them, they thought. Closer, you saw a pale boy clutch the gas to its arms, as if the vehicle had stolen him. The boy didn't seem to know how to slow down the ski. Sydney went for the flare pistol, interested in its stopping power. Sponce barely missed the barge, then came back in a circle beaten seriously by their wake and flying high, wobbling. The smackdown knocked the boy away and the jet ski slowed to the boat's spirited crawl as the boy looked over at the passengers in both fear and spite. He saw Sydney gawking at him and straightway collided with the pontoon. Sydney had been seasick since the first movement away from the pier, but in an angry, active way of his own. Now possessed by 3 nauseas, he was tamping down a cylinder of puke by main wool until it backed into the last of his gorge. A major muscle group undeveloped in other men sprang forth so hard his head recoiled. Nigh 10 feet out, some specks may have found Sponce's foot. The boy went wild with incredulity. He had set against this man void of any purpose and without a final destination. He shrieked over and over. Ulrich noted that this was his old jet ski bobbing, wasn't it? Sponce floated on the dead thing and it would not start again. The old man peered at him. Wren with skin you could nearly see through. Lewis and Moore, the sexual gymnasts in chemotherapy, were dressed for fun, and she should not, as the girls would say, be wearing a bikini with green stilt cabana heels. The boat stopped. "No. You ain't towing me, and I ain't getting on neither," said Sponce. So they left him, and ahead the oncoming orphans' barge puttered down to bump into them. They were no longer feral, these children, but disciplined by a uniform glee like that of their counselors, the insane couple. The 10 whores, Penny still a svelte looker, Jean in better shape and seeming savvy with his freckles and mustache, were distinctly in charge and adult. But they were in beatitude still. The whole group shone, and were much cleaner, and knew what they were doing on the boat. They were having love, and the outdoors was what. These things were good. The 4 engines of the 2 crafts stopped entirely and they shuddered up against each other. Melanie, Lewis and the 10 whores tied up the boats with the wharf lines. "May we come aboard slowly and singly? You've done a splendid job there, Captain," Jean cried. "What are all y'all so goddamned happy about?" demanded Sydney. "Mr. Mortimer brought back our silly runaway girls. Minnie and Sandra tried to break in his Clinton house and he brought them back to us. He could have turned them into the law. He's what this world is made for," said the woman at high volume, thrilled, radiated by the deed of another. "Ain't that 45 miles or so?" Sydney wondered. "Well, unlawful hitchhike, true. Sheriff Faister took Melanie Wooten to the high school football game in the last week of August. It was in a different county, east 20 miles in the town of Edwards, out of the Loess Hills. Faister had once played the sport and done well. Big and quick, but not a fast runner. A dodger. He was first team. He now reflected under the lights, sitting down with Melanie, that every other cop he knew was a second stringer. Usually the ones who knew the game better than the starters, as they explained full bore. The players tonight were a third again bigger than his team. He wondered if he would find his younger self here, running toward a line as if it mattered hugely. "God help me love these country lizards," he asked during the before-game prayer. "Lord, may there be significant but not tragic hits made to the other side. I run back and forth between them, so they sleep safe in their beds," thought Faisto. He had gotten a call that afternoon, a wild, high voice on the other end saying, "My uncle put out cigarettes on my forehead for 20 years. Why didn't you do something or move?" the sheriff asked. "What could I do? He was blood," the reply. His uncle had just died, the man said. He wanted his uncle's corpse arrested. Some fans recognized Faisto as they found their seats, and they thought he was there with the newly divorced governor's wife. They could not fathom this bright scandal, but who knew mastodons, tapirs and buffalo had roamed here once. Coyotes had made a vast migration east to Connecticut. You just couldn't tell even who was where anymore. They adored the scandal until somebody said, "No, that isn't her." Then they turned their wrath on this person, for otherwise that night was charged with wild meaning, and their lives attached to it, like the football. "She's an actress," the person said. "I seen her playing the modern Queen of France." "There isn't a Queen of France, liar." "Fuck you." A squabble broke out several rows behind Melanie. Faister made a pacifying gesture and it settled. Melanie looked ahead, understanding a bit of the game from her years with Wooty, but more delighted now, blown by the first cool breezes of the season. Once or twice he touched her knee. She went wet as an oyster, blind with tears. A blonde cheerleader twisted and hollered for the love of the night and her own fame. Usually the cheerleaders were watched by their parents and pals only, except when a flash of thigh. Mortimer was watching. The sheriff told Melanie men don't want eternal life so much as the years 16 to 23 back with what they know now, and their bodies no longer middle-aged. You're not even middle-aged. Don't try to impress me. The cheerleader struggled on. You don't know me yet. Wing and Phi launched in air. Know me. Eat me up. Mortimer went to the men's rest room and waited, leaning on a wall, then standing again, between urinal troughs, doing nothing else. The teenagers, children, and few fathers who saw him didn't know his function. They couldn't read his troubles. Nobody lingered in this bunker. There was no leisure space here. Somebody said he was half-time entertainment, but shit, why would he loosen up here? Maybe to escape pesky fans. Sure, but who was he not Dick if he was playing here? Some were disturbed as by the ghost of Twitty, but they couldn't identify his age, if he was supposed to be dead or if it was his son. The tall thick waves of hair, the thyroidal eyes that swept them, then looked out at the concessions. A celebrity down on his luck. One said he was Russian, in black polished loafers with that special glare when you're either from the casino or in sales. Then a small boy came in alone. You having a good time, having a good game? Asked Mortimer. We're not having the game, we're watching it, mister. Could I play? I said we're not playing it. Come on, tackle me. Show me some touchdown. I'll go get my daddy. Sure thing. He could play run up my ass. But Sonny, you see that man at the hot dog counter? That's my friend Mister Booth. Please go tell him to come in here. I found his wallet. Call him Mr. Booth. The boy went out and Mortimer watched him call Frank Booth in the line. Booth felt his pocket, lifted out his wallet and looked puzzled. But he came. Booth walked in, and by the time he had opened his mouth to say thanks but he had his wallet on him, Mortimer had seized him by the face and cut him so quickly over and over on his cheeks, brows, even neck with a carpet knife that he was not yelling until it was over and his face was streaming blood. Then as he knelt squealing, Mortimer straddled him, knowing he could strike across the throat. But he did not. He said something about high law and Booth's not wanting to find Mortimer because he might want to keep his eyes, then ran from the blockhouse with a clap of loafer heels. The concessionaire who watched him said that Sonofagon went out of here like a running back. Mortimer entered a strange car. It was his, but strange. The car was new and had a grumbling muffler, and nobody on a bet would guess he'd be caught dead in it. It was a Trans Am with a Firebird painted across its hood, such as the car punks of every Trans-Appalachian district would use to demonstrate muscle and arouse fright and disgust. He had never had the thrill he had watched richer boys have, north and south. Burning gas loudly and for no point whatsoever except to warn the universe. He saw them chase girls, the cars of troubled librarians, teachers at the end of their rope. The muffler spoke to his blood. Leave rubber, leave pavement, leave governance. You got your foot in something, but it feels like you're kicking it. Cock deep in internal combustion, metal, fire and gas. It was 5 minutes before anybody could remember a sheriff was at the game. 2 local officers had gone out into the parking lot, hunting between cars slowly on foot, but with grim authority, warning all others to stand back. This was not really an issue, as nobody was standing anywhere except for the small group around Frank Booth outside the Masonite bunker. Milling, they watched this stricken man, and you could not have paid them to follow that monster into the night. The sheriff told them he had no power here. He was out of his jurisdiction and not armed. He did not offer to help, did not even arise and walk to see the man's ravaged face, and this was held against him. He had swollen up beyond the workingman, him on TV, him and his sugar woman. They would go off and drink their wine and forget where they were from, which was where. Melanie was not aware of their ebbing popularity. Her smile was radiant under the lights. She was a moist girl, serene. To the east the ambulance crept in with dogs barking around it. The crew took off a beswathed thing who cursed God through a hole in the gauze. Faisto said they had better leave. The cheerleader, ignored all around, stared at the powdered dirt on her shoes as if her face had fallen there. The sheriff was not affectionate in the county car and let Melanie out in a mood he apologized for. He said for her to lock her doors well, and she looked at him curiously. For all his build, he seemed a frightened boy. The night all the people in the night concerned him, reached out and held him. She had never seen him nervous before. At the office late, he was hoping he saw somebody who admired him, but there were either those who didn't or other subhumans. Help me, he thought. I've acted my way into this job. I am now an officer and a coward. There was a note on his desk from an anonymous hand. Please remember to arrest the corpse of my uncle. The next morning a call came in at 4 a.m. and dispatcher woke him at his nice apartment near the old Catholic school and convent. They had found the old owner of a bait store early this morning with a missing head and a football stuffed in its place. It was 6 before Faisto arrived at Pepper Fart's bait store. Faisto didn't even live in the county, and this was not known yet. He seemed to push them and dare them, didn't he? The smell of minnow water, cricket refuse, crawfish aerated in a tank where hundreds of these bait crustaceans clicked together in the sound of sprayed mist on aluminum, each on its way to digestion by one monster or another. Pepper despised everyone, a deputy told Faisto, but he was up to date on bait. He missed nothing in colors, wiggle or odor. That was the rage nationally on black bass, white and black crappie, blue and yellow catfish. The black bass was so sought after for its hard hit and pull, sometimes a full minute before boatable, and the expenditure so enormous per decent fish, that you came close to an industrial religion of bases. Pepper would have sold colored New Testaments with hooks in them if that's what the bass wanted this season, because the fish tire of the same colors, trim and wobble after a season, like high-fashion ladies. Crawfish were big this year for largemouth bass. The next year they might be ignored altogether. There was an era when fish hit bath soap as it dissolved underwater. Pepper knew all this. He knew that bases expend a ration of money to base almost exactly that of modern warfare. In Vietnam, for instance, the budget was $1 million per dead Viet Cong. Basing was a war, in fact, and the exorbitant fiberglass boats doing 60 over water spread in miles of honey holes was about like an airport where no machine did anything but taxi. This was music to Pepper's ears, if he heard music at all. He was an institution and not a poor man. A part of his store was devoted to army surplus. This was a brisk trade too. Fishermen are fetishists about equipment. They are high lonesome folks and need to surround themselves with goods like knives with good edges, whetstones for sharpening hooks, superior lanterns, army rain ponchos, machetes and cut down 20 gauges for snakes. Pepper had been done in, after general laceration by some other sharp edge, by one of his own bolo knives. These short and thick machetes will take down an old kudzu trunk which is like a sapling. They cut so quickly the parted end stays in the air a millisecond before falling. The bolos were frightening commandos and guerrillas in the Philippines. Heads rolled. The football concerned Faisto. They had left it in, the deputies, one of them Bernard. The corpse had no family to horrify, for his son stood right there, conversing too cheerfully around it with the police and photographer. It might have been an exotic cargo just in that Sydney had ordered for a conversation piece. The store was his now. He told stories about the old man, none of them pleasant, since Pepper's fatherhood of Sydney at the age of 15. No mother came into any of these stories. 3 of the cops knew Pepper for a rude bastard, but still. There was blood everywhere and one of the cops was a woman. She noted the mother was dead and now the father was dead. In this family, dead meant dead. Sydney's wife had been dead for 4 years, and he recalled little about her. Phaester told the deputies about the mutilation the same night over at Edwards. It was not his investigation, but somebody had called him about midnight just to chat about committing his uncle to a mental ward or onward. A Pastor Egan. The old man was loose on the fields as they spoke, and nobody had seen him for days. So he was a missing person too, and a candidate for the bin when and if he was run down. The football game, Phaester kept saying to Bernard and the woman corporal. Conway Twitty and football, said Phaester. Sheriff Millins of Hinds County, who liked Phaester, had called him earlier too, right before he left the office. A man resembling the singer Twitty standing around the urinal talking football with a child. The little schoolboy knew more about the game than the tall man. Very odd. Another eyewitness said the man dressed like a pedophile. This witness was the boy's father, and the description meant little besides shiny black loafers as far as Millings could tell. He could run fast, this perp. Somebody heard an open muffler or glass pack. A driving nun had been threatened on the road by a car with wings on it. Loud muffler, she said. Wings on it. Did your father play football? Phaester asked Sydney. In high school, that you know of. He didn't get to but 7th grade. He never played nothing except he was in the Merchant Marine in a Liberty ship that was blowed up right outside its own harbor in Port Aransas, Texas. He started swimming. He couldn't swim, but he damn well did swim. A German Nazi torpedo boat was chasing them sailors too. It couldn't just shoot the boat off the water. Them Nazis was mean. This was the only near-positive story Sydney had ever told about his father, who leaned off the stool stiff with rigor mortis and with a football for a head. The actual head lay just to the east of the stool on the filthy oiled floor where he had stood for 55 years. Sydney appeared to have a lump in his throat all of a sudden. He cared about his own life, I guess, back then. Well, folks change. You don't think he cared for his life? I don't give much of a shit for mine, said Sydney. Do you? My life or your life? Well, sure you care for your life. You tappin' Mrs. Wooten. You tappin' that old pretty grandmother, son. You gon' break ol' Benny Harvard's heart when he finds out. Everybody there, 12, turned to look at Phaester and Sydney. Phaester simply went out and got in his car. Bernard was the only one who noticed his hurt and confusion. That was a mean little fuck himself, Sydney. They had a tradition here that broke with southern civility. French. Just straight mean and rude and unnecessary, this line. Phaester had 2 idols as investigators. One was the well-known sheriff of Coweta County, Georgia, the man who had no unsolved crimes in his county during his tenure in the 40s. A man of humble genius and savvy. But look, what about the population? Small, homogeneous. Everybody a cousin. Little to kill for. Finding a murderer might be like finding Frankenstein in an elementary school. What would he do with crack folks killing for cell phones, sneakers? Fiends off the highway rearranging someone's body for some aspirin, for methadone, sometimes just for the hell of it. The other was a brilliant investigator in Mexico City. Plenty of unsolved, untold everything. But the quick deduction. The 5-minute profile. No, not a murder, a suicide. See here. Exactly the right thing. Piece of bird shot in the ceiling. Feather on a finger from a pet pigeon. The blood on it there. No other bird would stay close to a gunshot. So his first model would be Lieutenant Maury Fuentes. The sheriff seemed nonchalant, but he was afraid. These cuttings and the phone calls drew him into a family of hurt he did not want to know. He was paralyzed. He could not think about this case and had no interest. He wanted only to pull the panties off of Melanie Wooten and enter her and listen to her make her joyful noises again, straightening and pumping her nice legs and girl's bottom. He was consumed by love for her, and afraid anywhere she wasn't. It was only 8 in the morning, but he drove straight for her house. 7. Carl Bob Feeney was still missing, and Egan was living in the lodge by himself. He thought, I will be going to Onward with Uncle Carl Bob soon. It could be by the time we get there I'll be fit to be his roommate. God, I can't stand this guilt. Nor the 30% interest. Mortimer called it the vig, some sort of cut rate for taking him to the hospital. At least the old man had not taken his gun, and he had left plenty of food for the dogs in the pen and the cats in the house, 5 days' supply at least. Egan prayed he would be back and that he wasn't naked and dead already, or releasing animals from a shelter, which he had attempted before, driven to it by a man named Ulrich in a woody station wagon. Sunday morning, and Egan stood before his flock thinking these things. Max Raymond was in the pews. He had bought a gun, an old Mossberg automatic, spring-loaded, with a magazine that worked off the plunger in the stock. He convinced himself he had tried sincerely not to buy it, hadn't owned an arm since rat shooting and the Navy. Mimi hated even the idea of a weapon. It was that old boyfriend problem, that sin he couldn't forget. He would one day buy the bullets, long rifle hollow points. Would one day probably not use them. Next to him, Mimi and 3 of the other bandsmen. The chubby trombonist, a professor from Memphis with a goatee everybody adored. The emaciated drummer, color of the street, ghetto bus smoke, with exquisite hand-eye talent. A flutist who was the only regular churchgoer, a Methodist in rebellion against Episcopal dryness, people like T.S. Eliot. 4 dogs lay quietly, sent as representatives of their world, it might seem. Egan spoke. The pew crowd didn't know if what he said was a poem or an odd psalm or what. If you see my old uncle, tell him I love him, Egan began. He was right, and Mr. Ulrich too. We should commence living for the animals after killing them for all these centuries. Go back to their simple fur, their fun, their ecstasy over the day, their oneness with the infinite, their lack of memory. They are our heaven, our friends. Why did we imagine they looked so beautiful, only for our tables, only for the backs of selfish kings and lazy sluts? The Garden of Eden, can't you remember, children? The animals were already there. We were made for their kinship, and they could speak, and we lived in the peaceable kingdom. Until the woman broke the contract so that we should have knowledge. And now what do we know, even when the animals look at us through zoo bars and slaughterhouse gates? They are Christ every day, giving their meat, their coats to us, and we without gratitude to these creations, these that we call savage beasts. We take without even a thank you, when if we open the door for some woman we'd like a thank you, would we not? The other day I opened the door at Big Mart for a woman, shall I say, better dressed than I. She had just used food stamps, in her lizard high heels, and going toward her Cadillac where children shouting vulgar things waited, and this woman never even thanked me for my little courtesy. How do you think you would feel if you were God? Would you feel unthanked for the universe that is yours? Almost any animal is more beautiful than anybody here today. What were they before the contract of the garden was broken? For their eyes speak better than our best senators today. They use a language we can't understand, so we kill them, tear them apart, even sell their parts for aphrodisiacs. The poor rhino's horn, the liver of the poor black bear, poached by bowmen too cowardly and lazy to work alongside the rest of us in the fields of the Lord. I want my uncle and Mr. Ulrich back, wherever they are. They are apostles from the kingdom. They have been Paul on the road to Damascus. They have seen the light and quit killing. Egan then began the poetry, was it? Thy charms shall not always be sweet. Minister, by rituals of the cross turn to Babel. Woods walker, thine feet shall be taken from you, and proud ladies man, you are a boil on a cadaver. Be so happy he has not made you suffer yet, like the animals, eaten, for our sins. The snake may be kind, we cannot know. Even our gentlest kill them with expedition. The automatic 12-gauge shotgun. The snake spoke and was made to be despised. Even though they may be babies, mothers, they stay alive, and as friendly as they can manage. But they spoke. Now we cannot reach out to them, many of us. Born into a bad cause, lost at birth, we late Confederates so proud and stuffed. There was a time when we smiled and charged the hills of artillery. There was a time we did not doubt. Now you lounge, reign in the trees outside, but you see nothing. You charge only at the sports store, the toy store, the Radio Shack. You have no cause, no belief, you don't even have faith in faith, or a prayer for a prayer. There is no paved golden heaven ahead. It is the Garden of Eden behind. We have already seen heaven. Else, what else has this life on earth, this pavement among throngs, and squalling choirs of sycophants been preparing us for? Prepare to get naked and talk to the animals, right now, given to us by the Lamb, the fisher of men. But now the question, what are the animals going to do about the overpopulation of so many billions of ugly people? For we have fed on the blood of our own. We are not even kind to our own retarded that so fill the Southland. We go off to other states and make fun and literature, and Hollywood movies about them. The best Southern art on screen is stupid and heartwarming. But you do not know what is beyond the window of your own home. The crumbs in your navel are your history. We have pretended that Sherman caused anything in the South too long. We have spoken of the fall of Vicksburg as if it mattered. Wretched spectators, heads just out of your mamma's womb. Buy me somepin', ma. Plug me in. All this blindness without no on knob. Parasites flourish in the lesions of bitten mother sharks. Shut up and talk to the animals. They have soul, they have art. Shut up and live with your gorgeous neighbors. Frank Booth lay in the hospital for 3 weeks. He had already had 4 operations. It was mid-September, but the heat had not broken as he waited for the last, a 3-hour procedure by an expert plastic surgeon from Florida in St. Dominic's Hospital in Jackson. He was 50 miles from Vicksburg, almost 70 from the lake, but only 8 from Clinton, where Mortimer watched his big screen TV for the return of the perverse evangelical bard he had seen only once. Perhaps it had been public access television. He couldn't remember, so he kept a vigil. He had acquired a taste just lately for a motorcycle, a Norton like Faisto had, a Commando. He had leather suits already, and he looked good with a knife and a monster keychain. Frank Booth opened a letter block printed and addressed to his room at St. Dominic's. His hands trembled. Only 3 others knew where he was, and he didn't want 2 of them knowing. But he owed them jewelry, and he was an honest man. He barely recognized himself in the mirror even still, and he liked that. He felt hidden, passing for a thin-faced hermitic and pale sort. The letter was on good stationery, but in printing like a child's. Old friend, have you noticed my own patient friend on your same floor? He carries a frog gig, and he's bad to do folks' eyes with IT at night, or just any old time IT is shutty eye time. Maybe you could go the max and have 0 eyes. Large Lloyd had printed the note for Mortimer. Lloyd was very literate and helped Man a little with writing it, but did not ask what it could be about. Jacob and Isaac fished in the cove and swam. They were childish, changed. They pretended it was a familiar activity under the gaze of their mother, who was not watching at all. She wondered too why the boys came close to her all softly of late to mimic a time with her they had never had. She was drinking on Melanie's porch. They had one day become friends. Dee quickly realized she'd always liked Melanie, just had a wearying time believing she was sleeping with Faisto. But Dee knew a woman in actual love when she saw one. It might turn out pathetic, but it was true. Melanie did not act as if much between them had ever been less than pleasant, and for people like her, it might be they didn't register bad looks. These things were too foreign to their style. So they drank and talked, joined by Mimi Suarez, who had recently performed at Almost There with her husband the saxophonist. The tone of his horn was sweeter now, blending with Mimi, with the lustrous hair and hot legs and little dresses. She seemed a good Cuban woman from Fort Lauderdale, and Dee could live with envy, for she had been envied and still was. Being envied was a burden, but these 3 could afford it, especially with the tequila and gin and vodka. Limes, salt, olives, whatever you wanted on the tray. And as for Mortimer, Dee was still certain she had won that night, although she had required stitches from Dr. Harvard with his old kit whiskey and her big lie about a run-in with an electric knife. She sat up and paid attention now and then to her boys, as she had seen Mrs. Cleaver and others do on ancient television shows. They were above the cove 130 yards, and the grass was grey-green in the minor heaven of light when the subtropics finally cools. It is all man could want of this planet's seasons. Many fall in love with anybody and vow marriage simply because they are in this lush afternoon light. Mimi bent to Dee's beautiful daughter, Emma. She gave her a few glass animals that made a family. "I know now," said the coyote, "that I want to have a child too. Seeing her almost makes you pregnant." The animals were exquisite in her small palms, pins of light from hooves, snouts. Dee had lately come to like the gin, the tonic, the lime, the tingle. When she looked at Mimi again, she grew almost weepy with coziness. Then she felt daughterly to the old lady. It was a family, if you had steady gin. She was fluid in folks. She swam in Mimi Suarez, legs kicking down that canal of hers, crying out hello, hello. These thoughts did not surprise her, but the next one did, so she said it. "I got no reason to live." "No," both rushed in. "Yes. I'm just a nowhere cunt. I don't even have a hobby." Nobody said anything. Mimi envisioned a helpless vagina hanging over the chair back. Melanie felt something on her spine, wet. Then this succubus went into the slope of the yard. They studied the swimming boys raptly as if they had never seen children or water. "Well, dear," Melanie said at last. "They also serve who stand and wait. Crossword puzzles helped me through a bad patch a few years ago," added Mimi. "Oh God." Dee laughed. Melanie giggled. "Church is good for some." The boys turned from their violent wading to hear hoots and shrieks of laughter from the porch. The women seemed to tremble and reach for air around the wicker chairs. The boy's infant sister stood between the women with a glass uplifted in her hands into the gin. The pleasure barge closed in on the pier from the western horizon. The engines puttered grandly, washing out the black water. But the men wore the look of mild disappointment common to travellers everywhere, having failed to find a miracle or endure a metamorphosis. Only a further gravity on the face. They could have returned from an expedition around the rim of a vast navel. Harvard, Max Raymond. Ulrich and the ex-priest found near the animal shelter trying to speak words of love to the inmates through a door. Ren, Lewis and Sidney Fart, more confident since the hacking of his dad, a celebrity and a capitalist. Nobody spoke. Still, they were alert to something new at the pier. It was Mortimer, down from the hill off a brand new Norton, in a leather sports coat and fine boots in the style of the Mounties. They knew he was strange before they saw his face closely. Sidney hollered out, "You the man." The others looked over at Sidney doubtfully. Mortimer was still a little bent from the stab through the gonads, but he had the posture of a range warrior familiar to cow dung and burning oil. He held a child-size football in his hands, flirting with its shape and used to it. He did watch the barge arrive and walked into the edge of the water. The boys ran almost on top of him, thrashing. Then they saw. They froze to the bottom of the lake. He had crept up on everybody in the shadowless remnant of the afternoon. "Say, boys, I don't know how hard you can take an old pass. What say let's run for a few goals?" He fired the little ball at dangerous speed past the head of Isaac, and the ball skipped toward the willows behind. Mortimer went in up to his knees with his pants billowing. He waded for the ball. "We got to make some memories here, boys. You got some bones for me, you best get me in a good mood." "I'll blow your ass off for you," said Jacob. "Is he asking them for help or after them?" asked Melanie, at last seeing the man new to the evening. Dee had never imagined Mortimer in this form. She could not comprehend this person had ever touched her, but she felt a sour loyalty that confused her. She was fascinated and drunk. A pipe organ went off through her head, jangling lines of nerves like she was coming or vomiting. 3 fat moccasins hung in the willow forks behind Mortimer, and he was unaware. The boys saw. Isaac made a motion of a receiver through the water away from the willows. "I'll play. Throw here. I'll get her." Mortimer fired the ball too high, but Isaac leaped and almost grabbed it. Then he waded out and retrieved it. "Go long, mister." "Mortimer." The man was half out of the water pantomiming a varsity end, for as he recalled from Missouri, you ran long and then barely missed every time. A sort of coolness toward completion. He was too suave to really try. He jumped a bit in inches of water, but the ball sailed over him into the snake roost. Mortimer plunged on by momentum right among the fat sleepers, one of them 7 feet. The boredom of the men on the barge was interrupted by a man screaming and flinging in the water. Whales pitched like a woman's. You did not hear this much in men. Mortimer shook his hands and you thought he might die of your shame for him. Then he began scrambling out of the water and up the grass. His leather coat was flecked by shore mud. The bargemen looked downward. Sidney was in despair. The others could not know why he had invested trust in this man. Mortimer straightened and walked slowly to the pier and to the bow where Harvard and Raymond tied up. Raymond was drunk. "Hello, sir," said Harvard. "I was admiring your ship the other day, and I came over to see if I could join the club. You boys seem to have got things all smooth as a baby's ass." "Is that your red motorcycle up that hill?" asked Raymond. "It is. It's part of me now. I live it. You can't come aboard, not now we've heard you over there like that." "What was that?" "It was snakes. I was in snakes. You're the saxophone man. You making the rules about the boat club?" "No, there weren't any rules until you went over the line. You think anybody'd want that sort of noise aboard? You've created the one rule." It was Harvard's barge, but he was not interrupting this drunk. He was nodding his head. "This ain't right." "He don't have to prove," began Sidney. "You're barely with us yourself, Sidney. You didn't believe in it." "Why don't you be quiet?" scolded tall Lewis, surprisingly solid for one so translucent and veined. Sidney was furious but quiet for a while. He was very confused because he had watched this very man hack off his father's head through the glass of the stockroom door. It seemed to him old Pepper finally looked at the wrong man with contempt for supporting him. Mortimer had known instantly the nature of Pepper's heart and destroyed him straight away, Sidney imagined, while others had known and borne cowards like himself. Sidney had never tried to hide his glee. He told his peers that old Pepper's death was the sweetest gift the man had ever given him. "And the store, of course," Harvard added. Now the same man who had killed Pepper almost in an accident of random frenzy told Raymond, "I don't need your club. You're drunk and I'm letting this go. Lots have nerve that's full of liquor. I'm as drunk as I ever get, and then I'm never wrong. I smell evil and it walks like you," said Raymond. "Weren't you a doctor?" "I was." "At your service. You don't get many to just quit. You must have mouthed yourself right out." Mortimer turned and walked up the hill slowly. He did not look Dee's way or toward the porch at all, except to mutter near it, and the women heard. "Old Sidney," he said he saw through her window the other night. Little Granny giving a blow job to the law. None spoke. Dee had passed a line where the gin no longer obtained, but she pretended to sip. She saw herself trembling beneath a ghoul in a red chamber of sin, a creature whose veins were swollen blue. They swayed in a penthouse lit with gilt over the raving casino. Grim fun against laws of God and man. Beasts crawled away ashamed. "I queen bring wreckage to my lover." For seconds she could not remember her relation to the present evening and its people. Everything was yonder except a central burning ruin, the howl of her counterpart. Then she recalled the man in the mud-smeared leather coat. "That man, I've seen him in some other version," said Melanie. "He was pitiful, nasty," said Mimi. "He seems to be wanting to join things," Melanie said. "I know who it was. The man on the orphan's barge. He brought those teenage girls back to the camp. They'd run away. And he sat at our table uninvited at the casino music hall. He is after me," said sad. "You know him?" Mimi asked. "I am his woman." You are not. He was trying to play with my children. Child, you're too young for him. His face is a deep map. Oh no, Melanie. I'm very old. I'm all the ones that watched themselves move everywhere and go nowhere. Your face in the crowd that ain't quite there in every picture. My husband is a fool, but good mostly, said Mimi. My husband turned gay in his 70s, Melanie reported. Is that possible? Mimi cried. Then God will forgive you everything. Oh, God, I meant nothing by that. I meant you have license to be free, even dumb. This caused a long pause, sighs, forlorn detachment. You gals made your deals with college presidents and doctors, Dee said. When your charms give out, you still got your own roof, your own music. You can piss and moan or strum a harp. You still get the roof. Don't you own your home? I don't know. Something on the verge. My kids always felt rented. Best I could do was leave them alone. Except for Emma, they're sleeping, the cherub. Me and her father were just clouds she passed through. I don't think I had much to do with her. Can I ask you an ignorant Cuban question? Asked Mimi. Are you white trash, or do you just want us to think you are? Well, it feels like home. It's relaxing, really. I had every chance to choose and still do. I turned down another whole life in Minneapolis, Minnesota, one night. Why was that? I think I like it on the verge. From people such as that 100 years, they told me. Would you be English, Welsh, French, what? I would say soldier in a bus station, quick couple of spurts in a rest room at midnight with about a pint of liquor. What I am is when they repealed prohibition in Mississippi. You're very clever, Dee, said Melanie gently. But I like a clean yard now. Yes, yards. Light and shadow on yards down here at twilight. So much. You're very much in love, Melanie. You know that. I know that, of course. Well, then it is good, said Mimi. God allows. Dee felt a groggy box of air around her. Dusk shrunk down, outside of which panic slept like big dogs. The animals are in ecstasy even when they are eaten, Ulrich was telling Carl Bob Feeney. They stayed in Ulrich's cottage or on the barge now, setting out short distances and tying up. All were sympathetic with the two except Sidney and Wren. Sidney felt the ex-priest had turned into a dog and belonged in Onward or jail. Wren's position was that this fugitive situation would bring more law in, and you had one point in life to get more law out. Egan, the nephew, was looking for his uncle still and keeping up his animals, himself verging toward feral because pursued by the Vig. So Ulrich and Carl Bob slept sometimes on the pews of the pontoon boat, sometimes in the unlighted basement of Ulrich's house, sometimes in a single room in the rear of the doctor's cabin. Harvard had threatened Sidney's life if he revealed their whereabouts to anybody. Carl Bob Feeney might not have been the choicest seer at the lake, and Ulrich, now his Secretary General, was just bogus guff mostly, but they were the only prophets they had now. Sidney threatened the doctor's life back, but he was too busy running his old man's store now and not doing that badly. He had a car, one of the new Chrysler PT Cruisers, a silver heart-warming car for anybody in love with the 60s Volvo coupe and 40s grillwork. One night when Egan was serving a prayer meeting at Rolling Fork, Ulrich helped Feeney break in his own house and steal his gun back, along with clothes including his old vestments, which he intended to put to new use. Feeney would not go to Onward if he could help it. Ulrich would frequently stop talking and go quiet like a thief who had forgotten his mission. Carl Bob Feeney was a good listener because he was hearing himself now in different words. They did not humanize animals, Ulrich and Carl Bob. They wanted to learn their language and how indeed they had kept going despite depression, despair, even suicide. For instance, it is well known if a fire dog finds too many human corpses in the rubble, it will become inconsolable and stop looking. What of the amazing quality of forgiveness in animals? It broke your heart. Carl Bob often wept, but it did not weaken him. He had different kinds of weeping, some of it murderous, some of it clearly insane, a long purr howl that frightened Ulrich. We are damned, but that is the way of the way. If you choose, you are damned somewhere else. We are deficient because we are tired of people. Bosnia, Ethiopia, Kosovo, the aid horror. We were not supposed to know so much despair at once. It has killed feeling for others. We are ready for the New Testament to be about dogs, monkeys, cheaters. Rich, you must know we hate ourselves and accept it as right. The first thing you have to give up in belief is being admired and a friend to man. Hail fellow, well met is not a description down south, it is the vocation of most of the South. It has ruined it. We have lost something precious, Rich, and you must acknowledge this. We just don't give a shit. Machines started it, but we finished the job. How is it possible a man could sit and read an average newspaper without attacking at least 20 people directly? Know that we are dangerous, so let's now. Not just animal lovers. Rich had fallen asleep, but before he did, he was agreeing with what Feeney was saying. Then he awoke, and they had a cup of fine dark coffee made on the hot plate of the steerage cabin. The coffee was too good here in the night. Rich brought some cigarettes out from a locker, and they both lit up these camels. He shouldn't, but the night, the coffee, the ripple of the water and sap of bass. Most animals live a short while, said Rich, but I had a revelation. That we cannot know the intensity of their lives, which is hundreds of times more attuned than ours. They don't talk because they don't need speech. A dog, when it puts its head out a car window, smells almost everything in a county, a world we never even suspect and have no description for. That is why I am daft. I have flown and smelled the smells, Carl Bob. I have known life by my nose. That's why the dog looks so ecstatic sniffing in the wind. They smell 1,000 times more than we do. We could only know it as hallucinatory sense. Dogs are in space and time. We can only know one or the other, plodding, toddling. Not to mention hearing. And taste. Water is 50 times more delicious to them. We must not pity them, a cheap passive hobby. They live huge lives before they die. Watch how happy sleep is to them, and right next to waking. They live both at once. We are predators of not only meat but of essence, my friend. We want to be them because they have spoken to us without speaking, and we can hardly bear their superiority. Now Carl Bob had fallen asleep, the lit camel in one hand, the coffee in the other. It was by the glow of their cigarettes that Egan found them and waded out the short way to the barge. They were both startled by the voice from a man standing above them on the planks of the stern just ahead of the engines. "I'm so tired, Uncle Carl Bob, chasing you. How could you doubt I loved you? How can you wear me out this way? Who is your friend?" Rich. "Son, he can't go with you. We heard about your sermon. You said you had to find him and help him. But you found him, and you mean to follow him, don't you? I'm worn out with the dogs and cats. Come on home, please. I can't do it by myself. Nobody can. I love them too much. I can't get nothing else done. I can't stand for one to get hurt or left out, great or small. I'm going round hugging and petting and cooing over I'm a silly ass. I'm in trouble with God. I'm in trouble for some old bodies. I'm preaching bad. And let me tell you, somebody broke in the house. That was us, son, said Ulrich. We needed some things. And we needed protection. I agreed with your uncle. No, I don't mean that. I knew who that was. This person left something square in the middle of the front room. They didn't take anything. Left something. A football. Why? It was sitting on top of the Edwards newspaper about some game a few weeks back where somebody in the men's room got his face nigh cut off. I saw the old bodies, the old bones myself, said Carl Bob. You've got to stop that. Somebody'll hear and haul you off. You couldn't have seen the bodies. They were in a car underwater till a sinkhole took the water out. I don't mean underwater. I mean behind the doctor's house. I looked out the window at night and there were 2 skeletons and some little boys sitting beside them like in church. That's right. He told me, added Ulrich, 3 nights ago when the girl was singing on the back porch. Some animals come up too. 2 deers, a bear, a ghost of an orangutan. No orangutans, said Carl Bob. It suddenly occurred to Egan that his uncle looked like Basil Rathbone and Ulrich looked like an elderly Mortimer Snerd. Then the name Mortimer passed through him. Roman was riding his motorbike with Melanie Wooten clasped behind him. These were grave times, but they were not sure how grave. Roman's wife waited for more tests. Basal cell lymphoma, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which wasn't too bad. But she had begun bleeding, masses had shown. She was up and about but weak, and they had her in the chemo now. Roman did not know what to do with disease. Except for his wounds, his wife and he had been healthy, and they were not old, and they had done nothing much dissipating or poisonous. He smoked a little. She could eat a great deal without gaining, and she liked 2 stiff drinks of Maker's Mark now and again. Melanie had helped as she could, but Bernice Roman did not take to help, although she was pleasant enough. The woman acted distinctly outraged by her luck, as if still misdiagnosed. This was not as much fun as Melanie expected, but it was trouble of a sort that she still wanted. She had never had a black friend, and she thought it ridiculous that she could die without having this man as one. He liked her and reminded Melanie of early playmates in Texas. But she wondered if there were any left around the lake who might shoot them. She was so tired of race. She was wary since the destruction of the glass animals. The world with that person out in it, wild and needy and ugly. A man stood in the road, just a man alone. He was staring at her and Roman, but a flat field suddenly interested him and she couldn't see a car. They came to a little bridge over a creek after passing the man, and the motorbike wobbled on 12x12s. You didn't want to catch a tie between them. But then they shook as a car came up behind them. She turned and watched as a Lexus SUV neared them. The windows were smoked. Roman drove to the right to let it pass, but the Lexus stopped when they were abreast the front passenger door. Roman drove around it across the road to his left to force a decision, but it passed them. Roman stopped, holding the motorbike between his spread sandaled feet. Melanie tapped him on the shoulder to show the Lexus had stopped with them. Nobody opened the door. The sun glare off it was hot. You could see the car as the house of whatever your mind held. The people inside were not visible, so you guessed many and not one. The elevation and headroom were preposterous even for a large rich fool. Still it sat blind, dumb, glaring. The whole world was the gravel and this vehicle. Roman got off the bike and kick-standed it. The 2 of them walked up to the window, a bright more next to opening but not. There was some activity behind the smoke. It was a human tongue circling the glass, licking and sucking it. They could see nothing except the mouth working dimly. But the glass went down inches, and man Mortimer looked over the top of the window at them, devoid of expression, yanked in tongue, flat over all. The rear view reflected the ones in the back who did not know they were revealed. It was old Sidney without his shirt, very mottled and speckled, silvered concave chest. Marcin and Bertha, the car lot girl, were working on him. Then the glass rose and stopped the view. The Lexus went off at urgent speed. "That's a lot of car," said John Roman, "to be fucking with you." "I'm sorry I said that, but..." They knew well who the backseat lovebird was, but it took minutes to get their 3 or 4 images of Mortimer together. These still did not make one man, because they had little but a forehead and a mouth. Old Sidney perched right in the love nest, at ease in the rearview mirror. He could enjoy his money and new friendship, a major change from his old man. The shamelessness of it shook Melanie, the ugliness. But she who with Faisto. It was not good to pursue this concept. The SUV all black and swollen, it hurried as if recently parted from a gathering of its fellows in a wealthier country. It was getting hard to have innocent fun. All seemed driven toward a calculated nightmare. The football game, Pepper, poor Bernice with her cancer, the tongue in a fretting black ghoul of a car. They never rode the motorbike together again. She missed the touch of Roman's fat shoulders. She had never felt the war wounds beneath his shirt, as she suspected she might. The pleasant day erased by that thing on the window of the Lexus. It occurred to her how many motions people made to simply present themselves to a window, a mirror, a sea of nobodies. These groomings, pulling straight the pants, licking a finger for the hair out of place. She had heard these all were movements of those before execution. Why else so circumspect your first impression on the gallows? John Roman thought. He fished with a spinning rod. He had delayed the pleasure of artificial bait casting deliberately until he retired. Times were wretched in many ways. Burness and cancer, tongue on window, old men on the run from relatives for loving animals too much and learning to talk with the beasts, a grown white man shrieking with a sound that should not be heard when he stumbled close to snakes in the willows. But you could get as good a spinning reel and rod as the pros for cheap at Big Mart, against which there was no competition. The local fishing supply stores didn't even attempt it, but went rather for a fishing class that imagined itself temporarily detained by Mississippi until it could get to the glossy lakes and streams in magazine photographs at the doctor's office. Roman fished long and guiltily because Burness did not want him home fretting about her condition. She had lost some weight and looked even more Indian now, perhaps the last trace of the Natchez tribe. He was another sort of Indian, partly Chickasaw, lost in the South. Melanie was on his mind, how she was doing. He hadn't fished close to her house for a while. She was a friend in a panic to live, and he didn't want to be her instructor. Life itself was not much of an instructor, but more like the fits of a runaway child. It would shock you with depravity and staggering kindness within the same hour. If you could get used to that, you might learn, but life itself didn't especially want to follow up on anything. It was his own time alone with his memories. The wash through the head, a wash of half-stories, peace and war. No screaming or banging or outer noise, just this steady action, floats of rooms and lamps, rowing of women like happy seabirds riding the first of the storm waves. No radio, no beer, but you sat there on a bucket and collected them all. Nobody had the right to touch the stories, the pictures, the silence. That was your due. Nobody could enter. No government was here. No phone calls, no mail, no knocks on the door. You saw old men on benches and you pitied them for all bereft, but you were wrong. They had the time of their life. The deaf ones even more so. Inside and away. They were inside a pure dream. Roman resembled his grandfather on his mother's side, a man struck blind by a train in his 60s. The old man sat in the chair grinning. Roman couldn't recall a whine or complaint from him, as if he had crashed up safe somewhere, the water of an ocean bathing his feet. You would go to him for a memory and he spoke it. Melanie was a fine lady but didn't have enough stories in her, ones of her own. She borrowed from him. This was not so much too late as just impossible. If you couldn't sit without stirring into somebody else's life at age 72, you had either bad stories or too few of them. When you had too few stories, you went mad. When you had only one, they took you away to the asylum until you got more. The army had been a long mistake, but he could let that go. Somebody must be there as the platoon's old animal, and it was him. Sergeant Major, watching West Point, Virginia military and Citadel killed over and over. He regretted he was not a singing jazz trumpet man like Chet Baker, but somebody had to be there regretting too. The army would rise up and grab you because it was vacant. You went to it young when even an army barracks was something fresh. The place filled you, or the unplace of it. Then you got wise enough to live. Others came close to you wanting to live also. Roman hooked into something large and squirming. All his evenings contracted into this sweet emergency. Muscles underwater struggling against your arms, the line alive down to your belly and the butt of the new rod, Shakespeare the brand, answering. It had to be a cat, very big, as clear a gift as anything in the world. If he were a preacher, he would say that fish was God's mercy. You never got closer to it than above the water for a long, long time. Here, bringing it home like a lost friend. When he was young he cursed fish as he pulled them in. He no longer did. That was evil, stupid, greedy. Should lose your thumbs for it. For your mean and larcenous spirit. Now he loved this fishing piece above all things. He had not once been let down, even when nothing came home for him. The stories inside had been better over green water. At the mouth of another cove near the bad restaurant, the one that he called Gristle and Sons with cold beer, he saw a pale-faced but arm and shoulder-burned cracker bounced up and wallowing on a jet ski, a horrible and noisome bully of a water motorcycle built in spite for the northern snowmobile, on which other punks roared and beheaded themselves on fence wire. The boy was doing about 50 over Roman's quiet water. The wash from the machine was immense into the shallows, whipping water weeds and terrifying minnows and young bass toward Roman. The big catfish rolled in behind this local storm. Roman cursed the ski and saluted this bully. Old whiskered heavyweight at last snatched from its appetites. At last we meet. It was too big to be succulent, and he was glad to let it go after petting it. When he turned to the lake again and threw his nightcrawlers and light sinker toward a stranded bow on a black strip of deep, he hoped he would not see another living soul, and he didn't. Heard only the distant nagging whine of the ski. The cracker sponge was on the far side of the lake, seeking other audiences. A mad Protestant in a cathedral too green and black and silent for him, bent on fouling these spaces with the great I Am. 8. The coyote was in her cottage backyard singing to the edges of the swamp. She was naked in her solitude with nature. She sometimes saw deer and raccoon coming up to hear, and a thicket of squirrels, red and fox and grey. She saw mistletoe high on a dead post oak limb and wanted it for her hair. She hated guns, but Raymond shot the mistletoe down for her with his newly confessed Mossberg. Now she had it in the hair above her ear. The coyote was much like John Roman. The young should have been seeking her instruction, but it was Raymond after her, and sometimes hard, wanting evermore an answer to her easy talents, her simple life. Still doing homework for his soul in his 40s. His nervous dissertation. He was a late-blooming prodigy on the saxophone. She could not read music much, but she knew. Grant him that, even though he bought the band and managed it toward himself almost unintentionally, he had somehow gotten good through pure want. Triumph of his burnt doctor's will. It was a puzzle why he played certain needy and vicious ways, or would even want to, like a tomcat dragging away from a long fight down an alley. Imprecations, hisses, mewlings, threats. Why develop this style when there were so many others? They put something called a jellyball in horses' stables to give them something to do, or they put chickens, goats or radios in their stalls to be their friends, or a Jack Russell Terrier. Otherwise they would get bored and kick themselves lame. Hurt others bite. Maybe she was Raymond's jellyball, and he needed another too, his talking saxophone. But who would not standing alone drives most mad in a single week? Look at Castro's and Stalin's prisoners. Mimi was on the right happily and with great health. Her talent was committed on the day the Iron Curtain fell. She felt new lightness in her voice. The old grey seriousness with its laws left her. Her dispossessed grandparents were mocked in Havana for once having money and an ink factory. She could spit 20 feet across the room into the eye of a communist. She was needing Raymond less, and this would go on, but she loved him. They could walk together like a pair of face cards. It did not frighten her that their love was sometimes dead. It would come back and surprise you. She was fierce for loyalty. Now she parted the limbs of the wild magnolia and froze at the sight of 2 skeletons sitting in the soil watching her. She did not hear the 6 males whispering not far behind them. Ulrich, Jacob, Isaac, Spons, Carl, Bob, Feeney, his nephew Egan. Choir of Wheels Hunters Lake idiots, they could be tourists spying on this cottage haunted by its terrors and chaos. Rude bastards. Where was the woman nailed to the wall? Where did the graveyard witch sleep? She gave a yelp for Raymond and shut her eyes. When she opened them, she saw every male coming forward through holly hedges and giant ferns to assure her with their kindest apologies. Hurt on their faces. Max Raymond now right behind her with the stupid mistletoe rifle. Everything absurd was borne by this ministry, like a strange rural basketball team that had lost its ball. The skeleton smelled too. "I love you," said small Jacob. Mimi screamed again, but with less power. Lady, we ain't. Jacob was paralyzed by her scream and jumped backwards into some vines, struggling, feet tangled. We're sorry we seen you naked. Not us, the adults thought together. We tried not to look. I don't care whether the children. Who are you? She lowered herself before the two boys now standing together. She would not look at the skeletons. When Raymond saw them, he chambered around. The skulls with their stunned hilarity. Arms resting on the soil. Now the wiring job obvious. Coat hangers. Done with pliers. This was the empty swamp she had been singing to without knowing. All this lively rot. Mimi went back to the cottage and grabbed her robe off the porch rail. We don't know, said Egan. These bones have nothing to do with any of us. The boys put them together with wire. I'm a minister of the Lord Jesus Christ. She'd already heard from Raymond about the tattoo of the cross on the man's cheek. Were you hunched down here listening to me or waiting for me to have a heart attack when I saw these dead bodies? Please, lady. We meant good. They did. They told me, said Spons. He was seeking the level of maturity, at least to that of Egan of the Cross and Grey Ponytail. At least a trustable ass. We sharing these folks, but they ain't ours. The sheriff can call up north and get us a reward, said small Jacob. That's not a good idea, little boy, said Egan. He had been sweating mightily even before this conversation. The boys now hunkered. She could barely perceive they were waddling toward her. Raymond shared lust for vision with the eldest, Ulrich. She saw they were fascinated by her black curls. Her Cuban Florida face. They wore her shirts, but she didn't notice. Blanched coffee beans with faces on them, these boys. No Indian or black. Small earnest Ulstermen looking for a mother and her music. She began singing, incredibly, facing away from them all but facing Matt's Raymond and his weapon lowered. The song was about a baby, the mountain and the sea. She sang it quietly, but there were high notes that made the boys quiver. At the end Jacob reached over to touch her wrist. She held his hand. The three of them walked toward her kitchen. Isaac and Spons knew they weren't meant to follow. She had become used to the smells out here. It was no longer only decay but richer life, she understood. Soldiers, slaves, Indians, lost women, all under her in the earth. Same as Cuba, with a crown of living creatures and fat vegetation on it. She had once sung a song taken from the 17th century Japanese poet Matsuo Basho. Summer grasses where soldiers dreamed. Now she sang that one to her new swamp acolytes, rapped twice over for being nearly in her face. She sat on the back steps after feeding them ham and gouda on French bread with mayonnaise and a tall bottle of orange soda pop. Spanish words, Japanese thoughts, for these elves of Confederate trash. Sister singing away the last days of her youth. Raymond had gone back inside and was sleeping. The preacher Egan had hung around for a reason unclear to her. He went back and forth to and through the border of tree arches unseen at the foot of the swamp. Raymond suddenly knew it was time to return to the bad restaurant, and then his ache for visions would be satisfied. The bad restaurant would stay when only zombies prevailed. It served food for the dead, tired fishermen and humble vacationers worsened the instant they sat down and had the bad water. Thousands like it at state lines, watering holes in the great western deserts, far-flung Idaho and Maine. Their owners say, we just couldn't help it, we were food people. We never said good food people. Raymond was in the pawn shop looking at a delightful saxophone and about to buy it when the feeling hit him. What he would see and be transformed by was right next door to his own cottage, not out in the fars, the wides, the bars or churches. He put the saxophone down and within seconds saw a shadow pass the shop. It was a man hobbling and slurring the few words he could manage, and Raymond was positive it was Mimi's old ex, what was left of him after the suicide attempt in Vicksburg, rolling and pitching up market and the pawns to find Raymond. He went out to the walk and saw nothing but a red car leaving, and he followed it in his own. Mimi was in Miami singing with another band for a couple of weeks. He was alone. He knew this was right. He had not eaten for 2 days, for no good reason. The moment was pressing. A zombie had just waited on him in the pawnshop, a man who stood there remarking on the history of this saxophone. In apparently good health, in decent clothes and well-groomed, polite but quite obviously dead and led by someone beyond. You look at them and know they are spaces ahead into otherness. Not adolescent either, that natural Teutonic drifting or the sullenness without content. They might still be people, but unlikely. Everything about the zombie is ravaged except his obsession, thought Raymond, following the red car. Dead to every other touch. They simply imitate when there is movement or sound. They imitate the conversations around them to seem human to one another. He had seen them in scores from the airports to the bandstands, imitating one another, mimicking the next mimicker in no time, no space, no place, no history. The bad restaurant even had bad food, loungers and loiterers hard to shake when they got a good imitation of you going. The restaurant with its restaurant sign. Its mimicking of the dining life, yet no edible food, bad water and a weak tea to go with that. Refill that beige for you, sir, every dish served in contempt for what used to be human. Rations for an unannounced war. Because as Mimi Suarez's grandfather said, when you eat well, you are eating memory. But here for a few cents less, you could eat no life at all. You could eat as much history as just ended in the kitchen, cooked in spite at great speed by an inmate of dead dreams. A sort of hospital food with more dread in it. Oh yes, mammo, salsa, shake that tree, bitch, let them coconuts of yours fall down. Max Raymond heard the man in the crowd watching Mimi in Miami right then. Each heavy command resounded in his head. Had never experienced anything like this before. The red car was indeed heading for the lake through redwood, the low fields and waters. Grim bluster of new black clouds in the west. This was storm country. Vicksburg, 1959, a tornado came through, tore out half the town, created new lakes, killed scores. He watched breaths circle a lawn, lifting the leaves of a collapsed muscadine arbor. The smell somewhere as if lightning had opened a melon, electrified sperm. He thought of the hot grease pitched on the honeysuckle by a zombie of the restaurant's kitchen. In a meadow he caught a wave of dead fish smell. Oh, the onward cemetery. Called there now. Ha! He was closer to rot and birth with every mile. This place was lodges, bulks of mobile homes, old trailer villages where fugitive creatures abided. Modern doctors did not vacation here anymore, nor modern anybody much, although the fishing was good. The town would ghost out in a bad fishing season, a hot spell, and the loneliness left behind could hurt you physically in the eyes. Long tubal aches to the grand home of migraine and hot rain at noon. The doctors took their families skiing in the west or to the islands, where they mimicked life as best they could with the new big money. The wives haggard from hanging on to beauty. Max Raymond realized all of a sudden he had very little doctor money left. It was nearly all saxophone money now, or coyote money. Not too bad. He would buy the house and make the landlord happy that its haunted memories would stay in good hands. His life, this place where something was. The red car, a boomerang on the curves now, all red. 15 miles behind him, Vicksburg, city of the bluffs. Gibraltar of the West at one time. Now into these casinos dime store laborers bid the weak and bored come in. See the man with the wonderful saxophone illuminations of the bridge over Louisiana at night. Capitulant city shops crying deeds and titles for cash. Children out at the orphans' camp because their parents were for sale without buyers. Drugs, car wrecks. Lightning loved the swamp. The willows thrashed now where all the souls of dead bad poets roamed day and night. In their big sprawling cottage, what good storms Mimi and he watched together. Hopping those souls that cannot die but must return to open microphone poetry slams against an adjacent junior college. Catering by the bad restaurant. Pop, a soul in bliss for just seconds, thinks it has actually died and is moving away somewhere beyond this green echo chamber. No such luck, only the cynical lightning. Raymond had one model for a poet warrior such as himself and his Mossberg. Or just forget the rifle. Be a man, use your new long-barreled .38 stuffed in the trousers. You go by even the orphans' camp, there's the mass popping of firearm training now. Nobody can touch them. It's a legitimate sport. Then the thud of the bigger stuff. The lunatic couple ride horses now. The .38, you've got to be good. No real stopping power, no scatter shooting. His model was a man he visited in the Veterans Hospital, a nationally honored poet, mad and with his shoes on contrariways. The poet's son in middle age said he had suffered all this while for being a man. He now wanted a woman operation, and as a woman he desired other women. His father, the old poet, could not understand. Why was madness ever thought to be a transcendent state? What idiot waited how long around the raving to decide this? It was the nastiest and saddest condition Raymond had seen. The man had suffered Guadalcanal, Okinawa, Saipan. He wrote long electric poems, or tried, like an ecstatic writing in sand with a pickaxe, or something like that, a reviewer said. But then real madness drove him to real madness. Worse, perhaps the son wanted to change into the mother so he could at last have her. And on and on. How can life take this turn? Raymond himself still felt depressed by his short visit. His pity, his terror, his absolute disgust. But the poems. Were they worth the cost? He caught up to the red car pulling out of the gravel lot of the little church, continuing around the lake toward the restaurant. Raymond drove up to the window with its stained glass raised to prevent explosion during the storm. Egan was leaning out, watching the sky. Then he looked at Raymond in his car window. Egan had a bloody face and he pointed. Raymond got out the .38 and drove back to the road, but not before he heard a quartet of trombones behind Egan in the church, playing sweetly and importantly some sacred number, oblivious to both the storm and Egan. He seemed to have gotten his cuts leaning out the window. Raymond was chilled, but he drove on. Some kill for Christ, he reflected, and cannot be Christian but are Christ's allies. They can never have close communion, only quiet thanks. They do not have visions. They have war. He touched the pistol, then thought further about Christian soldiers. They live in a dream amid the valley bottoms of tall white pines, live and river oaks, palm trees, palmettos, wild magnolia. They live in a dream between paradise and purgatory. They sleep on hard thin mattresses. They sit down to dinner in the bad restaurant today with its blue plate special of frozen profloured meat, gummy white bread and gravy made from cut-rate mushroom soup in giant industrial drums. There should be pictures of ambiguous fiends through history on the wall, all dead by the efforts of the Christian soldiers. Every meal as they wait for the battle, somebody looks at dinner and says, "I've had worse." Raymond thought. Separation from Christ through murder for him. But in his mind he saw again the church in the dell and heard the sweet trombone chorus chording through the window. "Nearer my God to thee" was the tune. On the barge that afternoon, Melanie and Dee and several men, including Sidney, began a tradition of meditation on the lake. The pontoon boat was both museum and church afloat, by far the most elegant hand-built craft on these waters, which opened as they went through the lock into a new reservoir. The first meditation was to be led by Melanie, with comment from others as the rest of church. Essentially, they were floating Unitarians. Feister was aboard for the first time, his and Melanie's love in plain sight. Dr. Harvard was having a very hard time. Melanie was unconscious of this. They anchored in a cove. She stood at the wheel on the captain's box. Harvard introduced her. Today's meditation will be read by Melanie Wooten, a changed woman who now shares an altered worldview. Harvard did not know about the tongue in the car window, so he did not understand Melanie. But she had a new sadness that Harvard liked because her careering with this confident young lawman was not right. Dee Allison and her little girl stood wearing church dresses, but they tended to recede from the group in uneasy shyness. The little girl was fine, but Dee had never been among dressed boat crowds and felt diminished by the blazers and Melanie's smart suit. There was the snow, and her watch ticking. So many snowflakes, so many seconds. As time passed, they seemed to mingle in their minds, heaping up into a vast shape that might be a burial mound or the cliff of an iceberg whose summit is out of sight. Into its shadow dreams crowded, full of conception and stirrings of coal, as if ice floes were moving down a lightless channel of water. They were going further into darkness, allowing no suggestion that their order should be broken or that one day, however many years distant, the darkness would give place to light. Yet their passage was not saddening. Unsatisfied dreams rose and fell about them, crying out against their implacability, but in the end glad that such order, such destiny, existed. Against this knowledge, the heart, the will, and all that made for protest could at last sleep. That was a selection from A Girl in Winter by Philip Larkin, said Melanie softly. Nice, said Carl Bob Feeney, less insane than last week. I disagree, said Sidney. He rose from the director's chair near a side pew. And I need a drink. Sidney had taken to mixing Stolichnaya vodka with orange juice for his health. He had affected this weeks ago. Disagree. Number one, it ain't about me or nothing. It's about snow and sometime shit. He looked down at Emma, the child. Any other thoughts? Asked Harvard. Well, I'd like to know who she thinks she is, said Wren. You mean the girl in that passage? Asked Melanie. No. Boo. Unsatisfied dreams crying out against their implacability or such. Who the hell you think we are, school kids? You're trying to impress, you're implying you go around the house saying implacability often ever or hoping many of us dumbos wouldn't get it. Why, I understand the word quite well. And I find you and the author posing asses. Christ, I thought we'd get some Robert Frost or something. This is worse than Faulkner. Melanie was stunned. Another man, Ulrich, wanted to speak. You need to change again from wherever you've changed. You would have us think anybody gives a damn what white people think anymore. They are the killers of seals, baby seals, by clubbing. They shoot polar bears just because they're there. What do these creatures think about our thoughtful moaning? That's not fair, said Faisto. It was a meditation to invite thought. It wasn't her own writing. She didn't read it because she hated it, said Wren. Maybe she read it because she ain't getting enough dick, said Sidney. You would not know he was drunk until he went suddenly about it at the drop of a dime. Many turned. But nobody called down Sidney. He seemed satisfied. Statement: vodka, orange juice, his tweed-vested suit,